go ahead and call this meeting to order. Before we begin, though, I did want to take a moment to reflect on the wildfires that have been going on in Southern California. Unfortunately, these tragic fires have claimed at least 24 lives and have destroyed more than 12,000 structures. The heartbreaking images of the entire neighborhoods reduced to ash are a stark reminder of the tremendous impact such disasters can have in our communities. And here in Ventura, we completely understand how all this can be way, way too painful for us. So even today, we still feel the lasting effects of the Thomas Fire that happened in 2017, and our hearts go out to those affected. We stand in solidarity with them, and so I just wanted to deeply appreciate and give our thanks to the brave firefighters, the first responders, and all the volunteers who have been working tirelessly to save lives and protect our communities. And so I ask that you please join me in a moment of silence to honor the lives that have been lost, the displaced families, and the heroic efforts of all of those who have been on the front lines. Thank you very much for that. So we'll go ahead and start our regular session, council meeting today. If we can call for roll call, please.
Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember McReynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Mongonay.
Here.
Councilmember Schumacher.
Here.
Councilmember Campos.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Halter.
Here.
And Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
Here.
7 members present. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. And Councilmember Duran, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my pleasure. Happy New Year, everybody. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, and Happy New Year to everyone, that's for sure. Tonight we have a special presentation. We have the Stop Human Trafficking Awareness event proclamation. On January 11th, 2025, the 18th annual Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery Community Awareness event was hosted by the Seroptimus Clubs of Ventura, Oxnard, Camarillo, and Channel Islands at Columbus Hall. This event aimed to raise awareness of human trafficking as both a local and global issue, provide education and resources, and empower survivors. The Seroptimus organization is dedicated to advocating for women and girls, promoting education, and creating opportunities for survivors to rebuild their lives. Recognition was given to law enforcement, service agencies, community partners, and Seroptimus clubs for their ongoing commitment for anti-trafficking efforts, to honor their work and strengthen collaborations in preventing human trafficking. I, Dr. Jeanette Sanchez Palacios, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim January 11, 2025 as Seroptimus Stop Human Trafficking Awareness Day in Ventura. And to accept the proclamation, we have Seroptimus International of Ventura board member, Kathy Morgan. Is Kathy here? And I invite you to say a few words.
Oh, thank you. And can I bring up to the podium our chair for the STOP
Sure.
event, Debbie Golke? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you very much for this proclamation. We truly appreciate it. I wanted just to say a few words. You said a whole lot already, Dr. Palacios, but most people will say, Seroptimus, what's that? So Seroptimus was formed in 1921 in Oakland, California. It was formed because women were not allowed to participate in the existing service clubs of the time. Now we are an international organization. There are 120 in 120 countries throughout the world. As you said, we are dedicated to improving the lives of women and girls, and in fact, our name is loosely translated from Latin, means best for women. You mentioned already some of the things that we do and we focus on. Another item is that we provide annually, all of the different clubs provide an annual scholarship, or a scholarship to a head of household woman who is attempting to improve her life by going to a vocational or an academic program. We also have a day workshop for high school girls who may be first in their family to go to college, trying to give them the tools, the support, and the encouragement they need to consider their post-high school goals. At this time, I'd like to introduce Debbie Golke, who started the Stop Human Trafficking Awareness event 18 years ago, and to this day continues to chair it.
Thank you, Kathy. A little bit of trivia. It was in 1945 that Seroptimus International of Ventura chartered the Seroptimus International, the Oxnard Club. So you are really our mother club. You're
Didn't know
That's
that.
how yeah, well, yeah, now you know. So anyways, this past Saturday, we had our 18th event at the Knights Hall, right down the street there at the Knights of Columbus. And the purpose of that event is to bring community awareness, raise awareness, and bring education and advocacy to the citizens of Ventura County. And we've been doing that for 18 years. And some of the ways that we've been raising awareness is that we have put stickers on the back of restroom stalls for women that have the number that they can call. We have made a video for the premiere of a movie. When people come to the movies and they look at all the ads that are on the screen, we've had a video up there. We have been on the Gold Coast Transit buses on the back side and the side, the king size and the queen size, and that has gone all over the county during the month of January. We've been on billboards. We have been on bus stations in the little alcoves where people wait for the bus stops. And we are, our third year now, we are on the 101 digital billboard down there by the Auto Center for the entire month of January. So that billboard, it gets 148,000 eyeballs looking at it every day going up and down the freeway. And as you know, Ventura County is not immune to human trafficking. San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, and the Sacramento area are the key cities where the traffickers keep moving their victims up and down the 101 freeway. And we want to send a clear message to these traffickers that Ventura County is not going to, allow them to work here. And unfortunately, it does happen. And we know that human trafficking is modern-day slavery and that it happens right in our own backyards. The women are not chained up. They could be the girl next door going to high school that has a boyfriend that she's, turning tricks to because she loves her Romeo boyfriend and he's just the Romeo, pimp. So we really want to have more people come to our event every year. I do want to thank Councilmember Duran and Councilmember Mangione for your quick reply to my invitation to come. And I hope that next year the rest of you can also, I know you couldn't come this year, but I'm hoping that you can come. I know your city manager, when he was in a different position as county sheriff, he attended, and so he knows about our event. But we want to thank you for recognizing this, and we hope that you can join us next year and that you can speak to the people in your districts, about how important this is, and we can get more people there, especially young people, because as you know, young people, what are they doing all the time? They're on their phone or their computers. And what happens? There's predators out there luring these young people that are vulnerable to, make a relationship and send nude pictures to them, and we need to make sure that this doesn't happen.
Well, we, on behalf of the council, entire council, thank you for all the work you've done.
Thank
And
you.
I know the proclamation is here. I'll go down there for a photo op. Thank
Sure.
you so much for being
Okay.
here.
We have a couple more Seroptimists here, too.
few more seconds. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks for everything.
Here's our picture person.
All right, right over here. Perfect, and one this way. Great.
Thank you very much.
All right, give him another round of applause.
Okay, thank you for that. Now on to closed session report.
Mayor, the council took up items 1, 2, and 3 on the closed session agenda this evening, and there's no reportable action.
Right, thank you. Any city manager communications, or is that after? Sorry. City council communications. At this moment, council members may make presentations during agenda items and during council communications for a maximum of 3 minutes. Do we have any council communications? Okay, Deputy Mayor Halter.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just want to say first, Happy New Year to everybody. It's good to be back, and I kind of miss the routine of seeing all of you. And I just want to say is that I really believe that despite how this year started out and with a lot of the challenges that we're going to be facing over the next few years, I believe that we're going to really get a lot of things done. I feel that it's going to be a really exciting, good year. So I appreciate everybody staying involved and continuing to participate in all of our meetings and giving us their input. So starting with that, now to the thing that's consumed us the last eight days or so is all the fires happening to our south. It was horrific enough 7 years ago for so many of us that experienced the Thomas Fire. For many of us still today, thinking about those days, those early days and that night is an emotional thing. And knowing that it's exponentially worse what's happening down to our neighbors to the south. So I know our hearts go out to all those people that are suffering, something that we all know all too well, how devastating it can be to see your neighborhoods go up, to see your homes go up, and to know that it's going to take a while to rebuild community. But I think they're going to do what we've done and what Californians do best, and we find solutions, and we find a way to persevere and to continue come back better than ever. So I wanted to also mention, though, that I know a lot of people in our city in kind of in odd places are experiencing very long shutdowns of the power. And there has been communication. I know our assistant city manager was on a call recently talking with Edison, with many other elected officials across Southern California, trying to figure out how we could do things better, letting us know what's going on and how they make those decisions. And I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot more about that in the coming days. And finally, we did have to cancel King Tides. This is kind of ironic. We were going to do a presentation on Monday, King Tides, and the severity of what's happening, what our future is looking like in regards to climate change. And because of climate change and the severity of fires and the winds, we couldn't have that press release. And let's see, this is the most important, is that one of the things that I saw during campaigning is one, I absolutely love seeing people across our city. So the more often we can make those casual opportunities to share ideas and share information, I like to do that. So on January 25th at McConnell's Ice Cream, from 12 to 2, our mayor and myself will be there to do a meet and greet for anybody who wants to show up and share a scoop of ice cream. So I look forward to you being there, if you can make it, and bringing your ideas and your questions with you, or any information you think we need to know. So again, thank you for all being here tonight, and I look forward to a great year.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos.
So at this first meeting of 2025, I want to acknowledge and remind everyone that we're living, working, and enjoying our lives on unceded Chumash land. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Chumash people for their care and stewardship of our coastal Ventura County for thousands of years. I also would encourage everybody in the city to download the Ventura Connects app on your phones. I get a lot of email still requesting repairs of potholes or sidewalks or talking about trees and graffiti to me. I always have to pass them on, and then it may take a couple of days to reach the right person. The Ventura Connects app on your phone allows you to take a photograph of the problem, send it directly to the city, and it is immediately, automatically assigned to the department or person in charge of that. So when you get an opportunity, please download the app. Next slide. District 1 wants everybody to know that a lot of the shops and restaurants along Main Street, that from Chestnut to Figueroa, have some beautiful artworks on display. There's a couple of art galleries there. An example is the Bellringer Brew Company's walls are covered right now with the work of artist Ellen French, who spent part of her life here in Ventura. Green features works of Audrey Abbey and Cherie Garwood. There's many, many, and it's a good opportunity when you're strolling Main Street to see some of the art that emerged out of our art city type community. So I encourage you to stop by while those are available to view. I think they change out at the end of January. And next slide, please. Oh, I want to congratulate the city of San Luis Obispo for earning 2 platinum level Beacon Spotlight Awards from the state this year for statewide leadership in environmental sustainability. One of their awards is for reducing their municipal operations that depend on natural gas. They reduced that usage by 28% between 2019 and 2022. Their other award is for comprehensive leadership actions taken across a wide range of topics, including energy efficiency and conservation, water, wastewater, waste reduction and recycling, green buildings, renewable energy, efficient transportation, land use and community design, and also supporting community and individuals' actions, among others. And I hope the city of Ventura will accept the challenge from San Luis Obispo and step up in these ways. There's no slide, but Saturday the 18th is the Women's March, starting at 10:30 in Ventura, and starting at 9 a.m. in Kellogg Park is the really free market. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McReynolds.
I just want to welcome everybody back. Happy 2025. The East Ventura Community Council will be meeting this Thursday, January 16th, and this is an in-person meeting. So this is the first time they're going back to in-person from 7 to 9 p.m. at Temple Beth Torah, located at 6730 Foothill Road, Ventura, California. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I just wanted to share 3 quick things. Number one, the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee is going to be meeting this Wednesday at 3 p.m., and the staff is going to give a presentation on the programs that are in the housing element that we're going to discuss and review. So that'll be this Wednesday in the community room. Also Wednesday night at 5:30 p.m. at the Poinsettia Pavilion, the Ventura Chamber of Commerce is having their annual meeting, and so you'll see say goodbye to the board chair and say hello to the new board chair, and they'll be honoring some people that have longtime memberships and things like that, and it's a wonderful event. And lastly, I wanted to share that since 1985, Tender Life Maternity Home has been in the city of Ventura helping pregnant, homeless women and their babies. And I'm proud to say and excited for Tender Life that they're expanding to Fillmore, and there's going to be a ribbon cutting this Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. at 237 Fillmore Street in Fillmore as they expand Tender Life Maternity Home. KO Tacos is going to be there to provide food, and there's going to be a brief presentation at 3 p.m. And so since 2017, since a group here has been involved, there's been 50 babies born since 2015, and 50 mothers that have been taught or are being taught how to become the mothers they were created to be. So it's a huge success, and we're very excited for Tender Life. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy New Year, everybody. I just wanted to first, last night, I went to sleep and the auto fire was about 4 miles from my house. And so it brought a lot of anxiety, and I woke up this morning and to find out that it was 100% contained. And I really just want to thank our firefighters, the emergency services, all the frontline staff that really just did everything that they could to make sure that we're all safe here in Ventura. And so I just want to appreciate you in helping and protecting so many of the lives here. Two, there is the Ventura County Continuum of Care Alliance is having a point-in-time count. They need volunteers. So if you are available, January 26, 2025, that they're starting at sunrise, please let me know, send me an email, and I will send this flyer over to you. We do need volunteers to help us with making sure that we end homelessness in Ventura County. And lastly, myself and Councilmember Mangoni, we did our onboarding last week, and I just really want to appreciate the staff, the city manager, the clerk, everyone that took the time to really help us understand all the programs and services that we offer in the city. And I am so proud, honestly, of just seeing all the caliber of experience that we have here, as well as the passion. The level of passion that we have with our staff is just absolutely amazing. I am repeatedly impressed over and over again for every department that we met with. So thank you for all your contributions in making this city great.
Thank you, Councilmember Schumacher. Councilmember Mangone?
Yeah, I'd like to just first off kind of echo Councilmember Schumacher's comments. The onboarding, it was an experience that I wish some of our colleagues didn't get to experience, and I wish they could have. During their first week here, it was a great experience. We spent we kind of ran the clock up with every department. We went late, and we could have spent several hours more with each. It was a great experience. I'd like to also commend our community here in Ventura the last week or two in light of these fires. I've seen an overwhelming support from our community, trying to support our neighbors to the south in Los Angeles. It's been unbelievable. I know of several kind of donation collection events that stopped taking clothes and the kind of household goods because they were just overloaded. So that's that's awesome to see. And tomorrow, Thursday the 16th at 7 p.m., Pierpont Bay Community Council meeting at the Ventura County Credit Union. That's the beautiful big white building on Alessandro Drive. If you've never been there, it's an awesome spot. It's kind of a secret hidden little spot in Ventura up on the bluff. I'll be there giving a council update and look forward to it.
Great, thank you. I just have a quick report back. I attended the first beginners juried competition on Saturday for artists over at Buenaventura Art Association. And so just want to thank the Art Association for inviting me to attend. We were able to present the winners with certificates from the city, and they were very happy and proud to receive them. And so just once again, congratulations to the participants who, for being beginners, very impressive with their art talent. And as well as wanted to echo what my council member colleagues have already said regarding our fire department and our first responders. I know city manager will have a fuller report on that, but thank you for all the hours and dedication that you have put into our community to keep us safe and to continue just being on watch. We really appreciate you and really are our heroes. So thank you so much for that. City manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a note for members of the public, City Hall and facilities will be closed on Monday, January 20th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Emergency personnel and critical infrastructure staff will continue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week service. The Ventura Council for Seniors is hosting a free workshop on Tuesday, January 21st from 4 to 5 p.m. at the Ventura Avenue Adult Center. And the workshop will be on emergency preparedness for seniors ages 50 plus. Our emergency services manager, Mr. Mac Douglas, will be presenting information on personalized emergency plans, essential supplies, checklists, and much more. Details can be found on the city's website, cityofventura.ac.gov/VCS. As Councilmember Schumacher mentioned, the point-in-time count is coming upon us. If you're interested in volunteering, there is a URL listed on the slide displayed in the chambers. Interested volunteers can register online at that site. We have a special meeting of the City Council on January 21st, and the next regularly scheduled meeting will be on January 28th. And unfortunately, I have to share the news that the National Weather Service has issued yet another red flag warning, which is valid through tomorrow, Wednesday, January 15th. There's expected gusts of up to 40 miles per hour affecting the mountain areas. Public safety power shutoffs have been activated in some areas, widely activated, unfortunately, in our city, impacting many services. And we encourage the public to report any downed trees, large branches to our Parks Department and to call 911 for any downed power lines. Also a reminder to sign up for VC Alert at vcalert.org and to stay ready. And I would like to, in light of the current challenges we've been facing in the Southern California region and in Ventura here, to invite our fire chief, Chief Andaya, and Commander Caliento and Assistant Chief Murray up to give a little bit of an update as to what's been going on and what our preparedness profile looks like in the community.
Thank you. As has been discussed already, I think our community has seen this past week, a lot has gone on just south of us. Lives have been lost, lives have been changed forever, and properties are gone that were there just days ago. It's very reminiscent of what we unfortunately lived through several years ago. What I do like that we are discussing and promoting is what we saw here in Ventura on December 5th, 2017. And that was in my 30 years serving this city, that was the most unified day I've ever seen this community become. Didn't matter who you were, where you sat, what your opinion was. We were all here for each other, and I would give anything for us to live like that every day, like it was December 5th, 2017. So with that as your fire chief, that's my ask for 2025. It's an easy one, so let's get it done. With that, the fires, you know, what a lot of people have questions about is what are we doing here? Because we all do help each other. We have a very robust mutual aid system in the county and in the state. So very briefly, over the last week, we've had 2 incidents, both in the Santa Clara River bottom here. One was the Olivas fire, stopped out at only about 30 acres, but we did lose a life. We had a fatality. We had an unhoused individual who did not escape the flames based on the rate of spread and how fast it was, and we lost a life in the river bottom during the Olivas fire. And as we know, the auto fire was burning very strong last night in very high winds. I was in communication with both city management, our city leadership, sending videos to make it clear just how windy it was and how large the fire was. At one point, we even had helicopters peeling off of the Palisades fire to come here to drop water on our fire to make sure that our community was okay. We do still have one engine. Ventura City has one engine that's been on the Palisades fire since day one, since hours after it started. And those thousands of firefighters, along with our one engine that's down there, the community needs to know that what we're seeing on the news is bad. What's really happened down there is 1,000 times worse. What those first responders, the firefighters, the police officers, and the sheriff's deputies witnessed time after time after time as they've gone through those neighborhoods after they've been decimated, the cars that were trapped on the roads. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers, and when they come back, they're going to need a serious check of their mental health and their capacity to process what they've seen for 2 weeks straight every single day. And have to go back to being normal parents, spouses, coworkers, and friends, having housed all of what they've taken in. So I do ask on behalf of all the law enforcement and firefighters that are down there, we just keep them in our thoughts that this is not easy for them, not only physically but mentally. To do this for 30 years is a big ask. And so it's an honor to lead both the firefighters and to be a part of a public safety team with law enforcement. The last thing I'd like to do is reassure our community. The fire chiefs of Ventura County and Oxnard City and I we've pledged to take care of our communities. So even though we've sent engines down there and we do participate to protect life and property in other regions, my primary mission is to protect Ventura. So we have had additional requests for help we've had to turn down. And the reason we've turned it down is not because we don't participate, but because I have a commitment to making sure that I have ready, prepared, and not too fatigued firefighters to protect the Ventura. And mind you, our firefighters were up all night last night through the night and barely came off shift this morning trying to get some rest before they went out on their next call. And we want them rested, we want them healthy, but in order to do that, we can't just keep sending resources out of the city. So at any given point right now, our fire stations are filled with Ventura City firefighters around the clock, and when something big hits, we do send help out, and your firefighters step up and they come in to make sure that this community is protected as well. And even though it's a difficult decision, when we do get asked, but we are unable to provide that extra help, we do have the ability, and we do say no, only to make sure we protect our communities here at home. So with that, that's my update. I'm going to hand it off to Commander Ted Caliento to talk a little bit more about PD's role during these emergencies. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'd like to echo the sentiment from Chief Ndaya. We all do remember the Thomas Fire, and we do spend a lot of time making sure that our city is safe and our community is safe. One of the things we do with the police department is we proactively patrol the areas that are most affected and could be most affected by fire. We have the Patrol Task Force, which specializes in quality of life issues. We also have our patrol officers. We will go down to the areas in the barrancas and into the river bottom and making sure that we are removing those that need to be removed, passing on information, and ensuring that those areas stay as safe as that we can. And we also will respond to calls for service. If we do see anything that looks like it could be a fire, we do get our colleagues involved with the fire department, and we work hand in hand with them at all times. So again, we're here to protect the community and make sure that we all stay safe. We appreciate all the support we get from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this part of the agenda, we're moving on to public communications. And just as a reminder, we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to feel comfortable to say public comment. And so I would encourage our audience who are here tonight to please use the hand gesture when you are in agreement of a speaker. Want to make sure everyone feels that they can feel comfortable to share. Public communications is part of the meeting where members of the public can address the City Council on any city business that is not listed on the agenda for tonight. City Council cannot discuss, deliberate, or vote on items raised during public communications. And so if you would like to speak during public comment, please submit your speaker card now. All cards should be submitted at this time to determine the number of speakers that we'll be having. The initial public communication period is limited to 20 speakers with priority given to in-person speakers. The speaking time is determined by the number of speakers. So for example, 3 minutes per speaker if there are 10 or less speakers. Then we move to 2 minutes per speakers if there are more than 10 speakers. And after confirming with the city clerk, we will open the floor to public comment. And so at this point, the city clerk will call speakers to ensure everyone has a chance to address the council. And Mr. City Clerk, how many speaker cards do we have submitted at this point?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 10 speaker cards submitted for this general public comment period. Speakers will have 3 minutes.
Okay. So
Our
we'll go
first
ahead.
speaker this evening is Fields, followed by John Sanders Jones and Casey Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Fellow citizens, sometimes people become self-serving. and they keep traveling to Croatia back and forth on vacations here, more drinks with the oil industry, more drinks with the compressor company. That is not an example to see the reality that climate catastrophe is at our gates. We've seen scientists that have been arrested just for voicing and telling us of the danger we're facing. And they try to say the weather and all those fantasies that they denied in the social media and the newspapers need to stop. And they try to forewarn us that the weather is going to get worse and worse, and more fires, climate fires, and sea rise, etc., is coming. Water scarcity is a reality. Food scarcity is a reality. Now, the fact is this, that what are we going to do about it? Look at your children and your grandchildren and tell them, you know, when we had a chance to fix the climate and stay away from fossil fuel and drinking with the oil executives, celebrating with them, instead of using solar, wind, and electrification. And we leave them no future, we leave them a disaster. And are they going to be blessing us or cursing us? On January 20th, please come to Maine and California. We want to talk about the climate, the legacies of Jimmy Carter, Martin Luther King, John Kennedy. There are people in the military that sadly say nuclear exchange. Well, guess what? We are going to annihilate, destroy our own selves. No one will survive. We don't have the monopoly of weapons. So it's time to think about the climate. It's time to act. It's time to let go oil and gas and start using heat pumps, etc.
Thank you.
I count on you.
Thank you.
January 20.
Our next speaker is John Sanders Jones, followed by Casey Rodriguez and Zachary Kitt.
Good evening, everyone. I'm grateful for the 3 minutes. Usually it's 2, and I have to speak like the guy in the old FedEx commercial. Some short commentary on those unhoused in our nation, highlighting 2 online items I came across recently. The first, a column appearing in the New York Times entitled, "The Growth in Homelessness is an American Moral Failure," authored by Maher Ahmed. She opens with, "Homeless in America has risen to record levels, according to a new report released by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's a worrying sign that the fragile social safety net that was erected during the pandemic has lapsed, and the country's most vulnerable are the worse off for it." She closes with, "Rather than look upon people experiencing homelessness as outsiders, as a problem to be swept away, American leaders and the American people must see them for who they are, a part of us." So let's start with that, seeing our unhoused as part of us. A second item appearing in Columbia magazine is authored by David J. Craig, entitled "How to End Homelessness," and subtitled, "Roseanne Haggerty wants us to take a closer look at one of the most complex, entrenched, and seemingly intractable social problems." He writes, "We tend to view homelessness as this overwhelming, complex, intractable social problem that we just have to deal with," says Haggerty, a past recipient of the MacArthur Foundation grants. But that's just not true. And the notion that combating homelessness is futile is a big part of the challenge we are confronting now. He continues, "Here's another challenge, counteracting the myth that the homeless people have opted out of society or are otherwise uninterested or incapable of living in a home. The vast majority of people experiencing homeless, especially including those who have been on the streets for long periods of time, desperately want homes," says Haggerty. "The problem is that the systems that are supposed to be helping them are failing." As neither 120 or 180 seconds will allow for communicating the full context of the article in Columbia Magazine, a key theme would be this. Rather than continuing to attempt to manage the situation, let's shift the focus to solving the situation. So tonight, I will encourage us to start with seeing our in-house as part of us, and then reimagining how we address this concern by working to solve rather than manage the situation. The Columbia Magazine has some excellent suggestions, and the same person covered in that article has a number of TED Talks, including one, A New Vision for Ending Homelessness. I would encourage you to look at those because she has decades of background and experience across the country working on this concern. Thank you.
Casey Rodriguez, followed by Zachary Kitt and Christy Berlioz.
Shout out to Ventura Tide Pod. Another past guest debuts on the city dais, Mr. Shocker Brother. That's 2 for 2. Making Ventura Tide Pod a local success. Committed to reaching educated local viewers and getting them motivated to be city trailblazers. Out of respect to them, I'm wearing this shirt to let them know I'm inside thinking of them and down to do the work to keep Ventura the city we all love. Huge congrats to Asshole Rabbit, the winning artist of this recent shirt contest, as well as becoming a new mom today. Many blessings follow you and your baby every day. We must take our recent blaze, the auto fire, as motivation to become better land stewards, collaborate meaningfully with our local environmental groups to learn how to battle climate change and support local Chumash people into higher leadership positions. Where we can, return to traditional land carrying techniques, which have successfully worked for over 19,000 years. Us original caretakers must return back to our land. Also, we must learn how to better serve Ventura's disabled community when it comes to disaster planning. With very little city representation at last year's first Camp Ventura County Disability Summit, which I attended with Councilwoman Campos, here's some advice. Don't expect one emergency disaster plan to work for all. You must personally engage with them, ask them. Start by respectful communication with Councilmember Campos, who at the time of being evacuated due to the Thomas fire was denied space at the fairgrounds. Closed captioning and ASL interpretations at all city meetings and recordings must be top priority. Lastly, since it's known the city has given portions of land away for free to finalize certain projects, it's time to have a local land back project for us local, well-documented Chumash people, perhaps starting with Hutash Park. Lastly, I want to say sincerely thank you to all the incarcerated firefighters that are also serving and helping our communities. Thank you.
Zachary Kitt, followed by Christy Berlioz and Wayne Wright. And Zachary, we'll put your PowerPoint up as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, City Council members, Mayor, new members, staff. Thank you for your time. I wanted to talk to you tonight about slow streets. Next slide, please. Slow streets was an amendment to the vehicular code passed in 2021, intended to make COVID-era street closures like Main Street moves permanent. Next slide, please. So here are some other cities using slow streets. Next slide, please. Because it's really easy to implement. In fact, the city laid the groundwork for this in March of last year. Next slide, please. So what happened? Looking at the records, as far as I could tell, the then city attorney intended to recommend slow streets to the MSM subcommittee. That was postponed, and then there were some staffing changes, and then by May of that year, nobody was talking about slow streets anymore, and instead you were looking at the pedestrian mall law and a separate part of the vehicular code. So next slide, please. I don't want you all to forget slow streets because I think it offers some clear advantages. For example, the timeline would be up to the city council and the city, so you wouldn't have any legally mandated waiting periods or deadlines that you have with the pedestrian mall law. It's also very flexible. We've seen other cities use slow streets to close streets to through traffic and to have designated delivery hours. At the same time, you can still pursue the pedestrian mall law, but what's great is that you can slow streets can essentially be a stopgap or a way of maintaining or protecting Main Street moves while dealing with potential adverse legal rulings or delays that you'd have with the pedestrian mall law or other approaches. And then lastly, you know, we've heard from mostly out-of-city developers that residents don't matter, businesses don't matter, that only they matter, and you don't have the votes. Well, whether or not that's the case, this changes that calculus because it means that the decision is firmly within your own hands. And you know, that also means that you know you can consider other stakeholders in this decision. So next slide, please. I wanted to leave you with a quote from the judge who knows best about Main Street moves, the arguments against it, and the vehicular code, who said that the city could, within the statute, close to all vehicular traffic for its entire length. I mean, they have that authority if that's what they had done. So I'm asking you all to do that with slow streets or to at least speak to the city about it. I really appreciate your time tonight because we love Main Street moves. Thank you.
Christy Berlioz, followed by Wayne Wright and Amy Wilkinson.
Hi, I'm a resident here in Ventura. I live on the west end on Main Street. I really hope Main Street stays closed to vehicle traffic. Since it has been closed, I feel like it's much safer and it feels nicer to get out and walk on Main Street. Before the pandemic, we had so much street noise from cars, buses, and motorcycles. I love Main Street being closed, especially on the weekends, with the street entertainment and the farmers market. Thank you for your time.
Wayne Wright, Amy Wilkinson, James Lawfrey.
Hi, my name's Wayne Wright, and we've been in Ventura since 2012. We moved here from Santa Clarita, and tragically our home burned during the Thomas Fire in 2017. So we decided not to rebuild, so instead we moved downtown. We love downtown here, it's great. We moved downtown in 2019. And when the city closed the street, it was just kind of opened up a whole new world. It was great, you know, we loved it. And I hope the city will keep the streets closed. It reminds me of cities in Europe now, that most of the cities in Europe at least have one square where there is no traffic. And a lot of, even San Jose, Costa Rica has a traffic square where there is no traffic. And it's a great, sometimes I don't start my car for 3 weeks, you know. I walk everywhere, and I think it really, from the city's perspective, from an economic perspective, it draws a lot of people from out of town, which is great. You know, that's why we have all these wonderful restaurants. Otherwise, we would not, you know, if people didn't support it. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, I am kind of segueing now, but I think that we're in danger of losing the local Bonds grocery store. We have homeless people outside the store that are openly doing drugs and dealing drugs a half a block from the police station, which is, shows a great deal of disrespect for authority. And I noticed at Bonds that almost all their aisles have locked cabinets now. So that's another thing. If we could clean up that would be great. And I know it's not that easy to do, but consider that. Because if we lose our Bond, we kind of lose our anchor for downtown for food. Thank you very much.
Amy Wilkinson, James Lawfrey, Lisa Gassaway.
Hello, thank you for your time. I completely agree about the downtown Vons. I don't know if any of you know that it's been nicknamed like Scary Vons. And as a mom with 3 young children, that is my home grocery store. And it is a little frightening more often than not. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about Main Street moves because I know you have a really important decision to make at the end of the month, and there's no perfect solution for it, but I'm here representing my family of 5, which includes 3 young children. I have an elementary age daughter and 2 toddlers, and we love coming to downtown Ventura And we can spend all day downtown, up and down Main Street. We love all the patios that the restaurants offer and the live music that's been able to expand outdoors. And I have found myself becoming friendly with many more business owners that I probably wouldn't have strolled into if it weren't for that walkability. And I love the Main Street stage and the heart and the Christmas tree, all the things. Like, it's just so fun for our family. And when people come to visit, it's the first thing we want to do with them, and everyone loves it. And like, I want to echo what he said about cities in Europe. It just has a really nice vibe, and we also feel safer. I'm terrified of what will happen to our kiddos when the cars come back, because it's going to rock their world. And it is nice not having that noise pollution from the cars and the engines revving and the exhaust and all of that. So let's see, I have some notes. I also just wanted to give a shout out to the red shirt and blue shirt ambassadors. I think that's been a really successful program, but I would love to see a better presence of police on foot, bicycles, motorcycles, especially during the popular evening hours. I do want to say that I do feel sorry for businesses that are having to close their doors, but we feel that maybe they might be using Main Street moves as a scapegoat for their failing business. And we just really hope that the streets stay closed to cars. I just think it's great for our whole community. So that's that. Quickly, just because I have this opportunity, I want to ask you about the use of story poles in buildings that exceed the height limitations specified in a downtown-specific plan. I notice in Carpinteria there are story poles. Most coastal California towns require it, and for some reason it seems like Ventura does not. I'm just wondering why we can't learn from the communities who have learned from the overdevelopment of their own towns. Story poles would be hugely successful, I think, in helping people see the impact of those buildings that are trying to come downtown. Thank you.
James Lawfrey, Lisa Gassaway, and John Ritchie.
Madam Mayor and members of the council and city staff, thank you very much for this opportunity. I just wanted to preface that I wanted to address, it's not the vacancy on the agenda, but it is about the sign, and it was the process that brought the sign, the Ventura Auto Center sign, to fruition. And more importantly, the fact that—
Mayor, point of order, I think this pertains to a matter on the council's agenda. Yeah.
Well, actually, I was going to speak to you about the process that was led up to it and the several shortcomings.
Yeah, unfortunately, because it's on the agenda, you'd have to wait for that item to come up in order to do that public comment.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, well, James was going to present the first half of the story, and I'm here to present the other half of the story. So what we're talking about is an investigation into the process of minor changes
So if
in the city.
If it has to do with that agenda item, you'd have to wait until
It doesn't have to do with transferring the land. We went through this the last time in November, and they allowed us to speak at the beginning because I don't think everything about the sign would be off limits.
Mayor, I think this would be something the council would consider as it considers the resolution on that agenda item. So I think the comment could be had, but on that agenda item.
Okay, so so we'll talk about it then?
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
when it comes up.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name's John Ritchie. I'm here to speak on the same issue. However, the issue on agenda item number 12 is about the land release. We are trying to discuss something completely irrelevant to that.
So I still think it relates to the same. Thank you. Any other public comments that are not on the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have Trevor Gottsman. Trevor, we're going to go ahead and bring you over now.
Thank you.
Okay, Trevor, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor,
City Council, City staff, community members. I hope you're hearing me. I thank the library for allowing this, giving me this opportunity to have a hotspot and getting online. I'm asking you to please consider the lowest common denominator. I'm speaking for those that are incapable and who need a voice, who need to be recognized and acknowledged. And a couple of people spoke about it earlier on about the homeless situation and what have you. But I really want us to try and, like Chief Ndaya says, these are people. We've got firefighters out there on the fire lines. We've got everybody committing 100% of what they committed to doing what they believe in. And this is our community. Each of us is unique. Every one of us has our own lives we need to be responsible for. But we're all here in it together, and we all stem from the same source. We all have that same origin. And it's a matter of balance. It's a matter of recognizing each of these. And I make a point of pushing the boundaries just so that hopefully somehow it gets through, and it gets through. And I wanted to just mention, because I'm not sitting in City Hall, because I've got an animal here who really feels left out of everything. And because he's a canine, he's confined and conformed into a restricted environment, and we don't have enough open space. We don't have enough places where people can exude and be off leash. And that's part of what I'm all about, is to give us each that opportunity to share and get out what needs to be got out, but at the same time, keep that integrity, keep the connection, keep it strong, this fabric, this community that we live in, keep it resilient. Know that there are these odd creatures all around us. They also survive. They also have lives that they need to fulfill. And each of us has this role. We each have our own destiny. We each have a path, and we can each help each other find and follow that path without conforming each other into what we believe is the ideal, the single. And this is the challenge I feel we're all going through. And these are the times, Chief Ndaya can attest to this, and all those on the front line can attest to exactly what needs to be done. We each need to care for each other as best as we're able, and accept the differences without prejudice as best as we're able. And the only way that happens ultimately is through the tough work, showing up, facing everything. So I thank you for allowing this and for continuing to do this hard work. But let's just keep it honest, keep it clear. Let us just keep working together for the right reasons, so that we all have a zero balance. We're all at finding our role and fulfilling our destinies. Thank you. Have a good evening.
And our final speaker is Glenn Overly. And Glenn, you'll have 3 minutes.
Michael squeezed me in here because of the disqualifications. Thank you, Michael. I hope you received the 17-page letter that I sent. Former City Attorney Greg Diaz provided Brown Act training to the council members that attended the conference in Washington, D.C. back in 2022. Here are some key aspects of that training. The policy behind the Brown Act. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instrument they have created, referring to council. I want to make clear that I do not give council the right to decide what information they will share with me. That includes the private meetings in Washington, D.C. when they violated the Brown Act. City Attorney Diaz also clearly identified the meaning of a meeting under the Brown Act. Any congregation of a majority to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. I am not certain how 5 members of council simultaneously did not understand what they were doing in DC. I want to share the number of private meetings that I am aware of, even though there may be more. There was a meeting with John Waite, Senior Counsel for Senator Feinstein, Angelina Ebner, Policy Advisor for Alex Padilla, Representative Julie Brownlee and Sharon Wagner, Legislative Director, Representative Salud Carbajal and Joanne Montag, Legislative Director, Matthew Marcier, Assistant Commissioner, Bob Wolf, Budget and Policy Director, Nathan Watson, Liaison, Dadina Williams, Liaison, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. These are a few meetings I discovered. You will notice that the meeting with Pete Buttigieg was canceled. These meetings were also set by the lobbyists, most of them before council landed in D.C. I'm not certain how many of these meetings were attended by council. I'm not certain that decisions weren't made by council based upon the content of the thank you letters that were attached to the public letter sent by the city. I'm curious how many council members are aware of these multiple council meetings in D.C., and I wonder if you gave up your right to have knowledge about what was shared or promised in D.C. I feel like the Vegas model is applicable here. You know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Now 2 members of council are trying to tell the rest of council and citizens who elected them what happens in Washington, D.C. stays in Washington, D.C. That does not align with the purpose of the Brown Act. Let's have complete transparency like our mayor promised. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk, and thank you everyone for coming here tonight and sharing your thoughts. At this point, Mr. City Manager, any comments or follow-up related to public comment?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the consent items on our agenda. Tonight we have 11 consent items for consideration, and want to make sure council is reminded that we don't need to pull any items if you have questions or just need updates. But at this point, are there any items to be considered separately? Questions or comments from council? No? All right. Seeing none, I'll need a motion to approve consent items.
Move to approve consent.
Second.
Calendar.
Thank you. We have a,
Excuse me.
sure,
Sorry, I apologize.
that's okay.
First meeting. I did not for removal for a vote separately, but I did want an update on consent item, maybe on, sorry, consent item 1.
Okay.
Just a quick update from the city manager or city attorney's office,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
So we'll go to item 1 for a quick update.
Sure. Mayor, this is, and Councilmember Manganay, this is an extension of, a 60-day extension of the local emergency for the September 2024 incident on Monmouth Way at Sinclair Gas Station. Since the last time we came to council to update on things, Sinclair has completed certain actions and repairs, and so they can now, and are now selling gasoline again. They're also doing some sampling at their site. The Regional Water Quality Control Board has set a deadline for the end of the month for Sinclair to submit an investigation report on soil vapor, and groundwater. And city staff continues to look at the city's water, sewer, and storm drain systems. And then the sewer bypass is still going. So Monmouth Way is closed to through traffic. And so that's why, because of the sewer bypass, that's why staff is requesting the council continue the local emergency another 60 days. The city's website at the emergency alert page generally has had updates on the gasoline leak. Right now, the emergency alert page has some information about the red flag warning and high wind events, but that information will probably be replaced by the gasoline incident later on this week. And when the red flag warning is lifted. And then finally, city staff has been giving updates periodically to Pierpont Community Council, and staff has reached out to Pierpont Community Council to share some updates at an upcoming meeting.
Great, thank you for that. Hearing and seeing no other questions from council, we do have a motion and a second. Can we go ahead and vote for that, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have several speakers on consent items as well. We have 3 speakers. Our first is Fields.
Thank you.
Followed by Casey Rodriguez. And speakers will have 3 minutes.
Yeah, it works.
Please understand that for almost 20 years, I've been asking disabled accommodation. I still haven't received. And here I'm sitting without the documents that are public documents. When I asked cards, free speech cards, I was threatened by the clerk to remove me from City Hall for my requesting free speech. That is the extreme we are reaching. And the city manager, thank you, nothing gets done. Our city attorney, thank you, nothing gets done. So I wonder in what planet they live. My concern is the meaning of public information. If we're not given access to it, how are we going to participate? How are we going to protect our water that is getting residual PFOs, and we can die of cancer? There are over 20 million people that are dying of cancer because of water, recycling water, exactly the projects they are bringing to us that is endangering their lives. Our lives will be in danger. This is the part that, please understand, above these little protocols and charters, there is the mother of the laws, the Constitution. They have to submit to the Constitution. They have to live by the Constitution. Everyone has to submit to the rule of law. And if our lawyers of the city are not doing it and they continue to ignore it, where are we heading? Where are we being herded? Please understand that until the time they remove all these threats to public participation, to free speech, to equal timing of public participation, the panelists have unlimited time. Mr. Harter has unlimited time, but the rest of us will cut our time 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Where are they herding us? So it's time to say enough is enough.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Casey Rodriguez.
I believe Councilwoman Campos and Councilmember Schumacher should be the council representatives on the Housing Subcommittee. Councilmember Campos, as most of us know, has been unhoused for some time. She knows firsthand the current issues many unhoused people face. Councilmember Schumacher also should be a member of this committee who firsthand knows what it's like to be unhoused. Many may not know that at a young age, he was also without a home. Clearly, it's a testament to his strength that he has been resilient in life to triumph over those negative times and succeed with a high-end career, as well as become a Ventura council member. It is obvious that Councilmember Schumacher can use his passion, knowledge, and determination to create huge success on Ventura's Housing Subcommittee. Also, the support he can give to those who are currently unhoused and their children is priceless. It is crucial we provide real-life positive testimonials to those who are currently or will be currently unhoused, and especially for their kids. Give them genuine representatives who not only care but have overcome the challenge. What we don't need is a representative who has lacked for years to create a strong tenant protection in Ventura, who in 2022 should have followed the guidance of Ventura's first Latina mayor, Mayor Sofia Rebecava, instead of following another council member. We also do not need a representative who, to many, look like he is creating self-interest conflicts as he is part of homeless organizations. Also, please reach out to our traditional Chumash elder, Julie Tumamite Stensley, when it comes to city business, to the historical committee, especially when it comes to monitoring. It is crucial that we have educated Chumash monitors on site who know what they're looking for, who can easily glance and see artifacts that many monitors throughout this country do not have the lack of knowledge. They do not know what they're looking for. Many times, these so-called monitors that bypass projects are wrong. We who know our culture go to these same sites, and it's very easily to see artifacts. With the amount of pouring of concrete you want to do on our unceded land, please respect us enough to get the remaining pieces of our ancestors. I don't think that is much to ask. So once again, please, I'm begging you to respect the first people of this land and reach Julie for her decades of knowledge. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent items.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. If we can call a vote to approve the consent items. And once adopted, I'd like to invite, if we have them here, the newly reappointed planning commissioners, Scott McCarty, Mark Abbey, and David Comden, to receive their certificate of appointment. Can you call a vote, please?
Yes, we do have a motion and a second on the consent items. Go ahead and enter your vote now, please. And just a reminder to lock in your vote. Still waiting for a few more to be entered. All votes have now been entered, 7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have the reappointed commissioners?
Yeah, let's go ahead and have the appointing council members come down as well, and let's give them a round of applause, and we'll take a picture up front. So Councilmember Schumacher, Mangoni, and Councilmember Deputy Mayor Halter, if you guys want to come down. And gentlemen, once you three are done here, we'll have you step up on your oath. Okay. All right.
Thanks again for serving. Yes. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for serving.
Hello. Hello.
Congratulations. Thanks.
All right. And I'll have you all kind of squeeze a little bit closer together, and everyone look over here at me. Perfect. All right, one more. All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and give them another round of applause.
Thank you for that, and thank you again for serving and volunteering to be on our commissions. Now we will move on to the public hearing items on our agenda, and there is a bit of reshuffling on this agenda, section of the agenda. We're going to go ahead and hear items number 9, 11, and 12, and then item number 10, so that we can move on quicker on the agenda. Thank you. So I will go ahead now and start with item number 9, the public hearing and adoption of new user and regulatory fees and rates for eligible instant permits in the comprehensive user and regulatory fee schedule. We have the item. And City Clerk, do we have all the noticing requirements?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Great. So now I will formally open the public hearing for this item, and I'll have staff do their report and presentation for council. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Tim Fisk, Chief Building Official. Tonight, I'm joined with Greg Morley, Chief Financial Officer, and Jonathan Wood, Permit Services and Enforcement Manager. This item is regarding user fees for digital processing of eligible instant building permits. User and regulatory fees are set by City Council through the Master Fee Schedule, which compiles all fees for city services. The current Master Fee Schedule was adopted on April 9th, 2024, and became effective July 1st, 2024. The City Council may adopt a resolution to amend Master Fee Schedule whenever there is a new fee that needs to be added outside the annual adoption, such as the digital processing fee. The instant permit process currently applies to 9 permit types, which have been issued using this method since January 2023. During this period, Permit Services has issued 2,225 instant permits. Recently, City Council directed staff to expand the number of permits eligible for this process through a policy consideration. As a result, an additional 4 permit types will soon qualify for the instant permit process. Expanding the amount of permit types will make for easier work for contractors and homeowners to pull instant permits for some of the most common projects. The current instant permit process allows you to apply and receive a permit 24/7. Upon submitting an application and completing payment, the permit is instantly issued. However, there are limitations to ensure compliance, such as verifying if the scope of work is eligible, determining historical significance, such as properties older than 40 years, and confirming an active city business license and state contractor's license. Staff dedicate significant time to reviewing this information. Unfortunately, applications often need to be canceled, fees refunded, and customers are left frustrated when their permits fail to meet the required criteria. The proposed instant permit process will be managed through Symbian, which currently processes our instant solar applications via the city's permitting platform, Energov. Similar to the existing process, applications can be submitted and permits issued 24/7. The application will be reviewed to ensure the scope of work is eligible, historical significance is assessed, and a current city business license and state contractor's license are verified prior to issuance. Once all criteria are met, an invoice will be provided. The permit will be issued upon payment. If the applicant does not meet the requirements, such as a work falling outside of the allowed scope or an inactive license, the applicant will receive guidance to address the issue. This streamlined process will reduce staff time dedicated to permit review, improving overall service delivery. We anticipate this will reduce customer frustration dealing with refunds for permits that don't qualify and having to reapply with the current process, as well as make contractors more competitive in their bidding process, knowing they can obtain the permit quickly to get work started for their customers. As part of this process, applicants will pay a $25 digital processing fee collected at the time of invoicing. For eligible instant permits, the digital processing fee will replace the traditional $15 permit issuance fee, which covers the administrative costs of processing and issuing permits. Staff recommends that Council conduct a public hearing and adopt the proposed user fee resolution for digital processing of eligible instant permits. If Council proceeds with this adoption, this fee would go into effect 60 days after Council action. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, staff. At this point, any of my council colleagues have any questions?
Oh, yeah.
If so, please. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Great, thank you, Ms. Mayor, appreciate it. Main question is, what will it take to get more of the permitting items on the instant permitting system?
We are currently developing we have already, I take that back, we've already developed the new permits in our back-end software. We would engage, if this moves forward, with Symbian to work on their integration on their side, which would be actually the customer-facing side. We're anticipating that will be completed within 60 days if we move forward with this.
Excellent. And will you have to come back to the city council to approve those being added? Or is it the fee itself that automatically goes with the instant permit?
No, the fee would only apply to these types of instant permits that you're seeing before you tonight. That does not preclude us from expanding in the future. We wouldn't need a new item per se to add additional permits. This would just be clarifying that fee that would apply for those Symbian type permits.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos.
So, is there a system in place to train people who may not understand this software?
That's a great. Thank you for that question. We are currently, that would be part of our launch for this, would be developing how-to videos for the public to be able to guide them on creating a Ventura Ops account, and then as well as working with the Symbian. That is planned as part of our launch if we move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions. First one is, so if you can walk me through the process, somebody applies for a permit, let's say their contractor's license or whatever, there's an issue. How long are we talking before they can actually get notified and then a permit gets issued?
So currently there's no stopgap to, the permit will be issued. We audit those permits on a daily basis, and if we determine that maybe a contractor state license is inactive, then we have to call the applicant, let them know that their permit is on a stop work hold until they can update that information with us, and then at that time, then we'll issue their permit.
Beautiful. And kind of a follow-up to Councilmember Campos's question. So let's say they learn how to do it, but maybe they don't have the technology or the skills. How will they be able to get a permit?
Sure. So if there's anybody who either lacks the skills or doesn't have access to a computer during public counter hours, we do have public computers available for people to come in and use, as well as if they need assistance, we have a permit tech that can assist them through that process to be able to help them get their permit.
Well, thank you for providing great customer service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? No. Okay. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments via email?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The supplemental communications have been posted, and we do have one speaker card submitted on item number 9. Our speaker is Fields. I did see Mr. Fields leave the room. Mr. Fields? That concludes our public comment.
Okay, I return to council for any final questions or clarifications. If not, I will close the public hearing. And do we need a motion?
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We'll call for a vote.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the staff recommendation on item number 9. Go ahead and enter your vote now. Waiting for one more vote to be entered. All votes have now been entered. 7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 11, the resolution ordering the vacation abandonment of a public utility easement at 5349 Aurora Drive. We will have staff present. And Mr. City Clerk, have all the noticing requirements for this item been posted?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed as well.
Great, thank you. So now I formally open the public hearing for this item, and I invite staff to present the report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Matt Meckler. I'm a principal engineer with Public Works, and I'm joined by Charlie Ebling, the Director of Public Works, and who is also available for any questions. Tonight, I will present the staff's recommendation regarding the proposed vacation of a portion of a public easement on Aurora Drive. The property owner at 5349 Aurora Drive has requested that the city abandon a public utility easement on their property. A public hearing is required for this proposed abandonment because SoCalGas has facilities within the easement area, and the reservation of an easement for those facilities will be necessary. On November 12th, 2024, the City Council adopted a resolution of intent to initiate the process leading to tonight's hearing. The proposed easement abandonment does not affect any city utilities. There are no active city facilities within the easement. The city's water main within the easement was decommissioned and abandoned several years ago, and the public easement is no longer needed for current or future use. And that takes us to our staff recommendations, that is to adopt a resolution ordering the vacation of a public utility easement at 5349 Aurora Drive. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. Council colleagues, any questions? Going once? Okay. Seeing none and hearing none, I will go ahead and ask our city clerk if we've received any email communications and if we have any public speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. We did not receive any email communications on this item. We do have one speaker on item number 11. Fields is our speaker. Fields will have 3 minutes. Mr. Fields, we're on item number 11, and you're up for public comment. We'll bring you the microphone right now.
Well, he says item 11, and the item 11 hasn't been disclosed to me. Do I have magic powers to see it by telepathy or by mental powers? No, I don't. I'm just an ordinary disabled American. And it takes me time to research, to verify, to bring my facts straight, and that's what for is the ADA law, to provide at least 48 hours in advance so I can come with my research and ask relevant questions to the council and to the panelists. That has been denied to me. Am I supposed to guess? If 11 is about easement or a passage, well, if my guess would be relevant and right, then I would say, as a council, city council, you have a responsibility. Don't blindly rubber stamp. Make sure that those veiled interests of former city council members that live there or have had Brown law violations, meeting with people and building there, giving more rights to those privileged ones than to the rest of the people, then it's unconstitutional. You cannot discriminate and treat people in a different way. Every one of us have the same legal right, the same due process, the same right to be granted what we request. If it's for a privileged club, I have my doubts. And believe me, you may sit there as a councilman, but 4 years from now, if you haven't done your job of enacting good laws protecting the public, etc., you will be out of office.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on item 11.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this point, I bring it back to council for any final questions, clarifications, or comments. Deputy Mayor Halter.
I'll move to approve staff's recommendations.
I have to first close the public hearing. It's okay. So if no questions or comments, I will now go ahead and close the public hearing. And now I believe you can make that motion.
Same motion.
Second.
Thank you. If we can go for a vote now.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the staff recommendation on item number 11. Go ahead and enter your vote now. All votes have now been entered. 7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. Moving on to item number 12, resolution ordering the vacation abandonment of a portion of the public right-of-way of Leland Street between Golf Course Drive and Hofer Drive at 6201 Leland Street. Again, I will go ahead and ask the city clerk if all noticing requirements have been met.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Great. And now I formally open the public hearing for this item and ask staff to please proceed with your report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Matt Meckler, Principal Engineer for Public Works, and I'm accompanied by Charlie Ebling, the Director of Public Works, who is also available for questions. Tonight, I will present the staff's recommendation regarding the proposed abandonment of a portion of a public right-of-way on Leland Street. For some historical context, the site of the proposed right-of-way abandonment is currently occupied by the Ventura Auto Center sign. Originally, easements for roadway right-of-way were established to connect Leland to Auto Center Drive. After the completion of this connection, an excess portion of the right-of-way easement remained unused. The Ventura Auto Center sign was erected on this residual right-of-way. At the time of installation, it was decided that abandoning the excess right-of-way would be more appropriate than granting an encroachment permit for the sign. The freeway sign was included in a 2017 specific plan amendment with subsequent approvals by the Design Review Committee and City Council. The sign has been operational since June 2020. This takes us to tonight's item for the public right-of-way abandonment at 6201 Leland Street. In compliance with Government Code Section 65402, the Planning Commission has reviewed the proposal and confirmed its consistency with the city's general plan. The next step is for the City Council to adopt a resolution to order the vacation, subject to necessary conditions being satisfied. Southern California operates facilities in this area and has formally requested the reservation of an easement. As per California Streets and Highways Code, a resolution of intent was adopted by City Council on November 12th. Tonight, we are here to fulfill the requirement for a public hearing, which is the purpose of the agenda item. Here you can see the location of the freeway sign along Leland Street. The sign is situated beyond the required 53-foot cross-section of the street, which means the public right-of-way in this area exceeds what is necessary for street purposes. This excess right-of-way is the focus of tonight's discussion. Leland Street has a uniform 53-foot cross-section, including 40-foot curb-to-curb width, an 8-foot sidewalk on the south side, and 5-foot area on the north side. The freeway sign's projection extends beyond the standard cross-section, which will emphasize the need to process a license agreement for the encroachment after the abandonment, if the abandonment were to take place. As noted, the freeway sign is located outside the 53-foot cross-section within the excess public right-of-way. The city proposes abandoning this portion of the right-of-way, which is no longer necessary for current or future public use. It's important to highlight that the maintaining the 53-foot width, the uniform cross-section, is essential to comply with the city's general plan, where Leland Street is designated as a collector road. The uniform width is required to support the roadway's collector status and its intended function within the city's transportation network. Now, when this item was presented to City Council in November, public comments raised concerns about the perception that the city has given away land to a private property owner. To provide some historical context and address those concerns, we've added this slide. The city acquired this right-of-way easement through a grant deed recorded in 1982. This was part of the public improvements and road construction associated with the property's development. Historical assessment records confirm that this area was dedicated as an easement for street purposes. The grant deed also shows that the underlying property owner is the Hofer family. And that takes us to our staff recommendations. And the staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution ordering the vacation of the excess public right-of-way along Leland Street as it is no longer needed for public use. This recommendation comes after thorough review and compliance with all legal requirements. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, staff. At this time, I'll bring it back to council for any questions or comments before I take it to public comment. No? Okay, Mr. City Clerk? Oh, Councilmember Mangonay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to double back on what you just said, just for clarification purposes. So the property that the excess right-of-way resides on is and has been private property owned by the Hofer family?
Yes, through the mayor, thank you, Councilmember Mangoni. The underlying property owner is the Hofer family. When it was the roadway improvements were constructed, there was a grant deed where they gave an easement to the city for the purposes of the road. Now, the road where the road's constructed, it's not a perfect straight line. There's a couple curves in there, and as a result, there's an excess vestige of the easement that was never used. But it's just an easement that sits on top of private property.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from my colleagues, I'll go ahead now and ask Mr. Clerk, did we receive any comments via email, and do we have any public speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, communications have been posted in the supplemental packet, and we have 5 speakers on item 12. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Fields, followed by Lisa Gassaway, John Ritchie, James Lofrey, and Casey Rodriguez. Okay. Fields is our first speaker. Go ahead, Fields.
Please put the timer so I can know when my time is over before I begin. My question is, have you observed the collateral damage that it may cause to biodiversity? The lights might harm monarch butterflies, etc., when you decide to adopt and give away as you intend to do. Also, the earthquake that's happening. We live in very frail land. And if you haven't done your homework and tomorrow there are casualties, you are to answer for those casualties. Their responsibility lies not only on the staff, but on the city manager. Why isn't he presenting these issues? He's AWOL. He's not doing his work. Why are we paying close to $250,000 when he's not presenting these matters? If you go anywhere, you will find the city manager is the one that leads, the one that educates the public, the one that makes his case, the one that promotes change. But here, he's sitting as an unelected city councilman, and his conflict of interest is ongoing. So before you vote as councilman, you must think of the geological strengths and weaknesses of this part of land that you're acting on and voting on, because you've seen that how the freeways are caving in. And this that you have shown us, it looks to have that kind of problem. It is you, through your policies, it is you, through your actions, that's gonna leave a legacy that will be repelled by the people, or a legacy that will be loved by the people, depending on the nature of your decisions. If you brought blessings to the city, they will love you. If not, they will throw you from office.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Gasaway. Lisa, you've been seated time. You'll have 6 minutes. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so we want to put on record that we are against the land transfer because we do feel that there's more to be investigated. I do appreciate your research. For the public's knowledge, we asked to see those records at the end of the last meeting in November, and they didn't appear until a week ago. We have had some folks looking over them. You know, it goes back, I mean, for folks who don't know the history, you know, the sign was a bait and switch because there were several presentations to the City Council, the Planning Commission, at our Montalvo Community Council, where they told us the sign was not going to face the community. And through a minor change that Director Peter Gilley felt he had the authority to make, he rotated the sign. The sign rotated 50 degrees. Should not have been considered a minor change. So it didn't go back through environmental impact review or through the public process. He noted that there was no public controversy. Well, there was no controversy because we didn't think that the sign was going to face the residences. We also were told that the sign was going to have louvers or shutters on the sign, and it would black out like an old LED TV. So there would be no impact to the residences. The sign lit up in 2020, and all of the Montalvo residents had to go out and buy blackout curtains. They no longer have a dark sky. They can't see stars at night in their yard. And I believe my colleague is going to show some pictures so you can see the very meeting place where they told us that it was not going to face the residents. It looks like Big Brother staring at that community. So it's had a huge impact on the community. In 2017, so we've done a lot of research, looked through a lot of the city council meeting footage, which is maybe an advantage for you because I don't think anybody sitting in this room was a part of those conversations. So we poured over all those. But in 2017, Councilman Monahan asked the lawyer, Neil McGuire, for the auto center sign, and he said, and I quote, "The tax collector is listening. Will you be purchasing this? Will Hofer be purchasing this property?" And he stumbled a bit, but said, "Yes, as soon as the sign is constructed, we will own the property." Okay? So that didn't happen. About a year and a half ago, we stumbled across that piece of information, that it was built on a public right-of-way and it was never built, it wasn't built on private property. And we alerted the city. We have asked for many investigations, starting with Gregory Diaz, Andy Heglin, and we asked for an investigation into who owns that land. And we never got an answer till, like I said, a week ago. So my problem is that they have, because a lack of urgency to pay taxes, they were able to not pay any taxes for 3.5 years on this land that has been very profitable for them. To my knowledge, they had no intention if we hadn't been a watchdog group and brought it to the city's attention. So, what is the right thing to do at this point? I can tell you that the impact in the Montalvo neighborhood is huge. Nobody really wants to, buy a house. Of course, there's a housing shortage and people do still buy houses there, but with a big, huge sign like that, a billboard that's like Big Brother, it's had impact on property values. From the older Montalvo neighborhood up to the newer Montalvo neighborhood, because you can see it, and everywhere in between you can see it. So could we have a fund where those excess taxes that were never paid that would go to the Montalvo community to improve the quality of life and the property values by, say, installing sidewalks? I think we heard someone last night at the GPAC meeting talking about the awful potholes that we have and the sidewalks. I would like that to be looked into, and we will continue looking into the legality of the actual ownership of that land. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Ritchie, and John, you've been ceded time. You'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, council members and staff, and a few new faces. Welcome and congratulations on your appointments. I'm here to talk about a public nuisance that I've been trying to get this council and previous councils and some staff members to try to address, because I do not have the juice to do it. I need all of your help, or some of your help, or anybody's help. You know how hard it is to get public to come speak on something, especially over a 4-year period, at short notice. So I wish to address the auto signs radical design changes that were made out of public view post this council's approval and by those within the city planning department. I'm here tonight to follow up on my previous visit back in November when I asked this council then that given all the missteps that we've pointed out and that you are now aware of, that got that sign to be constructed in the way it was. Again, I'm not opposing the sign, I'm opposing the way it was constructed, because it was not promised to us, all of us, not just me, the entire community, that way. And it was proposed to us back in 2017, and later through construction and then the illumination, that's when we discovered it wasn't built the way we were told it was going to be built. And we, as Lisa pointed out, it took quite some time to get through breadcrumbs the truth of what actually did happen. Just to be clear, no member of this council, I don't believe anybody in this room even, had any party to this process. So you're all off the hook. I did shepherd it till the end and to the final vote from the beginning when they came to our community and discussed it and proposed it. Then we came to the planning commission meeting, and then we came to the multiple city council meetings to make sure nothing got changed. And here we are. Let me get back to my points here. I also believe that the senior planning staff that was involved in this and made these decisions is also no longer employed here under some rather unusual circumstances. This is my word against his or anybody else's. Before Peter Gurley left, during one of our meetings with 3 of our community members, myself included, he acknowledged that he regretted making this decision and not doing it in the normal process. But again, you'd have to ask him or take my word for it. As we and now you have discovered from your staff between 2017 and 2020, there were major mistakes and oversteps made by some previous city employees concerning the sign's major design changes, resulting in the southbound signs face being rotated approximately 43 degrees, I'm going to correct Lisa's 50, roughly, we don't know exactly, towards the nearby homes after the public approval process. What the public and the city who voted on it were promised by the sign owner and their council in 2017 in this room was that the light from the sign would not be pointed at the Montalvo residential neighborhood, period. There would be louvers, and we would not see it. It would be black to us. This is not what was built and needs to be remedied, but that's another day's fight. Last November, when I made my ask to have the council conduct an internal investigation as to what actually happened and why, and later make that public report public, a former council member that evening confirmed some of our findings and suspicions about an active act of intentional subterfuge to cover up embarrassing city staff malfeasance. I don't know if that investigation is happening. I don't know if this is the place to request it, if there's another process. I would like to find that out. We would like the sign owner in the community that the sign is built, the sign owner in the community that the sign is a blight upon are the only original parties still left. And as the sign owner got the outcome they wanted, I doubt they have any interest in being held to their word and promises that were repeatedly made to Ventura residents in this chamber. Some of you on this dais may not be familiar with the specifics that I'm talking about, and neither are most Venturans. That is why I'm asking for an investigation. Not only do I, but everyone in this community needs to hear this council's, or needs this council's help in putting sunlight on this. As I am told, it can only help disinfect, and I think that's what this situation calls for, transparency. And from that, everyone can learn from it, self included, and we can all prevent it from happening again in the future. Again, last November when I spoke on this subject before this council, I asked them to postpone this vote on this subject until, not to vote yes, not to vote no, but to postpone it until my previous ask of an investigation and how this sign came to differ from what we were all promised can be conducted. Then vote. Then you have all the information. But right now, I know most of you don't, or some of you don't. I again stand before you not asking to vote on it, yes or no, just postpone it and vote on it on a later date. I think that would be prudent and to wait for a vote until after the internal investigation. That way everybody has the information they need to make their decision. And additionally, we found this out a couple days ago, and again, I don't know if it matters, but Mr. Hofer acquired the property, then later, as we found out, gave some of the property to the city for right-of-way, and then what Mr. Hofer sold 2 parcels, I want to say northwest of his properties, of which originally that's where that sign was part of. It was sold to a lady named Nancy McGregor up in Santa Barbara. And have we talked to Nancy McGregor about this? Is she entitled to this land?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is James Lawfrey.
Please use the universal sign language. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council and staff, thank you very much for the time tonight. There's an irony that the Ventura Auto Center sign is as bright as it is, because for many of the residents in Montalvo, it certainly represents a darkness that comes from the lack of transparency and deception that was played against our residents. Over the past years, there were, starting in 2017, promises made about the lack of light that would, or the light that would not impede residents there, that would not be a nuisance to them, and then clearly that is not the case. And believe me, you would not need to do any major studies or surveys, just come on down and drive down Moon Avenue, Grand, any one of those streets, and you will see how bright that sign burns. Unfortunately, throughout from 2017 to 2019, there were several steps along the way where residents through the Montalvo Area Community Council and residents of the area were promised that safeguards would be in place to mitigate the light emitting from that sign. And what we have seen is that did not happen. And in fact, several changes did happen. And my colleagues have spoken about the changes that took place. So I don't need to go over that with you. I know it is there. That information is there. And I would encourage you to please look at what the reasons were for the approval of this sign, because previous community development directors, city managers, and city attorneys have signed off on this, and some have even we have it in memos and in agenda items going back and forth on their own words, specifically in previous community development directors, on defining what is a minor change and what is not a minor change. Obviously, with a sign of that magnitude and size, a minor change would be, even something that would be considered a minor change has a major impact, and it has a major impact on the residents in Montalvo. By characterizing this sign and characterizing these as minor changes, the community development directors and city staff were able to take shortcuts and loopholes around having public comment and letting the residents, letting the people who are going to have to face the light of that sign every day, let them have a day to read over everything, to comment, to have their voice. And what we're asking for you today is please to look into this and help give transparency to the residents that live there. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 12.
Thank you, City Clerk. We'll now bring it back to council for any final questions or clarifications or comments. Councilmember Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. Is there an urgent reason that this needs to be completed tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Campos. This was direction that the staff received to move forward on this, and there is an overhang of the sign, so there is into public right-of-way at the moment, and so it's either this and there's the alternative of the encroachment as well, or the license agreement. There's a license agreement that has to take place if this moves forward anyways, as part of this, the sign overhanging the road.
But if we were to postpone the vote tonight on this to allow the community a little more time to see what we're doing, would that be a problem?
Councilmember Campos, I'm not aware of any deadline at the moment for this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to recommend or make a motion that we postpone this item.
Okay. Council members still with questions? So, Councilmember Mangonet?
Yeah, I understand this is not specific to the agenda item, but can you guys speak to the louver issue? I've heard this brought up several times by the community, that they were promised louvers on the sign and they weren't installed.
Councilmember Mangonot, that the decision-making and the process for that predates my time here, but I can go back and gather that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Mangonet, I would also support that our staff wasn't here at the time. It's new to Public Works. The louvers themselves, the attributes about the sign is something that predates us, and we just don't have those facts with us. And this item is really about the underlying property that the sign sits on anyway. So potentially we could go back and look at that, but I'm not sure where it would get us with the idea of abandoning or vacating the right-of-way.
Any other council comments or questions? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, I will go ahead now and close the public hearing. And I believe now we can bring it back to council deliberation and action if you had a motion, so.
I would like to move that we postpone this for maybe 6 or 8 weeks so that the community has more time to complete their study of the project and ask staff to work with them.
Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor and a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification on the motion. Was it 6 or 8 weeks, or is there a date that the item should come back?
I would like to say 8 weeks, if that's all right with the seconder.
Yes.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to postpone, the item for 8 weeks. You can go ahead and enter your vote now.
I think
Just have a quick question. We're just asking for more time, so because the information that was presented just a week ago, is that what we're doing? For the community to be able to do their own investigation?
With the support of our staff to be able to get the information they need, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote now.
Okay, you can go ahead and enter your vote now. Waiting for 2 more votes to be entered. All votes have now been entered. 2 noes, 5 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you for that. We'll now go ahead. Thank you for your patience in allowing us to move things around today. We will now go to item number 10, which is the appeal of the Community Development Director's approval of a coastal development permit, density bonus, and associated density bonus concession and waivers for a 5-story mixed-use building for the Park Plaza project. Having this be a quasi-judicial hearing, I will turn it over to our city clerk to go over the process for this.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so item number 10 is a quasi-judicial proceeding. I wanted to just go over the process for council, for the public, and for the applicant and the appellant. So the first step in the quasi-judicial proceedings process is the disclosure of any ex parte communications. Essentially, what council members are required to disclose is the who they spoke to about the project and what it was that they spoke to the individual about the project. Once the ex parte disclosures have taken place, the mayor will open the public hearing. Once the public hearing is open, we will receive a staff presentation. Following the staff presentation will be presentations or comments by first the appellant, and then we'll hear from the project applicant. Each of those will have 10 minutes. So we'll hear 10 minutes from the appellant first, followed by the project applicant for 10 minutes. And then the item will come back to council for council questions of staff, of the appellant, or the project applicant. Once council has asked their questions, we'll then go to the public for public comments. Once public comments have concluded, each of the parties, both the appellant first and the project applicant, will have an opportunity to provide 5 minutes concluding comments. I will just note that the concluding comments have to be made by the original speaker. So whoever gave the presentation on behalf of the appellant and the project applicant, the original speakers then would provide their concluding comments, followed by final council questions. Once there are no more further council questions, the public hearing will be closed and the item will be turned back to the city council for council deliberation and action. For anyone that's following along, you can refer to the city council adopted protocols. Section 3.5 are in regards to due process hearings or quasi-judicial proceedings. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. So at this point, I'd like to ask if we have all the noticing requirements met.
And thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Excellent, thank you. Any disclosure of ex parte communications from council members? At this time, you can go ahead and, Councilmember McReynolds.
Yes, I had an opportunity to meet with Carol Spector and Mark Shirota regarding this development.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Campos?
On the night of the new council members swearing in, I briefly had a conversation with Carol Spector in the party room, about 4 minutes.
Councilmember, oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I spoke with two members of Livable Ventura, which is Amy Cherry and Mark, I believe his name is.
Okay. And I spoke with Carol Spector and Bob Guthrie regarding this issue. Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Duran.
Bob Guthrie and Pete Freeman.
Thank you. And Councilmember Schumacher?
Yeah, I spoke to Carol Spector, Mark, my planning commissioner, and also a member from CAUSE, Christian Nunez.
Okay. Thank you for that. I now formally open the public
here.
hearing.
Me
Oh,
too.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. Yeah, I also spoke with Carol Spector. I visited the site as well this Saturday. I have a brief statement, Madam Mayor, if I may also. I would like to disclose that as a private citizen, I made public comments regarding this development during the January 18th, 2023 and August 2nd, 2023 Design Review Committee meetings. I also made a social media post specific to this development on August 1st, 2023. Please bear with me for a couple minutes. For the sake of transparency, I would like to disclose as much information as possible. My public comments during the January 18th DRC meeting were specific to the project design elements that do not align with the downtown specific plan. This is a document that I have read. During my comment, I suggested how the design could be changed to reduce the massing and scale of the development. I preface these comments by stating, and I quote, "Please consider some necessary changes to the design. I did not request a reduction in the number of units, nor did I overtly say that the project should not be approved." My public comments on August 2nd during the DRC meeting were specific to the Design Review Committee recommendations made during the first hearing that the applicant did not implement. Again, I did not overtly state the number of units should be reduced or that the project should not be approved. I posted to my social media on August 1st of 2023. That was 1 day before the second DRC meeting. In this post, I urged the community to engage in the development process regarding this site by either attending the upcoming DRC meetings in person or submitting written comments. I also suggested attending the Planning Commission meeting on Plaza Park, which was the next step in the approval process. I stated that the Planning Commission would likely approve the project and an appeal would likely be filed, just as was done with the 211 project, and it would be moved to the City Council for final approval. All of that came true, except for the fact that Plaza Park went to director's hearing instead of the Planning Commission. Subsequently, the following week, I also gave public comment on the 211 appeal. That was brought before the council. It is essential that I repeat my comments made during the appeal, as it was also a quasi-judicial proceeding, just as this one is. My public comment during that appeal did not reference the design of the 211 project, any elements of construction or architecture. My comments focused specifically on the role of the quasi-judicial proceeding. I provided the council with a report that the League of California Cities submitted in regard to the role of quasi-judicial proceedings. I quoted our previous community development director in a statement that he made in 2021, where he said, "These hearings are specific applications using the rules that are already established, where a property owner comes forward and wants the Planning Commission or council to decide if what they want to do with that property is allowable. That is the quasi-judicial role. You are the decision maker. You are not the bringer of the case," end quote. I'd also like to quote myself during that same public comment, so the community and the applicant can best understand how much I respect this process and I hold it in high regard. As stated in the League of California Cities report, I said during my public comment, quasi-judicial proceedings involve the application of established standards to individual facts to determine specific rights or to take specific action under existing law. The determination made during these hearings must be based on facts presented in tonight's hearing, not your opinion, not your feelings, suggestions of special interest groups, or even the general public," end quote. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and City Attorney, if I left anything out, you could.
Just for clarity, Councilmember Mangone, for due process, the parties are entitled to a fair and impartial body that avoids personal embroilment, and you explained some of your ex parte contacts, and just to confirm, do you still believe that you can be fair and impartial and avoid personal embroilment in the matter?
I do, and that was the intent behind me kind of quoting myself and reading that statement, so.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. Yes. So we will now go ahead and open the public hearing for this item, and I invite staff to present their report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Taylor Hernval, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. With me this evening are Maruja Clancy, Assistant Community Development Director, Shanna Farley, Planning Manager, and Chris De La Vega, Assistant City Attorney. Tonight we'll be presenting the appeal of the Community Development Director's approval of a design review, coastal development permit, density bonus, and associated waivers and concessions for the Park Plaza project at 701 East Santa Clara Street. The project site consists of a single parcel located at the northeast corner of Santa Clara and First Streets. Surrounding uses comprise a mix of businesses, residences, and park open space, including the AT&T building to the east, a chiropractor office, single-family residence, and Plaza Park to the south, the post office to the west, and a single-family residence and office building to the north. The Design Review Committee reviewed 3 different conceptual designs for this project in 2018, 2021, and 2023. The initial 2018 concept was for a 4-story mixed-use building with 77 units and 3,184 square feet of ground floor commercial space. The 2021 concept was for 4 stories, 63 residential units, and 5,280 square feet of commercial space. In January of 2023, the applicant returned once more to the Design Review Committee with a new concept for a 5-story, 80-unit project with 2,407 square feet of ground floor commercial space, which was ultimately pursued as the final design. At that meeting, the committee provided direction on 8 items, including building height, reductions on the top floor, open space, internal circulation, sidewalk width, the corner plaza design, and the overall building design. These 8 items and the applicant's responses are summarized here in this slide. The project was revised by the applicant and presented a final time before the Design Review Committee on August 2nd, 2023. At this meeting, the committee recommended approval of the design review with 6 additional recommendations, which generally carried over from the previous hearing, which were to reduce the top floor so that it's set back 10 feet from the building face, increase the sidewalk width to 12 feet along the entire length of the 2 street frontages, reduce the northwest corner by 1 story in transition to the alley and the adjacent 2-story house, rotate or remove the seat wall in the plaza, and that's the corner plaza, reconsider the tree species and use a smaller coastal 1 zone tolerant species, and reconsider the planter on the podium floor. In response to that first recommendation, the applicant stepped the 5th floor back an additional 4 feet to create that full 10-foot step back on the north and west side. The portions of the 5th story that were not stepped back anchor the corner of the building and sort of provide a transition to that AT&T building directly to the east. In response to recommendation number 2, no change was made. However, the sidewalks do meet city requirements as proposed. So no changes were made in response to recommendation number 3 either, as reducing the height by 1 story at that northwest corner may have resulted in the loss of 1 or more units. Moving on to recommendation 4, no changes were made. The current proposal features that same seat wall and the same orientation as previously. No changes were made in response to recommendation number 5 either. However, it was noted at that Design Review Committee meeting that concerns over tree species were primarily regarding hardiness and not aesthetics, and that comment was advisory in nature and addressed by the applicant's landscape architect. Finally, in response to recommendation 6, the applicant changed the size and shape of the planter on that podium floor from the sort of piano shape seen on the left to a more streamlined shape. So staff deemed the project complete on August 8th, 2024, and took it to the October 14th, 2024 director's hearing for final approval. This final plan was for a 5-story mixed-use building with 80 residential units, including 2 ground-floor live-work units and 9 affordable units, 2,407 square feet of ground-floor commercial space, and 2 levels of subterranean parking with a total of 80 spaces. In addition to the new structure, the applicants propose to widen the existing alley to the north of the site from 10 to 20 feet and install a new bus shelter, curb extension, and corner plaza with outdoor seating. 46 members of the public provided written comments prior to this meeting, and 11 spoke at the meeting. Many of those who provided written comments also spoke at the hearing, and all but 1 were opposed to the project. Members of the public cited concerns over building mass and height, cohesiveness of the project with the character of the area, lack of parking, sidewalk width, and traffic impacts. The Community Development Director ultimately approved the project at this hearing and added 4 conditions. Added conditions 7 and 8 pertain to the affordable housing component of the project. Condition 7 requires that the affordable units shall not have any fees or restrictions placed upon them that do not apply to the market rate units, and that tenants of the affordable units shall have access to all the amenities made available to tenants of the market rate units. This condition reflects the city's inclusionary housing requirements provided in Title 25 of the Municipal Code. Condition 8 requires that 2 affordable units be located on floors 1 through 4, and 1 be located on the 5th floor. It also requires the units to be distributed equally across all sides of the building. Following that October 14th director's hearing, staff noted that Condition 8 required revision, as the proposed ground floor units were the live-work units, which were not intended or required to be made affordable. Accordingly, staff revised Condition number 8 to read as follows. Affordable units shall be dispersed as indicated on the inclusionary housing plan, which shall be reviewed by the Housing Division and approved prior to the issuance of building permits. This revised condition included in the the revised condition is included in the resolution for approval tonight. Thank you. So conditions 7 and 8 are derived directly from the city's inclusionary housing ordinance contained in Title 25 of the Municipal Code. The 2 conditions reflect the requirements contained in standards B and D of section 25.20.060 shown here. And this table displays the range of rents that would be applicable to the project's affordable units depending on tenant income limits. These rates are adjusted annually based on a calculation that relates to area median incomes at the time of their calculation. Typically, these rates increase each year, so expected rents would be slightly higher upon completion of the project's construction and occupancy of the units. Additionally, the director added 2 conditions to modify the height and mass of the proposed structure in response to concerns raised by members of the public. Added conditions 39 and 40 require replacement of the sloped roof on the tower element on the southeast side of the south elevation with a flat roof, reduction of the tower element on the west elevation by 1 story, and reduction of the tower element and attached low shed such that it is stepped back to be in line with the west wall of the roof terrace. These changes bring the height of those key elements down from 73 feet 8 inches to 66 feet 10 inches. These changes further address concerns raised by the Design Review Committee and the public regarding height and massing, while preserving that proposed density and utility of the rooftop open space and resident amenities. The images displayed here depict the South or Santa Clara Street elevations before and after implementing conditions 39 and 40. At the left side of each image, you can see where the tower element on that west elevation was reduced. The height of the roof beyond it was reduced as well, and beyond that to the east, I should say. At the right side of each image, you can see that the sloped roof in the tower element was reduced by over 6 feet to be the same height as the nearby parapet wall. So the images displayed here depict that West or First Street elevation before and after implementing condition 40. By reducing the height of the tower element, stepping it back, and reducing the height of the portion of roof beyond it to the east, the visual impact of the height and mass when viewed from the street is lessened. The slide above here shows the elevations before and after the modifications specified in condition 40. So moving on to the appeal, on November 23rd, 2024, the appellants filed an appeal of the Community Development Director's approval of the project. The appellants cite 3 main topics as the basis of their appeal. The first is that the project does not meet the required design review and coastal development permit findings per the municipal code. The second is that the project does not qualify for a Class 32 or infill development exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. The third was described in the appeal form simply as, quote, Design Review Committee Comment 1, City Staff Guidance on Appropriate Zoning and Height. The appellants asked that the City Council condition the project to conform to the local coastal program, require a reduction of the height of the project to or toward 54 feet, and direct staff to produce an environmental impact report encompassing the cumulative effects of existing, entitled, and proposed downtown projects on public access to coastal resources within the coastal zone. The first appeal topic is the consistency of the project with the required design review findings. There are 4 total findings that must be made in order to grant a design review approval as listed here. The first required design review finding is that the design and layout of the proposed development is consistent with the applicable elements of the general plan or comprehensive plan and any adopted citywide design criteria or design criteria for specialized areas such as designated historic districts, theme areas, planned developments, or specific plans that the project is located in. Regarding the purpose and intent, the appellants reference Section 3, Page 3 of the Downtown Specific Plan, which contains the purpose and intent statement of the plan's development code. This section states that the purpose and intent of the DTSP Development Code is to translate the plan's goals and policies into prescriptive standards and guidelines to ensure that new development projects exhibit the highest standards of urban design, architecture, and landscaping while addressing the downtown's authentic and rich heritage at the scale of the neighborhood, block, lot, and building, according to the transect being the underlying zone within the Downtown Specific Plan area. These standards are broken down into 4 main components, which are urban standards, building types, frontage types, and design guidelines. Urban standards encompass typical development standards such as setback, lot coverage, density, and height, but also specify which building types and frontage types are permissible within each transsector zone. The building type, frontage type, and design guidelines further shape the overall form, mass, scale, and character of new development beyond what is provided for in base development standards and general citywide design guidelines. Thus ensuring, of course, that new development addresses and conforms to the overarching goals and policies of the Downtown Specific Plan. The proposed project uses 24 standards in 5 categories within the Neighborhood Center or T5.1 transect. The project meets 17 of the 24 required standards and was granted 1 concession and 6 waivers for the remainder. The 7 standards for which a concession or waiver was requested are listed here. A table is also included in Section 5 of the attached resolution. In addition to the required DTSP Development Code standards, the project conforms to the adopted citywide design guidelines. Finally, the design was reviewed by staff and the Design Review Committee at multiple meetings and received support by both. The second required finding is that the design and layout of the proposed development will accommodate the functions and activities that are proposed for the property and will not unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of neighboring, existing, or future developments. The area around the site is characterized by an urban form through a rectilinear street grid and short to moderate block lengths. Buildings are built close to the sidewalk with minimal landscaping between the building and sidewalk. The proposed project follows this pattern of development. Impacts to existing and future neighboring developments are not anticipated to be significant, nor are they expected to exceed that which would occur as a result of a project using the base allowed density in all 24 of the DTSP Development Code standards. The code standards that could apply if no concessions or waivers were applied. The proposed project provides resident parking that meets and exceeds the code-required parking ratios for residents. The project also provides multiple resident amenities and open space areas, including a roof deck area with views of the coastline. The project requests a waiver for required non-residential parking. However, the demand for non-residential parking is minimal and can be accommodated via existing street and nearby public parking lots and garages. There's also a transit stop at the front of the property, which will be improved with a new bus lane and shelter. Finally, while a waiver is requested for height, the resulting height of the project is generally consistent with heights allowed in the nearby T6.1 or urban core zone. Given this, staff supports the findings that the proposed project would accommodate the proposed functions and activities on site and would not unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of neighboring, existing, and future developments. The third required design review finding is that the site, architectural, and landscape design of the proposed development is reasonably compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and all reasonable design efforts have been made to maintain the harmonious orderly and attractive development contemplated by the zoning ordinance and the general plan or comprehensive plan. The project makes use of the downtown specific plan development code standards, which ensure that all new development is compatible with the character of the neighborhood and the downtown area. The project uses an identifiable building type and frontage type as prescribed by the DTSP and adheres to applicable code standards for the zone, building type, and frontage type. The project incorporates more than the minimum required materials and incorporates design elements that respect the existing surroundings, site developments, and massing of the neighborhood. Throughout the course of review, the applicant has made significant changes to the project to bring it further in line with the current character of the neighborhood and the character envisioned for the downtown area, including those changes conditioned by the community development director to step back and reduce the height of certain elements. Staff believes that the proposed development with associated density bonus concessions and waivers balances the accommodation of added density with the design considerations from not only the code and the downtown specific plan, but of staff, the design review committee, the director, and the public. The final required design review finding is that the design of the proposed development would provide a desirable environment for its occupants and visiting public, as well as its neighbors, and that is aesthetically of good composition, materials, texture, and color that will remain aesthetically appealing with the level of maintenance and upkeep that might reasonably be expected of the occupants. The applicants worked with staff and the design review committee to produce a project that accommodates the proposed density mandated by state density bonus law while responding to critiques and concerns where feasible. Furthermore, the chosen exterior materials are of good quality and composition and meet or exceed DTSP design standards. The project also provides ample resident amenities. Finally, staff, the design review committee, and the director have expressed support for the proposed materials and design in terms of aesthetics and upkeep. Therefore, staff maintains that this finding can be made. The second point raised by the appellants is the consistency of the project with coastal development permit findings. There are 7 total findings that must be made in order to approve a coastal development permit. The 4 applicable findings are listed in the slide above. The first required finding for a coastal development permit is that the development does not significantly obstruct public views of the coastline, views from any public road, or from a public recreation area. This finding is supported by the preponderance of available evidence, including view studies and project renderings provided by the developer and their team, and building records and plans for adjacent and nearby buildings. The view study provided as part of the project application depicts a simulation of views before and after construction of the proposed project from 7 locations within the public right-of-way facing south toward the coastline. The simulations of the most impacted view sheds demonstrate that the height to the top of the proposed structure at the same height as the tree line beyond the project boundary between the project site and the coastline. There would also be no significant impact to views from public recreation areas, as any potentially affected parks and recreation areas are either located south of the project site, at a higher elevation than the site, or at the same approximate elevation, but oriented such that views are already obstructed by other buildings and trees. Overall, the most significant impact to views in the downtown area is a mature landscape and freeway. The project would not have an additional significant impact on coastal views beyond that which already occurs. The slide shown above depicts the view before and after the proposed project at Fur and Buena Vista. The yellow box superimposed over the project rendering shows the height and mass of a project that could be constructed without the application of any concession or waiver. The second required finding for a coastal development permit is that the development is compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area. Staff maintains that this finding can also be made based on both the range of heights provided for within the downtown specific plan and the height of existing development within the project vicinity. The height and scale permitted by the DTSP trends downward from west to east and north to south in the project vicinity. The project site zone, T5.1, is situated in the middle of this range. With the additional height and density granted for the project via density bonus, the overall mass and height shifts upward to the top of the range. Additionally, the project is similar in scale to existing multi-story development in the downtown, such as the Lure Restaurant Building at 60 California Street, the mixed-use development at Ash and Santa Clara Streets, the Times Building at Chestnut and Santa Clara, the Tolman Weicker Building at Thompson and Fur, the parking structure at California and Santa Clara, the Ventura Inn at California and Maine, the Hotel San Buena at 11 Ash Street, and the east adjacent AT&T building. The third required coastal development permit finding is that the development is in conformance with all applicable provisions of this zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan, including specifically coastal public access and recreation policies. The project complies with the majority of the downtown specific plan development standards and requests a concession and waivers for the remainder. These standards, which are consistent with the comprehensive plan, the general plan, and the local coastal plan, govern all development in the downtown. Standards for which a project receives a density bonus concession or waiver are not considered applicable and thus are not subject to this finding. Furthermore, the project provides additional market rate and affordable housing as provided for in the comprehensive plan and general plan. Finally, the project as proposed and conditioned is not in conflict with any coastal public access or recreation policies and did not raise any concerns from the Coastal Commission, who also reviewed. The fourth and final required coastal development permit finding is that the proposed development is of a kind permitted by the comprehensive plan and the zone in the area where the development is to be located. Multifamily and mixed-use commercial development is permitted by the comprehensive plan and the downtown specific plan within the T5.1 zone. Therefore, this finding can be made. So I'll now pass the presentation over to Chris De La Vega, Assistant City Attorney, for a brief discussion on density bonus law.
Thank you, Taylor. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. I'm going to provide a brief overview of California's density bonus law and how it relates to the Coastal Act. On this slide is a summary of what the density bonus law is, what it provides for qualified developers. You can see that when a developer agrees to include a specified percentage of affordable housing in their project, they're entitled to the four things that are listed in bold: a density bonus, incentives and concessions, waivers or reductions of development standards, and parking ratios. The density bonus itself is exactly what it sounds like. It's an increase to the density of a project over what is typically allowed by the zoning code. There's a table in the statute that provides for increasing bonuses for higher percentages of affordable units or units at lower income tiers. Incentives and concessions and waivers and reductions are very similar but different in a couple of important ways. First, a developer receives a set number of incentives or concessions based on their affordability percentages. This is the same table that's used to calculate the density bonus itself. These incentives or concessions can be used to waive development standards, just as with waivers and reductions. The difference, however, is that a developer is entitled to a theoretically unlimited number of waivers or reductions if, and only if, each waiver or reduction is necessary to physically build the property at the requested density, and with the concessions to which they're entitled. Next slide, please. The other major distinction between incentives and concessions versus waivers and reductions is what findings are required for them to be denied by a decision-making body. In both cases, that body must make findings supported by substantial evidence. The substantial evidence standard of proof is lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, which you see in criminal law, but higher than the preponderance of the evidence standard that you see in many civil cases. To deny a developer an incentive or concession, which again is something a developer is entitled to a set number of based on the percentage of affordable units in the project, the hearing body must find by substantial evidence that the requested concession has a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, or on a historic resource, or would be contrary to state or federal law. By contrast, to deny a waiver or reduction, the hearing body must find by substantial evidence that denial of the waiver would not physically preclude construction of the proposed building with the requested incentives and at the density allowed by the density bonus law. So to summarize, a developer gets a limited number of concessions, and denial of their concessions requires a finding of adverse impact on health or safety, and a developer gets an unlimited number of waivers provided that they are necessary to physically build the structure. In both cases, the burden of proof is on the city if it wants to deny the requested concessions or waivers, and the developer cannot be required to affirmatively prove why it needs or wants its concessions or waivers. Next slide, please. How does the density bonus law relate to the Coastal Act? As staff has shown throughout this presentation, the council is being asked to make certain findings, some of which are required by the Coastal Act. The two are at issue in this case, and I'm paraphrasing here, the two that are at issue in this case, and I'm paraphrasing here, are whether the project would have a substantial impact on coastal views from public spaces, or whether it is in keeping with local coastal character. So what happens if the council believes there's a conflict between the density bonus requirements and the Coastal Act requirements? The relevant section of the density bonus law is that first quote on this slide. The density bonus law does not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the California Coastal Act. Any density bonus concessions, incentives, waivers, or reductions of development standards and parking ratios to which the applicant is entitled under this section shall be permitted in a manner that is consistent with the Coastal Act. This process is sometimes referred to as harmonizing the two sets of requirements. As shown in that second quote, harmonization, as commonly understood, means reading the two laws together and in a manner which gives effect to the provisions of each, if possible. Next slide, please. How does this process work? First, if the council finds that the developer has met the necessary requirements for the density bonus and its related concessions and waivers, and that it can also make the two required coastal findings without altering the project as proposed, there is no conflict between the density bonus law and the Coastal Act. No further harmonization is necessary because the requirements of the two laws are not at odds with one another. This was essentially how the trial court viewed the city's approval of the 211 project, which was the subject of a recent writ of mandate. The trial judge concluded that the city had properly harmonized the density bonus law and the Coastal Act by making findings consistent with the requirements for both. The more difficult situation arises when the density bonus requires approval of a project at a density or with certain concessions or waivers which are at odds with the required Coastal Act findings. In that situation, the city is required to harmonize the two statutes using the standard enacted by the California legislature in 2018 via AB 2797. To be clear, the term harmonize is not in the statutory language or of the density bonus law as currently drafted. That term comes from the legislative recital language of AB 2797, which was a legislative response to the holding and dicta in a 2016 case called Colnell Gardens v. City of Los Angeles. In that case, the city denied a density bonus project because it believed it could not make the Coastal Act findings given the height and mass of the project. The developer appealed, and the court held that the density bonus law was subordinate to the Coastal Act, and that the city therefore had to deny the project if it couldn't make the required Coastal Act findings. The legislature responded to this decision with AB 2797. There's a quote on the slide from the author of the bill, Assemblymember Richard Bloom, who said that, quote, "By undermining density bonus law, the Colnell case weakens our ability to build our way out of the current affordable housing shortage. AB 2797 corrects this erroneous interpretation of statute. AB 2797 modified the existing text of the density bonus law, adding the language quoted on the previous slide stating that any density bonus concessions, incentives, waivers, or reductions of development standards to which the applicant is entitled shall be permitted in a manner that is consistent with the Coastal Act." By way of explanation, the legislature included that last quote on the slide in the first section of the bill, that the statute should be harmonized so as to achieve the goal of increasing the supply of affordable housing in the coastal zone while also protecting coastal resources and coastal access. At this point, it bears mentioning that no appellate court has provided any clear guidance on the subject of harmonization, and the legislature itself does not define harmonization. However, we have some clues as to what the legislature was trying to accomplish. First, we know that the density bonus law is no longer subordinate to the Coastal Act because the legislature enacted AB 2797 specifically to address that, quote, erroneous interpretation of law. Second, we can infer that the goal of harmonization is to craft a response to a development project which best promotes the policy goals underlying both the density bonus law and the Coastal Act. That means attempting to promote affordable housing without unduly impacting the coastal resources the Coastal Act was created to protect. Staff believes that what the director did with the project at issue tonight is a good example of harmonization. The director maintained the density of the project as requested by the developer, allowed it to keep its height concession, but reduced the top floor massing as much as she could in order to address concerns about the project's height and mass, which could impact the two Coastal Act findings. To summarize, if the council can make the Coastal Act findings, there is no need for further harmonization. If it believes it cannot do so, it is required to grant the density and related concessions and waivers, quote, in a manner that is consistent with the Coastal Act, end quote. And with that, I will hand the presentation back to Taylor.
Thank you. So moving along, the next point raised by the appellants is that the project does not qualify for a Class 32 exemption for the California Environmental Quality Act. The appellants ask that the City Council deny the finding of exemption and direct staff to produce an environmental impact report that encompasses the cumulative effects of existing, entitled, and proposed downtown projects on public access to coastal resources within the coastal zone. Staff maintains that the project meets the 5 required conditions for an infill exemption as shown here. The 27,500 square foot site is within city limits and can be served by all required utilities and public services. The site is already developed and thus does not have value as a habitat for any endangered, rare, or threatened species. As indicated previously, the project as conditioned must comply with all general plan and zoning regulations, policies, and standards, except for those which a density bonus concession or waiver is sought. Those standards for which a concession or waiver is applied are not considered applicable standards under state law. Furthermore, the proposed development is of a type and scale that is already anticipated in the environmental review completed for all applicable plans. The number of new residential units for this project and other current, entitled, and proposed projects in the relevant area remains on target with our most updated projections. Regarding traffic concerns, the project was reviewed by the Public Works Transportation Division staff and was determined not to require any additional traffic analysis. Moving forward, the final point raised by the appellants was simply noted as DRC Comment 1, City Staff Guidance on Appropriate Zoning and Height. Staff maintains that appropriate guidance was provided to the Design Review Committee regarding the DTSP allowed height and the requested project height. Furthermore, all reports, resolutions, presentations, and related documents prepared for the project list the correct zone designation and corresponding height. In summary, staff maintains that the required findings for the proposed project entitlements and environmental exemption are supported by the preponderance of available evidence. Therefore, staff recommends that the council conduct a public hearing, determine that the project is categorically exempt per the California Environmental Quality Act Class 32 or infill exemption, and adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Community Development Director's approval of the design review, coastal development permit, density bonus, and associated concession and waivers as conditioned. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, staff. At this point, we go on to the appellant and applicant presentation. We'll start first with the appellant. You will have 10 minutes to make the presentation.
I believe we have Jennifer Miller. We'll pull the PowerPoint up right now.
Thank you.
The timer will be displayed right on that small screen in front of you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and welcome to the newly elected members. My name is Jennifer Miller, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the appellants and Livable Ventura, a nonprofit organization. To be clear, this appeal this evening is not to eliminate the construction of new housing at the corner of Fur and Santa Clara. Excuse me. Rather, this appeal concerns and proposes a reduction in height and seeks to harmonize the building with its surroundings as conditions to approval by the City Council. You, the City Council, must ensure that the state mandates are balanced with local priorities to safeguard the future of our community. This project, Park Plaza, with its indistinguishable and oversized design, starkly contrasts with the character of nearby structures, eroding the visual harmony and cultural heritage of the area. Park Plaza threatens to overshadow nearly every building in its vicinity while failing to respect the significance of its location. Towering over neighboring properties, Park Plaza threatens to cast shadows and disrupt the natural beauty and balance that defines this community. While the California Density Bonus Law aims to address critical housing needs per state law, its application, as you heard, must be harmonized with the California Coastal Act and Ventura's local coastal program, the LCP. The LCP was crafted to protect our coastal resources and preserve the unique character of Ventura's neighborhoods. Any development that seeks to leverage density bonus must do so in a way that respects the intent and policies of the LCP. Overriding LCP in favor of increased density undermines the principles of sustained growth, disregarding the careful planning that has gone into maintaining Ventura's coastal identity, and most importantly, violates the law. And although we are not asking for a new EIR as a condition of approval to this project, we would be remiss not to illuminate the fact that the last EIR conducted for downtown Ventura was done in 2010. The EIR then defined the highest density at 54 dwelling acres per unit. By contrast, this project has 127 dwelling units per acre. Ventura's infrastructure was not designed to accommodate such high-density developments. Watching the fires that have devastated our neighboring cities, we would be negligent not to discuss the impact that these large projects have on the ability of not only future, but current citizens to evacuate in an emergency. Our experience with the Thomas Fire happened before these large developments were built and one of our main thoroughfares was closed to through traffic. Put yourselves in the shoes of a resident in this area fleeing a fast-moving wildfire when there have been zero updates to the infrastructure. We don't need to imagine. It is a real and known threat. We instead, at this time, only draw your attention to the very real and concerning issue and ask that you take into consideration whether a new EIR should be conducted at this time prior to approval of new projects in the downtown area. Next slide. We ask that you question whether the information you have been given regarding this project and upon which you are asked to make irreversible decisions is accurate. Question, has there been an accurate representation of this project as to the height of the AT&T building located next door? We'll prove that the height of the AT&T building is grossly inaccurate as depicted in the drawings provided by the developer at the stated height in the resolution document of 75 feet. Although I've been informed that late this afternoon the resolution was updated to state that the AT&T building is 62 feet, some 13-foot difference. Question, are the comparisons of this project to the CalTom building or the downtown Ventura housing project as used in the staff report truly accurate comparisons? Briefly, and as will be discussed, CalTom is a 2.5-story building, not 5 stories as contemplated for Park Plaza. Downtown Ventura housing has been entitled for nearly a decade, but has not yet been built. In the resolution document before you, a comparison is also drawn to 5 additional properties in the downtown area with the implication that they are of similar height. Simply put, they are not. Instead, those 5 projects range in height from 29 feet to 62 feet, with the average being just over 48 feet. Furthermore, the 2 tallest of the 5 are located in the T6.1 zone, which allows the greatest height in the downtown, an entirely different zone from Park Plaza. Taking the above into consideration, Park Plaza stands alone. Page 6 of the 652-page document prepared by staff states that the applicant indicates the proposed height and mass are necessary for the inclusion and construction of the 15% low and very low income affordable units in accordance with the requirements of the state density bonus law. In order for a developer to be granted a waiver, and here the developer is seeking 6 waivers, the developer must justify the need and provide enough evidence that the waivers are necessary or the project cannot be developed without them. Livable Ventura and the appellants have yet to find any written documentation or evidence that would justify the need for these waivers. Despite this, the staff report and the resolution before you simply make the conclusion that the requirement has been met. We ask you to consider whether you have been given correct and sufficient information upon which to pass the resolution this evening, especially as illustrated by the last-minute change to the AT&T building, which eliminated 13 feet. Tonight, we will show you how the developer can receive all of their density bonus asks while at the same time making this project more compatible with the existing scale of the area. In doing so, greatly diminishing the threat of a lawsuit. Since the inception of this project, Ventura residents and its own design review committee have repeatedly spoken against the size and scale of this project. Tonight, you'll hear from the residents who will walk you through what can be done in terms of reducing this project in size and scale that, while not perfect, would ensure the project attempts to fit in with the established character of the area. And these changes can be done without the loss of a single housing or commercial unit. So, what are the residents here tonight in support of this appeal asking? Next slide. We seek a reduction in the maximum height of the building to 59 feet to harmonize the density bonus law and the Coastal Act. The sheer scale of the director's condition, 67 feet in height, is disproportionate to the surrounding neighborhood and violates height restrictions in the downtown T5.1 zone. The renderings themselves illustrate that this project is not compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area as required to comply with the Coastal Act. Allowing this to proceed would undermine these regulations and open the door to further non-compliant projects, jeopardizing the long-term planning and stability of the community. You as council members have spoken openly about your love of Ventura. And just to quote one of you, Ventura is one of the last unique coastal California beach communities. I'm committed to preserving our unique identity while fostering responsible growth that meets our community's needs. And another of you has stated, and I quote, I want to encourage more creative solutions for housing so that Ventura retains its unique charm and does not become just another city that looks like all the other cities. I urge you to listen to your constituents who, with no financial incentive, have spent many hours preparing and studying this project. Their vision, knowledge, and passion are truly what will enable Ventura to prioritize the preservation of its historic and coastal identity over unbridled development gains. Again, we specifically ask, reduce the maximum height of the building to 59 feet to harmonize the density bonus law and the Coastal Act, which, keep in mind, gives the developer almost 2 entire stories over what is allowed in the downtown specific plan. As drafted, we believe that the resolution inadvertently states that only a modest concession is required. The reality is that the allowance of a complete 4th floor and a percentage of a 5th floor completely changes the mass and scale of the project. As such, coastal development finding, a coastal development required finding number 2 simply cannot be made, as this project's outsized physical scale is incompatible relative to the area. Yet adoption of the resolution legally binds this city to prove that that finding can be made. The reality is that the state requires us to comply with density bonus law and the California Coastal Act. We ask that you exercise your authority and responsibility to the citizens. Do not allow this mandate to be abused by developers seeking to take advantage of these state-imposed processes. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your vigorous discussion of this project this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Please, again, hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Thank you. I now invite the applicant also to make their case. You will have 10 minutes as well. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. This is such a charged conversation. Welcome to the new council members. I'm going to introduce myself because not everybody may know who I am. My name's Nick Deitch. I'm a practicing architect in the city of Ventura. I started my practice in 1983. I've been in the downtown 400 block since then. I'm in a rut, I think. But my passion has been about participating in and helping Ventura evolve in healthy, sustainable ways. I understand why change can upset people. But this is not an isolated conversation. This conversation is happening all over California. And one of the reasons it's happening is because development has been pushed away by people who are afraid of change. I'm honestly a little bit baffled by the pushback on this. We spend a lot of energy trying to craft projects that fit the puzzle, that feel like they belong. If Ventura had not spread out in a sprawl-related pattern over the last 60 years, the downtown would have continued to evolve and become more and more urban. When I first got here in 1983, you could park anywhere you wanted to, any time of day. It was dead. But I had come from San Luis Obispo, and I saw up there, having grown up in Hawthorne in Los Angeles, I saw what it felt like to live in a downtown area that was alive and vital, and I saw Ventura as this place that could be alive and vital, and I have committed my career to helping to make that happen. And I think we've had a lot of wonderful success in doing that. If we could just move through some of the slides. And the issue of height, I assure you, I make every effort to be as accurate as I can. I live here. This thing needs, when it's done, it needs to look like how we've represented it to be, and I have many, many projects to demonstrate that that's the case. So the downtown context within the larger city, in the last update of the general plan, Ventura adopted an infill-first strategy. We decided we did not want to keep going out or into farmlands or into hillsides. We wanted to infill what we have, and to do that in a very intelligent and thoughtful and strategic way. Directing new development inward, away from farmlands and hillsides, reusing developed land that is no longer serving its highest and best use, building needed housing and services in proximity to jobs and local transit. I'm puzzled why the coastal zone, where there are many service and tourist employees who do not make high wages, is somehow going to be exempt from this need to provide affordable housing. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Next slide, please. We've been looking at a strategy for, thanks, I gotta go faster. The idea of infill first and where to do it, that's the key. And from my perspective, and I think many others, the key is to do that along transit corridors. We're gonna put density, let's put it in places where people might actually not have to get in a car every day, and where we might begin to support our transit system and other ways of moving around, walking, and just general accessibility. Next slide, please. So the overall strategy, and we're seeing this evolve in our general plan, and you've been participating in that as well, is to create places, for instance, that middle bubble is the mall, to create places, and of course our downtown, where we can build housing that is not single family or low density or sprawl related, but it is more dense and accessible. Next slide, please. Connecting this with transit, with bike lanes. We talked last night in GPAC about Class 4 separated bike lanes on some of our key transit links, Telegraph and Thompson. Next slide, please. We want to respect history, but we need to evolve beyond our current situation. We've got to continue to evolve. So we want to evolve in ways that are compatible with the things we love about the community, and that's always my goal, always. Provide housing for a diverse population. One of the things I love about projects like this, the inclusionary housing, we have been building basically in segregation for 6 decades. Houses over here for a certain type of income, houses over here for a certain type of income, the renters live over there. These projects bring everybody together. You could work in a sandwich shop and live in one of the affordable units and have a beer with someone on the roof terrace who might work at Patagonia or at Trade Desk. I think it's a very unusual and very powerful community asset, and we need to encourage more of it. Next slide, please. This is the downtown as it exists. Next slide, please. The overlay of the specific plan, you can see the darker areas are the denser areas. Next slide, please. This is the downtown core. Next slide, please. The limited green space that we have, I wish we had some more. We're working on it. Next slide, please. The connectivity to the beach, which has been limited by the Great Wall of Ventura. That's what I call the freeway. Next slide, please. The idea of a downtown walking district's awesome. I know it's up to debate, but I think it's fantastic, and my business is right on top of it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There's the project. Next slide, please. Walking, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Transit, we worked with city staff to put a transit facility right in front of the project with a little plaza where people can get coffee while they're waiting for the bus, and it's serving the community. It's more than just this project, much more than just this project. Next slide, please. Transit connector, keep on going. The 5-minute walk, the 10-minute walk. You can live here and not get in a car. You could live here and not own a car. How many places could you do that in California? Next slide, please. So, yes, there's all kinds of things we could do to change it. I believe that we've crafted a project that fits and represents the character of Ventura. Next slide, please. The code asks us to break it down into increments. Next, just go through these. Bing, bing, bing. It's broken down into scalable parts. Next. The corner plaza and the bus, we've got a beautiful separated bus lane. Next. We've got a plaza at the corner. We are widening the sidewalks. We're pulling the building back, even though the majority of sidewalks in downtown Ventura are 8 to 10 feet. We're compliant, and we're giving the corner something special. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. the roof terrace, which, again, everybody can enjoy. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, the alley. So there is a very narrow alley on the back of the project. We're pulling our building back to accommodate, next slide, to accommodate the ultimate widening of the alley through the back to help service everything. But this will service our project safely. People can come and go through that alley. It will not be as narrow as it is right now because it's very tight. Next slide, please. You can see the AT&T building just left of center. Next slide, please. This is the design as proposed. This is very carefully represented, and I believe is as accurate as we can make it. Next slide, please. This shows, the yellow shows what we could do if we weren't asking for the waivers. We're quibbling over 4 or 5 feet. So one of the things is, hey, let's just lower the floors. My belief is when you live in a small apartment, if you can have a high ceiling, you're gonna feel like you're not crowded and cramped. And so these are not things that we do whimsically. We do them because we're trying to create projects that are livable. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Again, this is down at Poli. Next slide, please. We can see the ocean. There are buildings throughout downtown that do this. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to introduce Todd Nelson. He is the counsel representing the applicant. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Nick. Todd Nelson, Ren Pastor Nelson, here on behalf of the applicant. Just to conclude, we agree with staff's recommendation to deny the appeal. As demonstrated by the staff report, the very detailed presentation, and the proposed resolution before you, the project has been extensively reviewed by city staff, by the DRC, and the Community Development Director, and found to be compliant with both the DTSP as the city's local coastal program and state density bonus law. This project meets each of the required findings for issuance of a coastal development permit, including the findings the appeal most closely focuses on. The project does not significantly obstruct views of the coastline or other valued coastal resources, and it is compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area. The DTSP's allowable type and scale of development is critical for this analysis because, again, the DTSP is the local coastal program. The California Coastal Commission has determined that development in line with the DTSP will not result in compatibility or coastal view resource impacts. So the findings set forth, the explanation provided by staff fully support the granting of the CDP. And as the city attorney's office explained, there is therefore no need to reach harmonization. Density bonus law steps in, and contrary to what the appellant's representative stated, it is not incumbent on the applicant to provide the evidence. There has been narrative discussion and description, but it is the city's burden to make findings supported by substantial evidence to deny these requests. In closing, we believe that the project before you represents efforts by the applicant as well as the city to develop a desirable new mixed-use, mixed-income development that will provide much-needed housing, both market rate and affordable, and fully complies with applicable state and local laws. Thank you very much. We are here to answer questions, should you have them.
Thank you so much to everyone who spoke. Now I will turn it over to council for any questions for staff, the appellant, and the project applicants. Do you all have questions? No questions? Do you have? Deputy Mayor? My screen's not working, FYI. Anyone? Councilmember Mangonay.
I have some questions for staff first. Sorry, let me get through this. So I have a note here. So in the presentation, the CEQA determination that all 5 conditions are met, you guys agreed to that. What metrics are used to determine, in the quotes in the staff report, that approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality? How do you guys determine that?
Mayor Sanchez-Palacios, Councilmember Mangoni. The downtown specific plan has an environmental impact report that was certified in 2007. Within that EIR, there is an estimated trip generation increase. Do we have that table on a backup slide? It's table 4.4-3. And that was based off of the traffic analysis done with the 2005 general plan and is supposed to carry us forward through the year of 2025. Now, in that table, which staff, we do not have that. Oh, that's unfortunate, sorry. The trip generation increase, and I can quote this, it's again, table 4.4-3. It's not in that one? Okay. Calculates 1,600 units as part of that traffic generation modeling in the downtown specific plan area. Now, as part of our research and a request, actually, I think of one member of Livable Ventura, we did some analysis with, well, how many residential units have we permitted in the downtown specific plan area? So our records go back in our current system of InterGov to 2010. And in 2010 up to present day, we have permitted 559 units. That includes 490 multifamily, 25 ADUs, 41 single-family residences, and 3 Thomas Fire rebuilds. That's an average about 40 units per year, 39.9. So there is a gap of 2007 to 2010 that we weren't able to utilize that data, but if we all were around that time, I think, that was a big recession, and GDP dropped 4%, huge housing crisis. Even the state extended multiple legislations related to tentative maps, subdivision maps that lived what seemed like forever for up to 8 years, sometimes 10 years, as a result of that economic crisis. So worst case scenario, let's say in those 3 years, we had 559 units built within that 3-year time frame, acknowledging that that 559 units was between 2010 and today. We would still be well under the 1,600 units that it was anticipated in the traffic analysis associated with the EIR of the downtown specific plan.
Thank you, staff.
I'm sorry, was there any follow-up question, Councilmember Mangoni? I should have asked. I'm so sorry.
It's quite all right. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you. Staff, thank you for your report, and thank you to everyone that presented. I just have some questions. Well, I have 2 main themes that I want to ask about. In regards to the history of the project, in 2018, we went from 77 units to 63 in 2021, and now we're up to 80. What was the reason for that?
So sorry, if you could state the end of the question.
So we went from 2018, and we went from 77 units, and then 2021, we went to 63, and now we're up to 80. What was the reason?
So I don't believe the records, sorry, thank you for your question, Councilmember Schumacher. Nothing in the record that I have here in the file for the project kind of states a reasoning for that increased density. The applicant might be able to speak to it.
Sure. Not right now, but I'd love to understand that because I have plenty more questions for you. So I'm trying to understand the density bonus here, right? And are we using the 59 unit base density to determine the density bonus with the density bonus laws? Is that what we're doing?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. It's
Okay.
59 based.
And is that, so are we doing the 5%? And is that why we're getting 3 very low and then 10%, and that's why we're getting the 6 low? Or are you doing it after the 80 units?
The 3 very low and 6 low income units, that's based on the base density of 59.
So the 5% is the very low, that's the 3 units that you're using? Is that
That's
what we're-
correct.
Okay. Why didn't we include the percentage after the 80 units and not before?
For the purposes of the inclusionary housing ordinance and also state density bonus law, the percentages are to be based on the base density.
On the base density, okay, thank you. I mean, we could adjust it, just saying, because in 2023, I think, we had 7 very low units. So what happened from the 7 very low and now they're only 3?
Yeah, so back in 2017 or maybe prior, when the very, very early concepts were submitted, there was I think the current version of the inclusionary housing ordinance was not in effect. The applicant appeared to have given guidance reflecting our old number of 11% total. think they opted to do the 7 and only very low. That had to be corrected subsequently, and that occurred pretty late in the game. August 2024, we indicated to the applicant that they would need to update their inclusionary housing plan or their affordable housing plan to reflect the new inclusionary requirements, since they were not complete at that time.
Sorry. I'm having a hard time understanding that. In 2023, it changed in 1 year from very low to 3, and it's because we changed the law? Is that what you're saying?
In 2023, no. The law wasn't the same. The guidance provided to the applicant by previous staff, it looks like from what we could gather from looking at past sort of incomplete records and past correspondence with the applicant, was at 11%. And that issue just didn't get corrected until August of 2024.
Okay. So on the, can we go to slide, I think it was 20, shoot, what slide was that? 32. Sorry, 33. This one is for, oh my God, I wrote down your name, I'm sorry.
Chris De La Vega.
Thank you, Chris.
Sure.
Chris, right? That was it? Okay. So Chris, for the incentives, I get that, you know, because of the density bonus laws, part of that is also adverse impact on the physical environment, right? As well?
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially correct. Well, from a health and safety standpoint, sure.
Okay. Explain that to me.
The finding required is that that the incentive or concession has a specific adverse effect on health or safety, however that may manifest. If it's a function of something to do with the physical environment, then yes, that might qualify.
Sure. So we have neighbors who are saying that their quality of life is being affected. Is that not part of the being adverse in the physical environment?
I'm not sure that that would qualify as a health or safety concern.
Okay. And then my last question. Oh, I'm out of time. I'm sorry.
Do you want to go ahead?
No, that's okay. I'm a little discombobulated because there's so many questions, but
Okay.
I'll get it.
I'll hand it over now to Deputy Mayor Halter. You had questions?
Let's see. So on the basis of the appeal, the project does not meet the required design review findings, specifically finding 1. If you could go through these and try to just summarize where we differ. That's what I couldn't quite ascertain. Maybe.
Deputy Mayor, apologies. If I could have you speak closer to the microphone.
It's slide number 21. And if you could simply try to summarize items 1, 2, 3, 4, the basis of the appeal, and how we differ. You gave us a long explanation, but if you could kind of concisely say what is different from what the appellant is saying versus what our experts at the city are saying. Am I asking too much for that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halter. Hopefully I capture sort of your question here, but if not, please let me know. Essentially, when we say specifically finding number 1, they did name all applicable findings. So that would be design review, coastal development, permit, environmental, and so on. In regard to item 1, they called out sort of 3 specific points, and these were goals and policies within the downtown specific plan. So those 3 sort of sub-points to finding number 1 were kind of their main concern with that one.
Okay. And then as far as the coastal development, the part that's a little hard to follow when you guys live this, I do small stuff, okay, when it comes to types of projects, construction. But I'm just curious, as far as the coastal development, the downtown specific plan was approved by the Coastal Commission. And so with the density bonuses, I'm having a little bit of a hard time understanding how the density bonuses are satisfied by the Coastal Development, Coastal Act, when it was the downtown specific plan that was approved by the Coastal Commission. And I think what I heard is that the coastal approval or coastal qualifications don't supersede the density bonuses.
I'd say that's basically correct. I do want to clarify that the decision maker is still required to make both sets of findings. The idea behind harmonization is that neither law supersedes the other. Exactly what that looks like is frankly an open question.
Okay. And when it comes to height, our staff lowered the height that was being proposed by 5 feet or 6 feet, thereabouts. The downtown floor, or the first floor is, I believe, 20 feet tall. If there was any ability to lower more, what would that do to the viability of those spaces on the first floor if we looked at lowering the height of that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halter. That's another item that I'd invite the applicant to sort of speak more on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I'd like to have the applicant come up and speak to that. I know it's not what's desired, but I like to know how it really impacts the project.
Deputy Mayor, my name is Lauren Hinkle. I'm an architect. Work with Nick Deitch at RRM. Essentially, by lowering the first floor, we would no longer be able to utilize the subterranean parking.
Oh.
So the site is sloped, and the high end is where we access the parking off the alley. And by dropping the first floor, that access no longer becomes feasible for the cars.
I think that, rephrase the question, lowering the ceiling of that first floor, going from 20 feet to 17 feet or thereabouts. I mean, is that from a viability, economic?
So the 19 feet, I think 9 inches or fairly
Right,
close to 20 feet, that is floor to floor and not floor to ceiling. So we also have to account for the concrete structure to be able to access the parking structure.
Okay, and the ceiling's quite a bit shorter than that, probably?
Yes.
Okay, because that just seemed excessive, so thought I would ask that.
Yeah, floor to floor is closer to about 12 feet, not that side.
Okay, great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Halter, Mayor Sanchez Palacios, and rest of the council, there is a cross-section on page 34 of your PDF file, which shows the subterranean parking situation and Florida height ratio.
Oh, okay. Page 34?
The PDF 34, yes, of the file.
Thank you. I will move on to Councilmember Campos for your questions. And I should mention for everyone, we have 5 minutes, so just keep in mind the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. De La Vega, can you tell us what year, I got off my page, Assembly Bill 2797 passed?
2018.
2018.
Yes.
So we're 6 years beyond that
Correct.
and haven't made a lot of dent in affordable housing. Not you, it's the legislators elsewhere. And then regarding the health and safety standards that I believe Councilmember Schumacher was asking about, in that corridor along Santa Clara Street, there's a lot of traffic. The staff report mentions 70 buses of the number 6 line. 70 actually is going 2 different directions. It's really 35 buses in a day. But there are people who live on the west side in West Ventura who, the night of the Thomas Fire, which I think was December 4th, 2017, were so traumatized by being caught in traffic and unable to move that they are still suffering health issues. So I wonder if there's some safety and health component in this many units in that small, like, transit area. If they're all getting out on the street and driving because the buses don't show up fast in a fire, there's no evacuation. Does that impact these numbers at all?
Well, I want to clarify that the health and safety standard is for the city to deny a specific concession or waiver, or excuse me, a concession or incentive. So the question would be, there's only one concession requested by this project, which is the height. So if the height contributed to the traffic safety issue that you described, that might be a basis for a finding that the height created an impact on health and safety. But what you're describing is a result of the density of the project itself, which is a different inquiry entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you very much. So I have some questions regarding our inclusionary housing. So we adopted an ordinance in March of 23, and then it became effective July 1st of 23, where we required inclusionary housing for any apartment, which was new. Previously, our inclusionary housing did not allow for us to request inclusionary units in apartments. So we require 5% very low, 10% low, which is what the applicant is providing. And that automatically moves them into density bonus. So just to have a project, you automatically move into the state density bonus. Is that correct? By just simply having a project in the city of Ventura.
Council McReynolds, it is correct. If any city that has an inclusionary housing ordinance that either mirrors the density bonus or is the same as the density bonus could walk into density bonus with their application. They may not choose to, but most applications where they have the same requirement as inclusionary will take advantage of those density bonus concessions or waivers.
And then starting January 1st of this year, you're no longer even required to provide the density bonus. You can just, because we require the inclusionary housing, they can just do the waivers and concessions. Is that correct? Without providing the addition, as long as they meet the inclusionary requirement.
Sorry, I'm not sure I followed that question. Could you ask it again?
So you don't even have to use the additional density that you're requesting. So, yeah.
No, I don't see why you would, no.
Okay. So I just was trying to clarify, I think, one of Councilmember Schumacher's questions in terms of the rules did change, and we changed them effective July 1st of 23 is when the rules changed, and it specifically brought apartments into the which we previously did not require. So, thank you.
Councilmember Schumacher, did you still have a question, or?
I do.
Okay.
Is it me? Am I next?
Yes,
Okay.
and then followed by Councilmember Mangonay.
If I can just ask a couple more questions to the applicant, whoever can represent, please. I don't know. Probably you, Nick. Yeah. So I think, Jennifer Miller, Ms. Miller already kind of stated that, they're not trying to stop the development of this. It's just the effects of the height. Is that, how much of that is viable? And just kind of piggybacking on Deputy Mayor Halter's question. Well, what is how does that affect your development if it was lowered in height?
Yeah, there are ways, so for instance, the floor-to-floor height, we could, stack those things tighter. It makes it more difficult to construct, and I think it makes it less comfortable to live in. I'm always trying to create places that feel good, that you want to live in. I look at the implications of that height on the actual impact of the community, and I just don't see it. I don't see how that's creating a negative implication there.
Got it.
We could squeeze the courtyard down and put more stuff in there and take it off of the roof, and that would have another issue. We'd have to ask for a different concession. We'd have to ask for a concession where we didn't have a nice courtyard for people to share.
Sure.
So, you know, there's different ways to stack things.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm all about making sure that what we build, it has some quality, right? And so that way it's not, you know, we're not trying to set you up for failure here. We want to make sure that it's successful. So I guess that's where my first question comes from, is that your first concept had 77 units, and then it went to 63, and now we're 80. And then now we're asking you to, or the livable Ventura is asking for a lower height. And then you're telling me that it's because the units are going to be tinier. So what happened, I guess, in the development of wanting more units and then having less?
We didn't have density bonus whatsoever.
If I could have you speak directly into the microphone, that way it's captured in the recording.
Just to clarify, we didn't have any density bonus at the beginning of the project, and it was designed more as a single structure without the breakup. During the DRC review and the initial concept of the building, they asked us to break it up into different elements at different elevations. So they asked for the height. We understand what Livable Ventura is asking, but as you saw from the view studies, if the building is 66 feet 10 inches, 61, 62, the view impact is non-existent. A 3-story building there is going to have the same impact as somebody publicly walking down the street.
For the record, I was not part of those original submittals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just apologies, Todd Nelson, just to add a little bit more flavor to what has been happening in state law from the time that this project originally was contemplated. Everything's been changing. State density bonus law changes every single year. So when this was first proposed, the methodology for calculating density in the downtown specific plan was different than it is today. Today, you need to construct a base density study per legislative decree. That is the new way. All density bonus projects must have a dwelling unit per acre criteria. The downtown specific plan doesn't have that. So in connection with the market changing, design choices changing, state density bonus law also changed as well, and how it was applied in plans like the specific plan. So.
Thank you for that. We'll go on to Councilmember Mangonay, and then after we'll go to public comments.
I just have one question for the applicant. Mr. Deach, maybe you can answer. It's almost piggybacking on a comment that Councilmember Schumacher made.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm going to ask just the straightforward question. Would making the requested modification by the appellant, reducing the height to 59 feet, you know, relating to the density bonus laws and the findings for denial, would that physically preclude construction of the proposed building with the requested incentives and at the density allowed by the state density bonus law?
It would certainly impact the constructability of the project. I can't speak right now as to the economic impacts of that, but when you start to squish things and we're trying to get all the infrastructure into the building that we need to have, it becomes very difficult. And this is by the way, I think these conversations are really healthy. It's really good to have these kinds of engagements. I'm not really understanding what the negative impact is of the design as it is right now with this issue of height. Height seems to be a catalytic word that gets people freaked out. But the Ventura Inn has been there since the 1920s, and I don't hear anyone talking about that it's an offensive structure. I think if it were proposed today, there would be a lot of people here fighting it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to public comments. Mr. City Clerk, have we received any comments by email and/or how many numbers of speakers do we have tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we did receive a number of communications via email, and those have been posted in the supplemental packet. We have 37 speakers on item 10 per our adopted City Council protocols. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. And our first speaker this evening, I've got one speaker card for a David and Cindy Luff. I'm not certain if you both want to speak or if one of you are speaking, followed by a Greg Kravitz, and Amy Cherry.
And I would just remind folks, I know that you're here tonight. Thank you so much for waiting around, but if we could keep decorum, use our hand gesture for approval or thumbs down if you're not happy with what you're hearing. That way everyone feels comfortable when they're at the podium. Please proceed. Thank you.
There's 37 speakers. I called 2. You'll be called when your speaker card comes up.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Happy New Year. My name is David Love. I've been a longtime member, resident of the city here. I'm here to implore you to approve the appeal. And the reason I've seen some slides here tonight, and city staff put there's just talk about the view studies. The city staff's view study was 2 pictures from different locations trying to purport the same view with the alleged height of the building. The developer used one point of view, which I think is probably more apropos. So I would implore you to do some research on what is the actual view study. And one view of that monstrosity down the street doesn't accurately reflect the perspective from 1 block over to the west or 1 block over to the east or right from the south side of it. So there's a number of inconsistencies. And I ask you to put yourself in your neighbors and your constituents' shoes and ask yourself, if you live to the north, if you were that residence that's going to lose their sunshine forever, would that be a health issue? That might affect you mentally, Put yourself in your constituents' shoes, and let's not take this development and infill at any cost, because if you keep going down this road, we're going to look just like Santa Monica, and that's not what Ventura is supposed to look like. So follow what your constituents and what the plans and the height requirements are, and do what your constituents want you to do. And based on that, I ask you to approve the appeal. Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Kravitz, followed by Amy Cherry, Fields, Karen Flock, and Terry Foley. Greg Kravitz, Amy Cherry, followed by Fields, Karen Flock, Terry Foley, Natalie Bruton. Speakers can feel free to line up right over here.
Good evening, everybody, and congratulations to Alex and Ryan. I keep wanting to call you Rin, but that's okay. I was going to read the California Code of Regulations and Public Resources Code, but I will just say California Code of Regulations 14, Section 15062, and the Public Resources Code, Division 13, Section 21152, and SB 69 talk about CEQA filing with the intent of being transparent. I have looked, and the CEQA exemption and the notice of exemption is not recorded with the county clerk or the state clearinghouse. I know that's optional, but if it is not filed, it extends the 30-day public review period to 180 days. Just wanted that to be made aware. I want to remind you that you could feel free to ask any of the speakers back up tonight for clarification on their statements. And last but not least, the view study showed by the applicant is 2 of the same project, and both of those projects are compliant with the DTSP. They did not show the project as presented today. So that would be interesting to see. And it's from Buena Vista. Who goes to Buena Vista unless you live there? I'd like to see the view study from where actual citizens walk around. And that's it. Thank you.
Fields, Karen Flock, Terry Foley, Natalie Bruton, Christy Weir.
Did you? Well,
These 80 units has a problem with already a heavy traffic district, earthquakes right there, and it'll become an underground mass burial place for victims trapped in an underground parking site. 80 units equipped and outdated with 19th century boilers. It's more like an incineration zone. This city doesn't even have, after all these fires and climate fires and sea rise level, doesn't even have a transport, an ambulance, or a shuttle car to evacuate us. I've been there before. I haven't been evacuated. I've been in the bus. They cannot produce a single vehicle. So you're sacrificing us. You don't care about us. And specifically, I'm asking that, given the conflict of interest, the violation of the Brown Act, Janet Sanchez, Halter, McReynolds, that had a serial conflict of interest, having drinks with KB Homes, and they gave it KB Homes, and the mayor actually has a present problem with being a county executive and being a mayor. All these biases of these 4 votes already dooms it. This is gonna be towards the builder. I'm asking that you guys recuse yourselves and give room to people to a healthy discussion. Otherwise, you will be out of obstacle
Karen
with
Flock.
debate too.
Thank you. Terry Foley, Natalie Bruton, Christy Weir.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez Palacios and members of the City Council. My name is Karen Flock. I'm the Real Estate Development Director with the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura and a resident of Ventura. On behalf of the Housing Authority, we support this project. We need more housing and more affordable housing in Ventura, and the recent fires only exacerbate this situation. The Housing Authority has almost 9,000 people on our Section 8 waiting list. For people on this waiting list, it often takes more than 10 years to get a voucher or an affordable apartment. The Housing Authority and other affordable housing developers are doing our best to meet the need, but we can't do it all. Projects like this one that will provide 9 affordable apartments are an important part of the answer. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I came here with a prepared speech, and then in the time that we've had the presentations from Jennifer and from Nick, you know, everything's changed, so this won't be real formal here. But what I've noticed, what I noticed right off the bat was Jennifer said she wasn't trying to kill the project, just wanted it scaled down so that it would approach the downtown standards, so it would approach the city standards. And I didn't hear anything from the architect to say that was an unreasonable argument. It could just take it down to where it was at the city standards. What I did hear was that the attorney saying it's incumbent on the city to prove that what's being asked is out of line. And so what I would encourage the city council and the city attorney and the city manager to do is look at this and say, well, what's wrong with Jennifer's argument? If Jennifer's arguments are valid, and it's incumbent on the city to make the arguments for why you shouldn't bend over backwards for the architect, then please take a look at Jennifer's arguments. She said, she didn't say we want to kill the project, she said we want to scale it back to where it fits the city standards. So tonight what I'm asking is that at least pump the brakes, especially with 2 new council members, and say, what do we do? Because I've been to the city council meetings, the planning commission meetings, director hearing, and DRC, and I think that there's no reason not to consider the arguments that Jennifer made. So that's what I'll ask. Thank you very much.
Natalie's been seated time. Natalie, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and staff. Walkable, what does that mean? The architect and developer for Park Plaza clearly emphasized in their presentation their desire, and I quote, creating a walkable, sustainable, and vital urban context. First slide, please. Oh, sorry. Hold. Thank you. Okay, terrific. All right, as you see, this example is not a walkable or sustainable sidewalk. This is an approximate 7-foot wide sidewalk with a 3-foot cutout for plants. That equates to approximately 10 foot of total width. For this Park Plaza project, our design review committee recommended to have a minimum of 12-foot sidewalks all around the frontage to achieve the walkable goal. The current project design completely disregarded our DRC, and the developer ignored their own design parameters of creating walkability. As designed, sidewalks on Fur of this project average 10 feet, and on Santa Clara, 9.5. Our goal is to find a compromise which will increase the overall sidewalk width. Next slide, please. This slide is current design. Might be a bit hard to read, but let me point out some reference. The black hash line is the property line. The heavy gray line indicates the building itself. Light gray zone is the sidewalk. And please take note that a majority of these ground floor units are for residents' use. I wish to focus on the building edge and the sidewalk width. As you see on the Fur, over 70% of the sidewalk is only 10 feet width, with some cut-ins at 12.5. On Santa Clara, the majority is 9.5, with a few cut-ins. Please also take note that the tree wells are 6 feet in length and 4 feet wide, covered by grates. Lovely as a grate is, it's not actually walkable. Try it in hills. So if you do the tree well math, a 10-foot sidewalk minus 4 feet of tree well is reduced to 6 feet in the tree zones. These zones go on for a distance of 6 feet each, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 on the Fur side. What's the solution to this problem? Compromise. Following is a proposal to increase sidewalk width that does not affect the total residential units. How is this achieved? Institute a small reduction in the square footage of the floor units and create a slightly cantilever over the ground floor spaces. Remember, most of these ground floor units are for residents' use, not for walking public. By taking just a small percentage of these units overall square footage, at a minimum, this would increase sidewalk width by 10%, increasing overall width by 1 foot to 10.5 and 11 feet, not the 12 feet as recommended by DRC, but better. This is doable. Please look at this chart. Shopkeepers would reduce by 3%, about 25 square feet. Resident amenities, 3.5, 20 square feet. Corner commercial, 3%. That corner commercial is 2,407 square feet. They're only going to lose 70. Lobby reduction by 5%, that's 45 square feet. None of the residentials have any changes at all. They remain the same. Next slide, please. Remember this picture? This is representative of the approximate width currently set for the project at a tree grate. Next slide, please. We haven't even addressed light poles or parking kiosks. If you could go back to the drawing, slide 2, that would be great. In conclusion, with a bit of imagination, determination, and willingness to work with your community, solutions can be found to make this a better project which does not blatantly disregard our DRC and will benefit the community as a whole. Please keep this in mind and vote no to the resolution, approve the appeal, and please listen to the reasonable solutions provided this evening. Have the will to hold developers to a higher standard. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christy Weir, followed by Mark Sirota and Pete Freeman. Christy, you've been seated time. You'll have 6 minutes total.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight is a, a de novo hearing, meaning you can change anything in this plan. Anything you want, you can change it. The Park Plaza proposal does not comply with the downtown specific plan. This parcel is zoned T5.1, which allows 3.25 stories and a max of 54 feet. You may hear tonight about how it complies with a taller zone, T6.1. That's not the right zone. Or it meets the intent of the downtown specific plan. It does not. We worked carefully on this plan 20 years ago at the same time I was forming the Downtown Ventura organization. The goal is to introduce a form-based code which would prescribe exact requirements for building on each specific parcel to ensure compatibility and harmony and prevent buildings like the AT&T building next door to this parcel. That was the goal, not to have any more of those. This parcel is adjacent to 2-story buildings, some historic, and we zoned this parcel for 3 stories, which would fit the area. Not a 5-story building that would overpower the Plaza Park neighborhood. The intent of the downtown specific plan is to follow the code. Before City Council approved the downtown specific plan, an EIR was required to measure and mitigate the environmental impacts of the new code, such as water, sewer capacity, public views, parking, traffic. The EIR studied impacts of 54 units per acre, which was the highest amount at the time, that were allowed in the whole city at the time. This proposal is 120 units per acre, which is more than double what was studied. So you don't really know the impacts of those additional 70 units per acre, especially for emergency evacuation, which wasn't on our minds as much before 2017. We all now know that extra people and cars in the congested downtown with very limited evacuation routes will have dangerous impacts. Downtown was an extremely hazardous parking lot of stopped cars during the Thomas Fire. All the sidewalks need to be 12 feet wide. The DRC asked for that. What you see on the plan is a bunch of sort of 9.5 feet and the little alcoves that get to, the spots that are 12 feet wide are little alcoves going into the building. They're not part of the sidewalk. Urban sidewalks require extra width to ensure walkability, which we've heard a lot about. Urban sidewalks have street trees with tree walls that are 4 feet, take up a big space. They have bus benches, street lights, sign poles, trash cans, which take up space. A 10-foot sidewalk is left with 6 feet of walking space, which is not enough for 2 people walking together with 2 other people coming the other way to pass each other. Please condition this project with 12-foot sidewalks, like all 12-foot sidewalks, to actually build walkability, not talk about it. They will only lose a couple feet of the space at the bottom, which, like was pointed out, you could cantilever over that. And people thrive with big, wide sidewalks. It makes them want to walk. Also, tall buildings are much less imposing when sidewalks are wide. For instance, the Ventura Inn, which has been mentioned, has a 20-foot sidewalk. The reason it doesn't look huge and imposing and over the street is the sidewalk in front of the Ventura Inn is 20 feet wide. It helps mitigate the height. 120 units per acre is a lot of people. Sidewalks need to accommodate all of these residents in that building. And by the way, the view study, I think it's flawed because the proposal is 1 story taller than the AT&T building, which I believe is 62 feet, not what was in the original view study. The AT&T building's a lot lower, so the other one is way higher than that. So it's sort of a flawed study. There's also been a mistake in the interpretation of the downtown specific plan commercial block rules in the building size and massing section on page 111-55. It does not allow an extra story. We keep hearing this. It's that section allows an extra story. It applies only to ratios of building heights. An email I received from Peter Gilley on September 21st, 2022 confirmed the misinterpretation. He said, "This section does not mean any location that allows commercial block is allowed to be 4 stories." So we need to correct the record on that. Finally, state mandates regarding density bonuses can be interpreted to maintain local control. The people in Sacramento are not familiar with our historic downtown. They have enacted one-size-fits-all mandates to push cities to squeeze in bigger buildings than are appropriate. And we all know their mandates are not resulting in lower housing prices in California. It's time Ventura asserts our local control based on our charter city and our coastal city status, which gives us extra rights and considerations. You can join cities like Manhattan Beach to start to protect our local character legally. You can do that. In summary, please condition the project with a maximum height of 59 feet. It's possible. 12-foot sidewalks the whole way down the street, 12 feet. And require a new EIRs on impacts that have never been studied. These high-density developments are not being conditioned to mitigate impacts because we don't even know what the impacts are going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Sirota, followed by Pete Freeman, followed by Robert Mather. Mark, you've been seated time. You'll have 9 minutes.
Good evening, council members, city manager, and city attorney. My name is Mark Sirota. I live in Midtown Ventura. Tonight, I will focus on coastal development finding number 2 that states the development is compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area. I will be focusing on the physical scale. Without making this finding, a coastal development permit cannot be approved. This is the law. It's enshrined in the Coastal Act and in our very own municipal code. In addition, the determination of this finding should not be conflated with any other issue. This too is law. I realize this is difficult. We all see things from multiple perspectives, and we all have our own priorities. But in this case, you must set them aside and ask the simple question, is this development compatible with the established scale and character of the area? The remainder of my presentation includes images that I hope will convince you that the answer is no. Next slide, please. These are context photographs from the developer's very own plans. I've added the building height to each image. 6 buildings ranging in height from 16 feet to 54 feet are pictured here. The existing building, a chiropractor's office, the post office, an apartment building, and a Hotel San Buena. As you can see, all of these buildings are less than 40 feet except for Hotel San Buena at 54 feet, which isn't in the immediate area of Park Plaza. These are the images that the developer selected to illustrate the context of the area. Keep in mind that the height of Park Plaza is 67 feet as conditioned by the director at the director's hearing, 13 feet taller than Hotel San Buena, and at least 27 feet taller than all of the other buildings identified. These images alone should make you begin to question how a 67-foot building can be compatible with the existing physical scale of the area. Next slide, please. I want to bring to your attention a description of the Mitchell Block Historic District. This was declared a National Historic District in 1982, 43 years ago. The district consists of Plaza Park, the Park Fig Tree, and 8 houses on East Thompson Boulevard. The main point I want you to remember is that the park itself is part of the National Historic District, and the district is directly across the street from Park Plaza. Next slide, please. This image identifies where each of the developer's context images were taken. Except for 3, they are all clustered at the intersection of Fur and Santa Clara. I think the developer missed the most important context of this area, which is the park and buildings around it. I feel that any building on this corner must respect and complement the Mitchell Block Historic District. In my opinion, Park Plaza fails in this respect. My remaining slides will take you on a tour around the park and illustrate the important context of this area. In addition, these images will include a rendering of Park Plaza so you can determine for yourselves whether Park Plaza is compatible with the established physical scale of the area. Next slide, please. I'm going to start with several wide-angle images to provide context. The rendering of Park Plaza in these images was developed by an engineer who is an expert in computer-aided design and SolidWorks. The rendering was built using GIS data, the project plans, known elevations, and GPS coordinates. In this image, you can see how Park Plaza overshadows the homes to the north, the chiropractor's office to the south, as well as the other 1- and 2-family homes on Fur. Park Plaza actually makes the black 42-foot Tolman Wicker building seem small. You can see San Buena Hotel to the northeast also looking small in comparison. Park Plaza towers over the post office to the west. Next slide, please. This is a view of Park Plaza from the northwest. The cars in the street, the Craftsman House to the north, and its chiropractor's office to the south all look so small. Imagine what it would feel like if you were walking down Fir. Try and imagine what it will look like from the historic Plaza Park. Next slide, please. This image doesn't provide the best sense of scale, but I think it provides a very good sense of context. You can see the complete historic Mitchell block, including the craftsman houses on Thompson and Plaza Park, as well as Plaza Park, and every other building around the park. Nonetheless, compare the size of Park Plaza to the cars parked nearby, and also the houses and the Tolman Wicker building to the south. Next slide, please. Another context image, but including heights on all the buildings around the park. Here you see that the 67-foot Park Plaza is 2 to 3 times the height of every building around the park, except for the Tolman Wicker building at 42 feet, and where Park Plaza is 25 feet higher. 2 slides, please, Michael. This view focuses on the 2 houses to the north of Park Plaza. Here I want to bring your attention to the developer's shade study, which is shown on the right side of this slide. You can see the house immediately to the north enclosed in the blue square. For a majority of every day, that complete house will be in a shadow. In addition, the woman who lives there will have to deal with a Park Plaza driveway located adjacent to her house that will serve approximately 160 people that will live at Park Plaza. Next slide, please. As promised, here is an image that illustrates that Park Plaza, as conditioned at the director's hearing, is nearly 10 feet. As promised, here is an image that illustrates that Park Plaza, as conditioned at the director's hearing, is nearly 10 feet taller than the AT&T building. More will be said about the height of the AT&T building in a separate presentation. Next slide, please. This is a view towards Park Plaza, from the Park Plaza site, a view towards the Park Plaza site from approximately the middle of Plaza Park. Notice our beautiful foothills in the backdrop. The distortion you see is a result of Google Earth's resolution. Keep this image in mind when I go to the next slide. This is the same image, but Park Plaza is included. No foothills. Is this what we want? Our vision statement, our North Star, if you will, speaks to the importance of views of our foothills. Do we want to give them up so easily? One more view from Park Plaza. The height of the palm tree in this image is 73 feet. 67 feet is approximately at the bottom of the dead fronds at the top of the tree. That's the height of the conditioned Park Plaza. I'm going to keep the slide up for a few more seconds as you work on imagining what this will look like and feel like if Park Plaza is built at the conditioned height. 2 slides, please, Mike. In closing, I hope that you feel, as I do, that Park Plaza, as presently conditioned, is not compatible with the physical scale of the area. Please remember that the determination of this finding should not be conflated with any other issue, no matter how important. If you do feel, as I do, the finding on physical scale and character cannot be made, and hence a coastal development permit cannot be approved. You will hear in the following presentation of how Park Plaza can be further conditioned in a manner that harmonizes density bonus law and the Coastal Act, and would support the approval of a coastal development permit. Thank you for your time.
Pete Freeman, followed by Robert Mather and Wendy Souter. Pete, you've been seated time. You'll have 8 minutes.
Thought I was only going to have 6, so I can take my time. I believe you have a, yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to show you how this project cannot be considered compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area
as stated in the Coastal Development Permit Required Finding number 2. To begin with, this slide shows the entire T6.1 area of the Downtown Specific Plan, or DTSP. While this area is zoned T6.1, the sub-areas are zoned at different heights, as you can see on the right. The resolution states that the proposed development is not unreasonably inconsistent with what would be permitted in the T6.1 zone adjacent to the project. While this project is adjacent to the T6.1 zone, the resolution fails to state that it's adjacent to the fringe area of the zone, which only allows for 3¼ stories. Therefore, it is not consistent with what would be permitted in the area of the T6.1 zone adjacent to the project. I would like to speak to the statement that per DTSP section 3.10.130G, commercial block buildings can exceed the underlying zone height. This is incorrect and based on a misinterpretation of that section of the DTSP as stated in the staff report and resolution. This section refers to changes in floor ratios for different heights. Example, commercial block 4.0 may exceed the 75% 4-story, 25% 5-story limitation of the T6.1 urban core zone, which would normally be zoned 4 stories for primary building and 20% for a 5th story, demonstrating that this change in floor size ratios and does not allow additional floors. This interpretation was confirmed by former Community Development Director Peter Gilley in an email dated September 22, 2022. The resolution also compares this project to 6 additional developments, 3 of which could easily be argued are not similar in scale to the Park Plaza project. The Lower Building Restaurant, or the Lower Restaurant Building on California Street, the Ventura Inn, which is the residential hotel at California and Maine, and you can see Lower and VI for Ventura Inn, which is a residential hotel at California and Maine, and the Santa Clara Street parking structure are 62, 60, and 50 feet respectively, and are in the core area, which you can see here at the top allows for the tallest buildings in the DTSP, and are taller than the T5.1 zone where Park Plaza is located. 61 Ash Street, the 3-story Mayfair Lofts development at the corner of Ash and Santa Clara is approximately 35 feet. 93, it was listed as Ash Street, the Times building, but is actually 93 Chestnut, is 29 feet. And 196 First Street, the Tolman Weicker building at the corner of Thompson and Fur is approximately 42 feet. All are far smaller in scale than the conditioned 67-foot Park Plaza project. These last 3 buildings, with very similar zoning to the Park Plaza site, represent the scale of the area and not the 3 buildings located in a zone that allows for taller building heights. Next slide, please. This slide shows 2 more projects previously compared to Park Plaza in staff reports. One, downtown Ventura Housing on the left, is over a half mile away and is only approximately 5% of the building is 5 stories, while Caltom on the right, which as you can see here is much closer to Park Plaza, is 2.5 stories and only 45 feet. In fact, here's a rendering of Caltom in relation to Park Plaza. Next slide, please. That leads us back to the required findings. Coastal Development Permit Required Finding 2 cannot be made since the development needs to be compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area per the San Buenaventura Municipal Code. The established scale of the area is only 1, 2, and 3-story buildings, of which most have not been used as comparisons. How can a 5-story, 67-foot tall building be considered the same scale? In addition, SB 330, the density bonus law, states that in the coastal zone where the project is located, says the density bonus law provides that its provisions do not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the Coastal Act. Let me repeat that. Its provisions do not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect of application of the Coastal Act. and requires that any density bonus, concession, incentive, waivers, or reductions of development standards and parking ratios to which an applicant is entitled under the density bonus law be permitted in a manner consistent with the Coastal Act. Again, to make required finding number 2 of the coastal development permit, it needs to be found that the development is compatible with the established physical scale and character of the area. This required finding cannot be made for reasons previously stated, and therefore the project should either not be approved or, as Livable is suggesting, be modified to be consistent with the Coastal Act. And just since I got time on another note, the traffic study for the downtown specific plan, EIR, was done with Main Street open. And as we know, that's not the way it is now, which is creating a lot more traffic on our different streets in the area. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Mather, followed by Wendy Souter and Bob Guthrie. Robert, you'll have 6 minutes, and we'll pull up your presentation right now.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and others. My name is Rob Mather. I live in Midtown. To assist you in making well-informed decisions tonight, I'd like to share information with you about the AT&T building because of its adjacency to Park Plaza. And I know you're all sitting there thinking, I need more information, so happy to provide that. Next slide, please. So the AT&T building, it's on Santa Clara Street, immediately to the east of Park Plaza site. It was completed in 1966, at which point it was 2 stories tall. It was modified somewhere around 1975 when a portion of a 3rd story was added. It's a utility building that houses telecommunications equipment, and its construction predates the downtown specific plan, which was adopted in 2007. It's zoned T4.1 urban general, which specifies that buildings should be no taller than 2.2 stories with a maximum height of 36 feet. Next slide, please. You've heard from other speakers about the scale and character of the area around Park Plaza. Let's consider briefly whether the AT&T building reflects the surrounding area. Well, it's a non-conforming building built prior to city zoning ordinances. It's over 20 feet higher than the T4.1 maximum height. The DRC at its August 2023 meeting emphasized that the building's mass and scale are not necessarily reflective of the intended design for the area. So I think it's reasonable to conclude that this is not a relevant comparator when considering the scale and character of the area. Despite this, as we've already seen this evening, there's considerable discussion about the AT&T building, particularly its height. So let's turn to that as focus. Next slide, please. The applicant, citing city records, represented the height of the building's tower parapet as 67 feet and the main parapet at 65 feet. Next slide, please. Last Thursday, the city represented, in the draft resolution, represented the site, the height of the building as 75 feet, which it revised today to approximately 62 feet. So given these uncertainties, the Livable Ventura Group thought it important to independently determine the building's height. Next slide, please. We tried to do this ourselves. Livable Ventura reviewed source documents obtained from City Hall. Using an architect's drawing from 1974, when the 1-story addition was built, we estimated the height of the building from local grade to main parapet to be 57 feet. So this suggests that both the applicants and the city's representations of the height of the building are overstated. To be certain, we needed to hire a surveyor, which we did. Next slide, please. We commissioned an independent licensed surveyor to objectively determine the true height of the AT&T building. Jeremy Henry conducted that work in November of last year. Next slide, please. This one's a little busy. The surveyor's drawing shows an aerial view of the building. The building has 2 parapets along its top roof. The main parapet runs along 90% of the top roof's perimeter. The surveyor provided 2 measurements of the main parapet from the ground floor looking up The building is 58.5 feet high. From the corner of Fir and Santa Clara Streets, the building is 60.5 feet high due to an incline along Santa Clara. So the licensed surveyor's measurements truly represent the gold standard in determining the building's height. This survey confirms that both the applicant's and the city's representations of the height of the building are overstated and by several feet. Next slide, please. So City Council members, as you consider options for conditioning the Park Plaza development this evening, please keep the following points in mind. The AT&T building is clearly an outlier. It's a non-conforming utility building. It was constructed before the downtown specific plan. It's in a different zone. Its height materially exceeds the maximum height provided for in zone T4.1 by 20 feet. It's not a relevant comparator for the scale and character of the surrounding area. And we've heard that a licensed surveyor has determined that the main parapet is 58.5 feet from ground level, not 75 feet, not 67 feet, not 65 feet, not 62 feet, not 57 feet, but 58.5 feet. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Wendy Souter, followed by Bob Guthrie and Crawford Coates. And Wendy, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good evening. Tonight, staff is asking you to deny the appeal in large part due to the information contained in the resolution. However, there is significant inaccurate information in this document. Some key items that stand out are, and you just heard this, it stated originally that the AT&T building is 75 feet tall. Late this afternoon, in a corrected report, we were told that it was approximately 62 feet. What you've learned is that it is actually 58.5 feet, which has been established by a professional surveyor. Item number 2, page 6 of the resolution states, and I quote, that while a waiver is requested for height, the resulting height is not substantially different than what the DTSP allows. In reality, the resulting height is very different than what the T5.1 zone allows. It allows a maximum of 54 feet in 3.25 stories, not the originally proposed 74 feet, not the conditioned 67 feet in 5 stories. Further in the resolution, it is stated that because Park Plaza is of the commercial block type, it is entitled to an extra story. You've heard this already, but I'll repeat it. This is not correct and was confirmed in writing by former Community Development Director Gilly in 2022. The section of the DTSP used to justify the extra story does require a close read, but it is referring to the ratios between adjacent floors, not allowing extra floors. The resolution contains a statement that I believe is a massive stretch. It says, while this project exceeds the allowed height within the T5.1 zone, it is not unreasonably inconsistent with what would be permitted in the T6.1 zone. This statement is seeking justification for the excessive height where there is none. What is allowed in other zones should not have a bearing on what is allowed at Park Plaza. And as a further point of clarification, as you heard from Pete, on the T6.1 zone, which is adjacent to Park Plaza, is the T6.1 fringe zone, which also restricts height to 3.25 stories. So in reality, the justification stated for exceeding the height is completely erroneous. Tonight, Instead of denying the appeal, you are being asked by members of the public to approve the project. We don't want to not approve the project. We just want further conditioning. This is de novo. You can further condition this project. As Mr. Deach said himself tonight, there are all kinds of things they can do to change the project. So our ask is reduce the height to no more than 59 feet. It will still be 5 stories. A 59-foot height will maintain every apartment. There's no loss of any units. Every amenity, parking space and commercial space. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Guthrie, followed by Crawford Coates and Matt Leonard. Bob, you'll have 9 minutes, and we'll pull up your PowerPoint right now.
Now would be the time to put on your safety glasses. I have a laser pointer.
It might not work on that screen.
It will. Oh, no, yeah, not real well. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to show you 3 very viable ways to lower the height of Park Plaza without sacrificing any apartments, residential amenities, parking spots, or commercial space. But before doing that, and even though she's not here, I'd like to thank Community Development Director Diamond for her management of the director's hearing on this project. She truly considered all the public's input and did a commendable job of trying to balance the Coastal Act with density bonus. So why am I speaking tonight? Well, there's 2 reasons. And the first one you've already seen. That's a significant misrepresentation of the height of the adjacent AT&T building. And the second reason is, at the director's hearing, I don't think I did a good enough job of explaining all the height reduction opportunities. So I hope to correct that tonight. I do want to say that the height reduction opportunities I'm going to show you are incremental to those that were conditioned at the director's hearing, which were primarily the elimination of the 3 7-foot tall metal structures on the roof. Those structures have no basis in density bonus. Next slide, please. The first height reduction opportunity occurs at the shop front level, which is the ground floor right here. The T5.1 zone requires a ground floor height of a minimum 14 feet, maximum 18 feet. Currently, Park Plaza ranges from 12 feet 3 inches at the northwest corner to 19 feet 1 inch at the corner of Fur and Santa Clara, and 16 feet 10 inches at the corner adjacent to the AT&T building. So it's non-compliant on both street frontages, both Fur and Santa Clara. However, if it was reduced in height by 2 feet, it would become fully compliant on the Santa Clara frontage. So the question is that feasible? Well, this building, as has already been mentioned, does have subterranean parking, and it may be necessary to modify that subterranean parking slightly, not greatly, mainly in the area where the alley approaches the entrance to it. The subterranean parking currently resides at a depth of 12 to 16 feet, and the geotech report that was prepared for this project site indicates that going 20 feet deep is acceptable. Therefore, it's completely feasible to lower the height of that ground floor by 2 feet, and in turn, lower the height of the building by 2 feet, and do it without sacrificing any commercial space, any residential amenities, or any parking spots. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, you already did it, thank you. The second height reduction opportunity occurs in the residential floors 2, 3, 4, and 5. The building has an 11-foot residential floor-to-floor height, which means that the ceiling heights in the apartments are at least 9 feet. It's completely feasible to lower the residential floor-to-floor height to 10 or 10.5 feet, and in turn lower the height of the apartment ceilings to 8.5 feet. And of course, this is fully feasible. As an example, both the pending Maple Court project and Laurel Courts projects have 10-foot residential floor-to-floor heights. There is an argument that can be made, and Mr. Deach already did that tonight. A taller ceiling does make a small room feel larger, and Park Plaza has some pretty small apartments. However, the individual rooms in those apartments aren't particularly small. There's just very few rooms. And it's worth pointing out that reducing the height of the ceiling would result in a cost reduction because it takes more material and more labor to make a 9-foot ceiling than it does an 8-foot ceiling. So because there's 4 residential ceilings in this, or 4 residential floors in this building, the total height reduction opportunity here is 2 to 4 feet. Next slide, please. The third height reduction opportunity occurs with the 3-foot 9-inch parapet on the roof, right in this area. Park Plaza proposes putting the equipment on the roof, but a commercial block building, which Park Plaza is, requires the equipment to be placed on the alley if an alley is present, and an alley is present right there. However, doing that would likely result in the loss of some parking spaces. So I think the better alternative is to leave the equipment on the roof, but lower the height of the parapet to just what's necessary. Now, is that feasible? Well, the 2 primary purposes for a parapet are 1, to provide fall protection for people servicing the equipment, and 2, to do a reasonable degree of screening of the equipment from view from below. Next slide, please. This is a view of the rooftop taken from the shading study. So these dark areas are just the shadows that the building's going to cast. The rooftop equipment consists primarily of a series of small heat pumps centrally located in this area. The 3-foot 9-inch parapet surrounds the perimeter of the building as well as some of the internal spaces. So the first question is a parapet the only way to provide worker safety? Next slide, please. The answer to that is no. A guardrail is just as effective, and that's a guardrail that you can see through, and it can be placed just in close proximity to where the equipment is. So I've depicted that with the red line here. So the second question is how tall does this parapet need to be to reasonably screen the equipment? The equipment is approximately 20 feet from the edge of the building adjacent to the alley, approximately 50 feet from Fur, and at least 35 feet from Santa Clara. Next slide, please. This slide represents a view angle analysis. I've depicted Park Plaza here at 59 feet tall, including just a 1-foot parapet. Just imagine the proposed building, which is 67 feet tall, which would be up in this area. The greatest unobstructed line of sight occurs from the far corner of Plaza Park over 2 football fields away. The trigonometry shows that as long as the rooftop equipment, which is depicted here, is at least 19 feet from this edge, it cannot be seen with a 1-foot parapet. You may recall from the previous slide, I showed that equipment is at least 35 feet from the edge, so a 1-foot parapet is more than adequate. I did a similar analysis from the second greatest unobstructed point of view, and that occurs north of Main on Fur, over a football field away. The answer is the same. A 1-foot parapet is more than adequate. I did the study from the post office because it has a view of the roof through the open courtyard. And I also did it from the 5th-story residential deck because it too has a limited view of the roof. In all cases, a 1-foot parapet is more than adequate. So by lowering the parapet to 6 inches to a foot, the building height can be lowered by 2 feet 9 inches to 3 feet 3 inches. Last slide, please. So in summary, by lowering the ground floor and lowering the residential floor-to-floor height and lowering the parapet to just what's necessary, the building can be lowered in height by 6 feet 9 inches to 9 feet 3 inches without losing a single apartment, residential amenity, parking spot, or commercial space. I want to point out, if the building is lowered by 8 feet, from 67 feet to 59 feet, it would be no taller than the adjacent AT&T building. So tonight, I'd like to request that you approve Park Plaza, conditioned on it not being any taller than 59 feet. I'd also like to request that, since some of my information has already been challenged, that I be given the opportunity to come back up and explain in greater detail if there's further challenges. Thank you very much. I know it was a long presentation, and I appreciate your attention.
Our next speaker is Matt Leonard, followed by Naz Median and Casey Rodriguez.
Good evening. I know it's late. Thank you for being here. My name's Matt Leonard. I'm the chiropractor and owner of the building directly across the street from the proposed development. I'm here today for the same reason you all are. I believe we're all here for what's best for our city. And my kids are third generation, born and raised in Ventura, and I'm not up here speaking for me. I'm up here for generations to come, for the people moving to our beautiful city. They move here for a reason. Yeah, the tourists, they come here, they stay for a reason. I know and I understand that change is inevitable in our city, and I'm all for positive growth and development for Ventura, but let's be honest, this development does neither of those for our city. A development like this is not just practical, but for a variety of reasons. I'm going to focus on the one major reason that I can speak on firsthand, just because I'm across the street every day, and that's the parking issue. 80 units with only one parking space per unit, as well as a commercial space with employees and customers if they can find a place to park. It's simply not practical. This development is all about how many units we can cram into that corner and how many waivers we can get to add even more units to maximize profits. It has nothing to do with what's best for our community. Parking is already an issue in that area, and there's a meeting that meets next to my office, and it's every day from 12 to 1, and just during that time, one meeting, it's extremely difficult to find any parking. I can't imagine if a building like this goes in. Selfishly, it would kill a business like mine because my patients, most of which are in pain, would have a difficult place to find parking. We have the federal post office and tourists and families that want to utilize the park. Our city is far from being walkable, and I think we should just try to find the balance of benefiting both the developer and the community. Simply fewer units and more parking. Thank you.
Nas, followed by Casey Rodriguez, followed by our final speaker, Jonathan Duran.
Good evening and welcome back and Happy New Year. Alex and Ryan, it's wonderful to see you up there, and I look forward to the wonderful things that you will do in the coming years that you're serving as our council members. Let's talk about this project. If this were being built in Los Angeles or perhaps in a random urban center along a highway in a city with rapid growth housing popping up on every corner, a city without deep roots, history, or character, there might be nothing wrong with it. But this isn't LA. This isn't just any city. This is Ventura, and there is nothing right about placing this project here, right in the heart of our historic downtown, next to our beloved park and post office. Maybe because I hang around a lot of kids, but this came to mind. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas, and only a hippopotamus will do. Santa won't mind, just bring him through the front door. I want to put him in my 2-car garage, wash him there, and bathe him there. That's what this building is like, putting a hippopotamus in your garage and insisting on having a hippopotamus and not making any changes to fit its surroundings. I'd like to go on record tonight, this project is an irresponsible addition to our community. Its scale, congestion, traffic, and the wear and tear on our infrastructure is unacceptable. I urge each member of this city council to vote as your constituents would ask you to vote. Venturans do not want a building of this scale, towering over historic downtown. Venturans want you to respect our downtown-specific plan and enforce the height limits set by our own zoning laws. I put my faith in you tonight to think beyond the immediate and consider the long-term future of our city. Be the leaders who uphold the vision and laws established by your predecessors so future generations can continue to enjoy the beauty and history that define Ventura. Sorry. Thank you.
Casey Rodriguez, followed by our final virtual speaker, Jonathan Duran.
Just a side note on the last speaker. LA does have a long history like we do. Their indigenous people are the Tomva and Gabrielino people. I support this appeal. I support bringing this project to 59 feet. I sincerely give thanks to all who have worked hard protesting this project as is, especially Carol Spector, Amy Cherie, and all citizens who realize they are blessed to live on unceded Chumash land. therefore have taken time to learn how to truly learn the true history of this land they live on. Please believe me, I am sincerely honored to have you living here as you all are dedicated to protecting my ancestral homeland. Thank you. When council votes tonight, it is crucial council recalls the fire last night. Council must recall Ventura is the biggest location affected by climate change. Tonight, council must vote to do what you can to protect Ventura's citizens from future climate change emergencies, similar to what we see in Pacific Palisades. Lastly, just a reminder, this Ventura Plaza Park hosts Ventura County's Women's March starting at 10:30 a.m. Thanks to amazing county organizations as Planned Parenthood, Indivisible Ventura, and Justice for All. It's no secret how much we must unite and defend not just women's, but all minority groups, including our LGBTQ+ community rights and protection. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Jonathan Duran. Jonathan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can, yes.
Hello, good evening, City Council members. My name is Jonathan Duran. I'm a union carpenter, born and raised in Ventura County. But with projects like this and what we're seeing throughout Ventura right now is just an influx of mixed-use projects. From the ones being proposed down off of Front Street, the one being proposed off of Figueroa, they're all doing the same thing. They're trying to cram these mixed-use projects into these small lots. And what is truly missing is the builders aspect for the tradesmen and women that have an opportunity to build these. That's one thing that a lot of these developers are not doing. They're not reaching out to the local contractors to be able to work close to home, be able to provide for their families, and be able to live there one day. And that's one thing for us as myself, as a tradesman, is, hey, opportunity to work close to home, give opportunities for the next generation of tradesmen and women to be able to have a good, honest career and be able to build here locally and have something to look back on as generations and go, hey, I built that. I was a part of that program. I was part of that project. That's one thing that we need to see here. And on top of that, you need to have opportunities to have area standard wage, have developers use accredited apprenticeship programs, and to have the opportunity for the schools in Ventura, Buena, and have these students be able to work here on these projects like this. So I urge the council members to not move forward with this project and like I said, maybe have a conversation about moving forward with projects like this to have some type of local hire, using accredited apprenticeship program, having individuals to be able to work, second chance individuals, women, veterans, and be able to work here locally. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment on item 10.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. At this point, we will hear again concluding comments from the appellant. You will have 5 minutes, and followed by the applicant, who will also have 5 minutes.
Good evening again, Council. Thank you for your attention to the details this evening on this important project. As elected representatives, members of the City Council have a duty to listen to the voices of Ventura, its residents, and prioritize their interests above the demands of developers. Approving this project without additional conditioning would signal a departure from your role as stewards of the community. Don't simply vote the straight line because it's what has been done in the past. Don't adopt the vision of one man for Ventura. Listen to your constituents. Push back on the overbuilding of these projects that are not in line with the character of Ventura. Don't accommodate these developers simply because they submit plans. Push back against violations of the DTSP, the Coastal Act, and the Local Coastal Plan. We're not afraid of change, as the applicant would have you believe. We are realistic in opposing this project for its detrimental effects on this community. This appeal presents the vision that it is possible to allow more housing and protect Ventura from becoming another stop along the 101 where one suburb looks like the next. Tonight, you are given viable alternatives for Park Plaza. By reducing the height of Park Plaza to 59 feet, while not ideal in many Venturans' minds, it can be built without sacrificing any density bonus requests And most importantly, the reduction to 59 feet in height can be done without the loss of a single housing or commercial unit. As proposed, this building could be built anywhere. It's nothing, absolutely nothing unique that qualifies it as belonging in our beautiful and historic coastal town. This council has an obligation to harmonize as state law requires between the density bonus law and the California Coastal Act. Tonight, you've heard from informed and impassioned citizens who've devoted considerable time to this project regarding sidewalks, heights, mass, scale, walkability, physical scale, the established character versus the evolving character. They have expressed very real and concrete ideas as to how the developer can build within our city and still obtain the density bonuses he seeks. In essence, the citizens' vision would constitute a win-win for all involved. The developer has provided no credible evidence to show that the waivers requested are necessary and that the project should exceed a maximum of 54 feet, let alone the 59 feet as requested here this evening. Just because the developer wants to build a 74-foot building doesn't mean we allow them to take advantage of the state-imposed processes. To the contrary, the citizens have shown in detail your viable options that will facilitate lowering this project to a maximum height of 59 feet, still some 2 stories more than is allowed in the downtown specific plan. To this end, I urge the City Council to condition the project to be compatible with the existing scale and character of the area at a maximum height of 59 feet, thus harmonizing the conflict between local coastal program and density bonus law. Looking at this project in the context of all the other large-scale development proposed, entitled, approved, and built, we ask that you consider our request for an updated EIR not as a condition of approval to this project, but rather to be conducted in the near future, and rather than relying on a study that is some 18 years old. Ventura's public coastal and foothill vistas are a shared treasure, which must be protected, and any development that compromises them does a disservice to residents and visitors alike. As we've discussed, the decisions made tonight will shape the Ventura of tomorrow. Protecting our coastal heritage and small town identity is not just an option, it's a responsibility to our children and grandchildren. Be visionary, be bold. Show the community you listened. Show the community that their voices matter. Do what's right for the city, current constituents, and future generations. Together, we can ensure that Ventura remains a cherished coastal town for generations to come. I call on you to stand with the residents of Ventura, honor your commitment to this community, and lead with a vision that preserves our city's unique character. Find that coastal development finding number 2 cannot be made, and a coastal development permit cannot be issued. Thank you for their time this evening, and I look forward to your discussions amongst yourselves.
Good evening again, council members. Todd Nelson, Rand Pastor Nelson. In my 5 minutes, we'll try to cover all of this. A little difficult to respond to all of the points brought up in kind of a collaborative appellant presentation that stretched over nearly an hour, but we'll do our best. There was a variety of discussion of sidewalk widths. Just to clarify, the project is fully compliant with the code requirements regarding sidewalk. Also, the project has features including a corner plaza and live-work entrances that will also help enliven and make a pedestrian-friendly environment. Contrary to some of the statements made by several of the speakers, state density bonus law cannot be interpreted to establish local control a la Huntington Beach. That invited a very rapid lawsuit from the state attorney general. I don't think that that's a desirable or recommended path for the city to pursue. Much discussion about compatibility, but a misstatement was made several times. The compatibility finding under the CDP is not measured against the existing scale, but the established scale. And as the Coastal Commission has opined on prior projects and in general, the established scale is established in part both by the existing built environment, but also by what is permitted by the applicable coastal regulations. The DTSP establishes allowable development envelopes and development densities and heights and massing throughout downtown, and as staff's analysis and detailed presentation shows, those existing built environment and permitted built environment considerations went into the compatibility finding. There were some competing opinions. Subjectivity is key here. Some competing opinions presented today regarding compatibility. However, there was a bit of a schism. The appellants can't have it both ways. They can't insist that only existing 1- and 2-story buildings that currently exist today must be the baseline for compatibility and ignore the AT&T building because it's a non-conforming building that's exactly adjacent to the project. The totality of what exists today and what is permitted and is foreseeably going to be built and what is currently in planning's entitlement pipeline must be considered for when considering compatibility. Some of the visual representations presented also took liberty with viewer perspective. There was an elevated position of a viewer off the ground standing in the middle of the park looking at the current condition, and then dropped to ground level where a massing model, not prepared by the architect, not matching the architectural plans for this site, was shown to emphasize a purported incompatible introduction of the building. A 4-story building can be built there, 3.25, but I'm using the 4-story terminology that the public commenters are traditionally using, can be built there by right under the DTSP. Moving on to height survey was introduced for the first time tonight to our knowledge, which did identify 60.5 feet at the, I believe, the closest corner to the building. How both figures were shown, but 58 feet was repeatedly cited. As everyone noted, the staff report was updated to acknowledge, to identify a height of approximately 62 feet. Those appear to be coming in closer harmony with each other. The project is not relying on the commercial block typology to achieve its height, as the staff report and the resolution makes clear. The project is seeking a density bonus incentive to achieve its height. It is not relying on its commercial block building typology to achieve this height. And then moving on to, there were several objections made to the view studies, but I think some details were mixed and matched. The applicant showed 2 view studies. The plan submittal package reviewed and approved by the director includes multiple view studies. There's been no countervailing evidence demonstrating a view impact. And then lastly, the detailed suggestions to revise the building heights, floor-to-floor heights, and a variety of other changes. With all due respect, the architects who have designed this building and have taken into these specific site considerations, including the 8-foot grade differential, the 10-foot water table that impairs the ability to go deeper for subterranean parking, have all been taken into account. If you start bringing the building height down or compressing the floor-to-floor height, you lose units. A specific adverse impact would have to be found to deny this project. Under the Housing Accountability Act, that has to be based on written objective standards that are published. It's in the Housing Accountability Act. It cannot be come up with on the fly, and they have to be standards in effect at the time that the application is deemed complete. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you again to all the speakers tonight, as well as the presenters. Really appreciate all the information, and thank you, staff, for the report as well. I will now bring it back to council for final questions. Would you like a break? Sorry, do you need a break? I'm being asked for a break, so we will do a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10.
Mayor, if I may, we'll need a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m. before we go on break, in case the break goes past 10 p.m.
So I will need a motion to go past 10.
I'd like to move to extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Go ahead and enter your vote. All votes have now been entered. 7 ayes and the motion carries.
Okay, so we'll return in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? I can't. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Thank you, everyone. We're going to resume our meeting. Do I have all council members? At this point, we will bring it back to council for some final questions. After those questions, I'll close the public hearing, and then we will resume with deliberation. But for now, let's bring it back to council. Any questions? Councilmember Schumacher?
I was hoping for the staff to come back, but are they here? Oh, there they are.
They're coming.
Like done. I just have one quick question, Maruha. If you can, I'll wait until you sit down. There's this lot of claims to the AT&T building. I just wanted to have an understanding as to what the true measurement is. I keep hearing it's 75 feet, the records show, but apparently it's 62 feet, and then a surveyor said that it's 59 feet. So what is it exactly?
Councilmember Schumacher, thank you for asking. I'm sorry I came back in the room late. So the best reference we have is an addition that was built on the building in the late 70s, and we have a plan for that in our plan set. The reference on that, when measured using a ruler, which I have here if anybody'd like to look at it, from the corner, which is the southwest corner of the building, to the ground level, which is not a measurement as we do define it in DTSP, but that actual corner of the building, which would be closest to the project, is roughly 62 feet.
62 feet?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's the tower element, so that's that pink portion that stands proud of the building, slightly higher. And roughly beyond that, which has a parapet, which is slightly lower, is roughly 58 to 59 feet.
Oh, so
which is at that corner of the building.
I'm not trying to be difficult, okay? But there was the October meeting. I had the understanding during the director's hearing, staff presented that it was 75. So, and then you also referenced the same document. So what happened between then and now?
I'm not sure what was spoke onto the record, but the actual record that we have before us, which is in a file, and we can show that to you, a reference at 62 feet.
Great. Okay.
Correct.
So I guess that goes. I still have time, right? I don't know if that's okay. So I guess that goes along with my. You know what? I'll hold on to that. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from other council members? No? Okay, Councilmember McReynolds.
Couple clarifying questions from, did staff prepare a view study, or were those applicant view studies?
Councilmember McReynolds, all of the presentations were made by the applicant. The ones that you've seen on the screen tonight have been provided by the public. None of those have been prepared by staff.
Okay. And then there was a question regarding the notice of exemption and notice of determination. When do those need to be filed?
Typically, those are filed within a few days of filing the approval. We received an appeal, so that was not actually timely filed, so there has been no notice filed. As a de novo hearing, we can file that following the action tonight, or whatever that might be, and then we would file that notice. It is an optional requirement under CEQA. What it does is just limits the time frame for a lawsuit from 180 days back to 30 days, shortening that time frame under CEQA.
Okay, and then there's been a lot of talk about the sidewalk. Is that part of the appeal regarding the sidewalks? The width of the sidewalks?
Sidewalk was not an item that was included on the appeal application, no.
Okay, and then can I ask Mr., I want to follow up on Councilmember Schumacher's questions. Robert Mather, do you mind coming back up? And if we could pull his presentation back up. I wanted to go to slide 8. And I'm just trying to rectify that question that you asked, and then, because I didn't see the 58 and a half that you're mentioning on here. I think slide 8 is the key. So where can I see 58 and a half? Because I don't see it.
I think this particular representation is from the corner of Fur and Santa Clara, where there's a surveyor's monument, which gets to the 60.68 for the top roof. So after adjusting for the incline from the corner, the northeast corner of those two streets to the AT&T building, results in an additional adjustment of 2 feet. So if you're standing in front of the AT&T building and you're looking up directly to the main parapet, not the tower parapet. The tower parapet is the one that has the AT&T logo on it. That one's 2 feet taller than the main parapet.
Right, I believe your measurement shows that.
Yep.
I'm not seeing the 58, I guess, I apologize. Are you subtracting the 2.42?
Take the 60, take the 60.68 and take 2 feet away from that.
And I don't know, how are you taking 2 feet away?
That's the difference in the grade of the Santa Clara from the survey monument at the corner of the street to the grade level if you're standing on Santa Clara directly below the building.
So your survey monument just under South Fur says 0.00.
Yep.
Okay, I just apologize, I'm just not seeing where we're losing the 2 feet. I realize that there's a grade differential on there.
Yeah, and you're saying you're not seeing the 2 foot grade differential on the survey. Bob or Mark, do you want to speak to that?
Again, if you could talk from the survey that we're.
You need one of these. Where's it here? Where's 0, 0? See this thing? Mark, you may have to come up. Okay. So you take this measurement here, this is the main parapet, so it's 62.86 feet, and you subtract this measurement, which is 2.42 feet, and these are all referenced to the, that'd be the southwest corner at 0 feet. And that's 58.26 feet. We rounded up to 58 and a half.
I apologize, so 68.86 minus 2.43 is the.
Yeah, 62 point.
So how is that not 60 feet?
Because the starting point right here is 2.42 feet. All these points are referenced. We wanted to be completely fair because the building is 58.26 feet high, but it's at a higher elevation than the elevation for the Park Plaza building.
Which your surveyor is saying is at 2.43 feet.
2.42.
Okay. And then you're saying the building is, so you're subtracting 2.42 from the 62.83.
Correct.
How is that not 60? What am I?
Oh, that's the high. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the low parapet. The main parapet is 60.68. I'm sorry.
But the adjacency is 60 feet.
What do you mean by the adjacency?
The Park Plaza.
Correct, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the building is 58.26 feet high, but relative to the lowest point Of the Park Plaza building, yes, and it's 2 feet taller, roughly.
Okay. So I think there's some minor consensus. My last question is for staff, and if you could define health and safety.
I'm not sure that I can define health and safety. There aren't, those are not defined terms in the density bonus law, so we can assume that they're the sort of the commonly used definitions of those terms.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess this question would be for you, Mr. De La Vega. Yeah, I've heard tonight, de novo, we could change it however we want to change it, but please help me understand. I think the bottom line is, I mean, even though there's things that we might want to change, the reality is the developer, because they've complied, because they have their inclusionary housing, because they've done what they're supposed to do, basically they have the right to build this.
That is largely correct. I can clarify that de novo refers to the standard of review this body is using to make its determination, as distinguishable from reviewing by, let's say, an abusive discretion standard, which is what you would typically get in a civil appeal case. So say, for example, there's a civil case, it goes to trial, the court makes a determination, it gets appealed to an appellate court. The standard generally would be abusive discretion. Did the civil court abuse its discretion in reaching whatever legal conclusions it reached? This is a de novo hearing, so it would be as if in a civil case, you take whatever decision was made at the trial court level, you throw it out and you start from scratch. So you can make brand new findings of facts, brand new determinations, look at whatever evidence you want. So that's what de novo means.
Mm-hmm. So how would that relate in this situation?
I'm not sure it means quite what it has been represented to mean by certain members of the public.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And from what I understand from the developer, I mean, what we've already talked about making changes, and it doesn't make sense to lower. Is that correct? I mean, to lower the height and all of that?
Can we have you come to the podium, please? Thank you.
If the concern is blocking any ocean view, and we're talking about the islands or the beach, which you can't see anyways, regardless of the height of the building, even the existing building, you can't see the shoreline. Whether it's 67 feet, 70 feet, 68.9, it doesn't matter. It won't affect the view study whatsoever. As Nick said, when you're building a building like this and using wood construction, and you've got beams and joists to deal with, and then you go and put your air conditioning system, yes, it's going to come down significantly. So if you're trying to knock down a building's height by 10 feet for no purpose other than giving the tenant a smaller space, it just doesn't make sense to us.
Thank you.
You done? Okay. Councilmember Schumacher, and then followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Can I have the applicant come up one more time, please? Nick, it could be you. Go ahead. So in your presentation, you compared the building to the AT&T building.
Yes.
Yes. And so at the time, we were thinking that it was 75 feet.
No. That, I don't know where the 75 came from. That never came from our materials.
Oh.
I'm not quite sure where it came from, honestly.
Okay. So how high were you measuring it?
I think that the tower element is it 60, Lauren? Is that where it's landing? Yeah.
We showed the tower roughly at the 62 feet, as we discussed with staff. And the 66 feet that we show for our building is also relative from the surveyor's 0, 0. So it doesn't account for the grades, but you asked about
Was that 66 before we lowered the roof element, or after?
After we complied with the.
All right.
So what height are we talking about here? I'm just so that we're all
The-
clear.
Good.
The adjacent tower of our portion of the building, that
Let's pull up the slide of how we imposed the director's comments into a new drawing. If you show that, it'll show exactly what we did. We reduced the height by what she asked us to do.
So it's that tower on the right side with the blue rectangle around it. That's the quote tower that we're talking about. And it was the peaked roof that was the issue, not the entire building being at that height. So we reduced the peak of the roof to comply with that request for the height.
Before the director's hearing, how high was it?
I believe that was 73 8 inches.
Okay, and then you compared it to the AT&T building, did you not?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
the same view.
And at that time, you were assuming that it was also 75 feet, no?
No, it shows lower.
No.
It shows the AT&T building didn't change in the height.
And
In our
ironically,
elevation
part of
studies.
this was we were trying to screen the AT&T building. That was part of the challenge. Oh, staff's presentation showed that, if you'd like to. I'm not sure what we're.
Yeah, we don't show the previous elevations in our presentation of what was presented to the director's hearing.
So, as I said, I do stand behind the representations that we're sharing. There are some other exhibits that I have certainly not had a chance to evaluate. As we were seeing those, we were comparing to what we have, and we believe that we're accurately representing things.
Okay, so here's my point. I
Yeah.
mean, if you made the specs that were comparable to the AT&T building, and at that time you thought it was 75 feet, again,
Yeah.
I could be wrong, and maybe I misheard,
Okay.
but this is how I'm understanding it. And to me, now that we understand that the AT&T building is actually 62 feet, could you not match and to make sure that that building is in the same vein?
I think we would go back to our client's description of what impact that would have on the units, on the residents of this building, and adversely impacting their quality of life in their homes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go with Councilmember Campos, and then followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Could I have the attorney for the appellant come up for a moment? I'm not an attorney. Oh. Someone speaking for the appellant?
I just play one on TV.
Thank you. We just heard a reference in answer to a question pointing out the ocean view and height. Was that the point of the appeal?
It was not.
Can you clarify the point?
The
of
mass
appeal?
scale and height of the building as it relates to the established character of the community was the point of the appeal, not the views of the coastline.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
I just had a quick follow-up question. When the 211 Thompson appeal came forward, we received a letter from the Coastal Commission. Did we receive a letter from the Coastal Commission regarding this?
Councilmember McReynolds, no, we did not receive any communication from the Coastal Commission. We met with them separately and went over the project before it was heard the first time at director's hearing, but besides that, no written comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangonay.
Speaking to the staff presentation, the density bonus findings for denial, speaking specifically to the height of this building, do you define that as a waiver, or is that defined as an incentive or a concession?
The waiver for height in terms of stories, or pardon me, it's a concession for height. There is another waiver there for floor-to-floor height relating specifically to the ground floor. The normal regulation would be 18-foot max. This goes to a little over 19, I believe. So technically two separate things that would relate to overall height, the ground floor, floor-to-floor height, and then the overall number of stories.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions in regards to the height. So we've determined that the AT&T building is approximately 62 feet, correct?
Correct. Based on the plans that we have in our records, it's roughly 62 from the edge of that building. That's not based on a survey or other details in the project site. And just to clarify, the 75-foot reference in the resolution was a typographical error.
Okay.
Nowhere in our knowledge was that intentional. In an earlier staff report, it described it as 3 to 4 stories. And in trying to be more accurate, I think there was just a typographical error on that note page.
Okay, so it was a typo. Okay, thank you. And I guess this is for the applicant. Your reason for not lowering height or any more height is because it would impact the number of units? Can you, or someone come up to the...
The height is a result of a lot of complex structural and mechanical and infrastructure issues, and as we start to compress that thing, it starts to make the project infeasible to build. So I think the bottom line is, again, we try to design livable. If knocking a foot off of each, of the ceiling height makes everybody happy, we would certainly analyze that and see if we can make it work. The problem is these units have mechanical equipment inside them, and that all comes down when the height comes down. So you end up with a bathroom that has a 6'8" ceiling, something like that, and it's like, it can work, but it's certainly not ideal. So there's a lot of implications like that.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. And then I think just lastly, a question in regards to, and I know we're focused, well, I'm focused on the height. Other buildings around there, would this be the tallest building in comparison to the other buildings in the immediate area?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify, when you say immediate area, you mean sort of directly abutting the project site, like on that block? That's correct.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councilmember McReynolds.
I have a question regarding state density bonus law. So we're, on our rental, require 5% very low, 10% low. So does that, by meeting that requirement, which they have to do because it's our inclusionary housing ordinance, how many concessions does that provide the applicant?
We confirm that, Mayor, Councilmember McReynolds, we confirm that with the 5% very low and the 10% low, they are allowed one concession, but unlimited waivers.
They're allowed how many concessions?
One. If they wanted to do 2 concessions, they would have to do very low 10% and then 17% low.
Okay, that answers my question. So it's one concession. By meeting our inclusionary housing requirement, you automatically get one concession.
My understanding is yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are any other questions, I will now, oh, you have a question? Okay, sorry.
I have
Deputy Mayor.
comments, but I did come up with one question. Is that, so if the one concession is that one story, there's comments made about in the downtown specific plan code T.6 or something that on the 4th floor, you're only allowed a certain amount of like 85% or 50%, I don't know exact number. But how do you account for having a full floor on the 4th floor? Is that a waiver then, or that, because there's a limit from a downtown specific plan standpoint? I just wanted to understand that point.
So, thank you, Deputy Mayor. The concession for height, it's not applicable to the specific ask. It's applicable to that standard. So they would be seeking a concession for the height standard, regardless of whether that's for, an extra 2 stories, an extra 1.
I guess while I'm on the mic, is it true then that staff basically agrees that there's no compelling discrepancies with our regulations and codes? And so that's basically what I've heard. So is that it meets all the requirements by right. So the questions really come down to the interpretation of those regulations and codes, right?
That is correct, with the addition of the state density bonus.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Councilmember McReynolds.
I have a question for the applicant, or the developer specifically, on it. You can both, you can all come up, but, so. No, I learned a long time ago not to play architect, so I can guarantee you it's not architecture. So it's economic. So is there anything that the city can offer that would incentivize or reduce the cost of the building? That would be within the city's, to allow a lower height. So is there something that we're requiring as the city, that is, as you're making the findings that you need the height to get the economic feasibility? So is there something from the city side that we could provide that would reduce the cost of the building?
Off the top of my head, I can't think anything about height, but I did think of many times if the city was to give us a couple feet of street to widen the sidewalk, that would be helping what they're asking for. And I think that the city could do that. If they wanted a wider sidewalk, we could put that into our design if the city was to allow for maybe a 2-foot widening or shrinking of the street along our side. I think the traffic would still allow for it, but this is something that transportation would have to get into. But, sorry? Another thing is we allowed for 1 parking space for every tenant. I believe that we are required to do less than half of that. So if we were to say, okay, we're only going to put in 20 spaces for 80 apartments, that might help. But this is not something we want to do. This will just add to street parking.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just asking if there are things that we can do to reduce the cost of the development that would make it more.
I really don't know how to answer that, like a city loan or a city grant. I don't know what you mean by a tax break. I don't understand what you mean.
Well, not a tax. I mean, something that's within our, is there something that's driving the cost of the development?
Not that I can think of. Maybe you can help me out.
First of all, thank you for that, that question, that idea. I don't think it's wise to do that on the fly in a meeting, but I do think it would be worth the council and planning staff and maybe the design community having a workshop to flesh out how these things work and where are the variables and what kinds of incentives. I think John's absolutely right when we talk about the specific line requires our building to meet the property line of the street. That's a mandate. We're pulling it back as a gesture, but the city hasn't really discussed, hey, we could reduce the width of streets, slow cars down. That is a very viable approach to creating more of that walkability that we've all talked about, and I think we all want. But I think it's a very interesting question, Bill. I'm a little worried about the city being on the hook to incentivize things financially, but definitely there could be other.
I'm not asking for an incentive. I mean, I'm not trying to give away an incentive or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'm asking, are there conditions of approval that are driving up the cost of construction that, so you're trying to get additional revenue, additional units to cover that additional cost?
Yeah, certainly the affordable housing is expensive. I'm, to be candid, I wish we had more, but that's a big economic hit, as I'm sure you know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we are finished with questions, or did you have a question? No? Okay. So at this point, seeing that we have no more questions, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing now, and we will have council deliberation and action. I will need a motion required, but if we want to go into deliberations, we can do that now.
I'll move that we end the public comment period.
I just closed the
Oh,
hearing.
okay. You said you needed a motion, so.
No, I will need a motion eventually after deliberation. Yeah. So we can go ahead. Councilmember Campos?
So, looking at what we've been doing as a quasi-judicial process, in the courts, judicial hearings are adversarial. But I think that we can work together and make this a way that we can have both sides come together and be satisfied. And I'm considering a motion, but I would really like to hear from all my colleagues if they agree. Instead of having a winner and a loser, see if we can even out things so that everybody is satisfied. And also, while I have the floor, I just want to thank the developer or whoever made the choice to use heat pumps on the roof for considering climate and the best way to operate a big building. I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Halter.
I just want to say first that having seen a lot of projects come through and paid attention over the last 30 years, I want to say that this is a good project. I think that the breaking the building down to look like several buildings, others have tried doing it. I looked at the materials on the building and seeing brick with precast, things that are timeless, things that represent downtown. I also want to say that on the appeal side, there's some very valid points, some really good thought out points. My concern is, you know, I kind of ran into this last night as well in GPAC. That's why my head's a little bit wiped out from 3 hours of all the different regulations and codes and this and that. It's like playing Monopoly times 1,000 and trying to figure out how to get through all those regulations to get to the right answer that you know is there, but you have to figure out how to maneuver through all these different things we put in the way. And that's how I see it. So then I look at the building itself, and I look at, as I drove around the block probably 10 times, I saw Natalie out there, Bruton, in the front as I was doing so yesterday. And it, of all places, to build something that is taller than some of the things in downtown, that's a good site. That's from the standpoint that I couldn't see how it was blocking views. Unless I went into somebody's house, then maybe I missed one or two, you know, but I really didn't see that. So I tend to agree that the fact that height, while it makes the building look bigger, I also hate the fact that we take away the architectural detail first. We took away, you know, the parapets, the gables on top of the roof, something that's other than flat. And then we all complain about how everything that's being proposed is flat roofs. Okay, well, there's a reason why that's happening, you know? And I also get concerned that the message out there at a point that we need good projects, good quality projects, that we're complicating the process and having meetings like this that are going to 11 o'clock at night. You know, we're trying, after 3 years, I think 3 renderings of this project, and I feel that that doesn't send a good message out there for people who want to come and give us good projects for the housing that we do desperately need. I love the idea, and I think Christy was right on about sidewalks. The wider the sidewalk, it makes the height seem less imposing, and I think she's right on that one. And so, but how do you fix all of downtown and create wider sidewalks? One project at a time, that's a little bit odd, okay? I would be willing to consider looking at 2 extra feet off the street, you know, especially on Fur. But nonetheless, I want to say that we need more vibrancy downtown. We need more housing downtown. When you look at the 1950 census, where most of the city was really downtown, we have truly about half the people now than we had in 1950 because we tore down so many buildings. Matter of fact, one of the most beautiful buildings we tore down was the Plaza School, which was about 45, 50 feet tall. And so I love the fact that if we're going to go larger scale, as the state's forcing us to do, to create the housing we need in cities that are built out and have things like SOAR and concerns that have given us a quality of life that we love, then we have to figure out a way to create those volumes in a way that it adds beauty and ambiance to our city. And then we have to figure out how to do the mass transit for the less parking, because people will drive. And when we talk about taking a foot off of the inside ceiling, I was in a beautiful ADU off of Catalina, truly beautiful. I mean, I think every one of us here could say, I would live in that in a heartbeat. And what made it different is that it had 10-foot ceilings. 750 square feet, had 10-foot ceilings, and it had a beautiful architecture. It happened to be Spanish, which is easy to do something beautiful doing that. But I don't want to turn it into a mediocre project by asking that we would do ceiling heights. I don't want to have any more architectural detail disappear. If there's a way to squeeze something to get the height down a little bit, although I get, one final comment on this, and I'll let my colleagues speak, but obviously I had a lot going through my head, which is why I didn't really have questions, I just have thoughts. And when we spent 23 meetings in GPAC talking about land use planning, and quite frankly, the majority of those meetings, as Mr. Deitch, you know, was all about height of buildings. And I don't know why that became the number one thing. I want to leave it at that, and then I'll continue after my colleagues speak.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
So I agree that, you know, we're very close to a solution here. And I really do appreciate the developers and also the staff. I mean, you have answered a lot of really heated questions, so thank you for really taking it on the chin. But at the same time, you know, I just want to address that Ventura needs, whether we like it or not, we need development. We need affordable housing. That's not going to change, and we're not immune to the housing crisis throughout the country, right? And so I think on one hand, you know, 9 is not enough for affordable housing, but it's not also, it's 9 we didn't have before. And so I'm on that side. And then I think about it too, is that, you know, I love the civil discourse that we have here, and I appreciate the deputy mayor saying that, you know, this sends a message to the developers. Absolutely. Absolutely, it sends a message to the developers that we have some standards that we want to make sure that whoever lives here is proud to live here. And that's one of the things that I'm also balancing. So to me, I guess I have a question for the staff and also the city attorney. Like, what's our options here? Are we just denying or approving the appeal, or are there other options that we can consider?
So, Councilmember Schumacher, I'm going to start on this and then turn it over to staff. The staff recommendation is to deny the appeal and approve the project, and there's a resolution that makes findings to support that approval. The staff report also outlines some other options that the council can do. I would say that if the council were inclined to take a different approach than the staff recommendation, it would need to be able to support whatever it's doing by tying its findings to the record. And I don't know if staff would like to add any more to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I have much to add to that. That's about right.
Okay.
If the staff's recommendation is, of course, to do what was consistent with what the director did. Anything other than that would require findings consistent with the record.
Yeah.
To support that.
Okay. The only reason why I ask is because I just feel like the conversation is not over. I feel like there's just, I mean, you know, there's certain things that the community wants, you know, the height, the sidewalks, the parking, the number of affordable housing, the views, the EIR. I mean, it's a list. But then the developers are also saying, hey, we can analyze it if we can see and make it work. There's still this level of like, hey, we can see what we can do on both ends. We may not, I mean, the community may not all get the height, the sidewalks, the parking, all of that. At the very least, something, and it sounds like the height is the most priority. And so that conversation still needs to continue, in my opinion. And so I don't necessarily know if, if there's an option for us to go back to and figure that out. But, so I don't know if you can answer that.
We do need to be cautious that there is a limitation on the number of times that this project can appear before a hearing body. I think we're at meeting, where are we? I've lost track. 4? So no more than one more meeting.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, in my head, I just feel like the conversation's not over, and we're so close to agreeing, it's unfortunate that we haven't gotten there yet.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so, I feel we are at a place where they've done everything they were supposed to do. I agree with you, Councilmember Schumacher. 9 is better than nothing. I also look at the project. You're saying the project, it's a beautiful project. That level upstairs, the front of that sidewalk, the front entryway, it's a beautiful project. The more I look at it too, I go, wow, that's 80 units. What economic vitality is that going to bring to that downtown area? Those people buying things down there, living down there. They got the park across the street. That's going to be filled with people now, which, it's a beautiful thing. I totally understand what the public is saying about, what they want. But the reality is it's a beautiful project. They've done what they were supposed to do. They did everything they were supposed to do. I just don't know how we could say no to it because it's by law. They've done it. They've done what they're supposed to do. And I look at that, and then I look at the benefits of that. So, I have several families right now that would love to move into that place in the affordable and low-income housing. So I'd like to make a motion to support staff's recommendation.
Okay, I think we still have a few more comments, though, and then we'll go back to the motion. Councilmember Manganay.
Sorry, question, kind of follow-up for Mr. De La Vega. Regarding the 5-meeting rule, so if this approval was conditional on whatever, conditions that the council decided to approve, what body would preside over that 5th and last meeting? Would it be director? Would the director make the final approval on kind of like on that, or would it come back to council again for secondary approval? I'm just trying to understand the
Well, to
process.
some extent, I'd say that's up to you. Having said that, I'm not entirely clear where in our municipal code there's necessarily the authority to kick the can further down the road. The city council, I think, there's a hearing taking place to make findings concerning an appeal. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. So a decision on that, I believe, probably needs to be made. I may defer to the city attorney on that. I'm not 100% sure.
My understanding, I think it might be, and I'm not sure whether it's through city rules or state, but I think Mr. De La Vega is right. We're on hearing number 4 of 5, so that is my understanding as well. But also that the deadline to get this done would be early February, unless the developer were to agree to more time.
Okay. Thank you. And, I agree, this is what makes this difficult, right? I agree with kind of components of what everyone's saying. I think the intent of the DTSP is not to protect the view shed from one building. It's a cumulative effect of many developments of this scale. And I think that's one thing that's difficult to not consider in this type of hearing, right? So it's not specific to your development. And certainly I would agree, I've saw all 3 kind of renditions or iterations of design, and this is by far the nicest and highest quality. But I understand the concerns that the community has in that regard. It's not just one building, right? It has the potential to be many buildings of this scale. And I believe firmly that's what the intent of the downtown specific plan was, is to protect the whole area, not the views from one specific area, one street, just Santa Clara. So, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds.
So, I'm not a fan. It's a 20-year-old document, I get that, and it didn't envision the flux in retail. So retail is not what it was when the downtown specific plan was approved. It is radically changed. And at the end of the day, I'm probably not a fan of having retail in this building as much as we do on it, which I think is driving a lot of the height. And so my question to staff is, could we remove the requirement to have the retail?
Councilmember McReynolds, yes, you can. It would require, the concession would effectively change to be that removal of the retail component, and then the waiver would be for the height, provided they could make a physically infeasible determination that they would need that waiver to have that height.
Well, it's not my economics, so it's not something that I can, and I'm not going to ask the applicant to make that decision, at this moment. But, I would be open to considering the removal of the retail, so that, because we've got that 19-foot plate height there, to allow, a potential reimagination of it. With that said, I have a question for the city attorney. Is we have the Housing Accountability Act, which says if we deny this, my basic understanding is it's a $10,000 per unit fine if the court finds that we arbitrarily denied.
There's a ramp up to that, but that's essentially correct. And to clarify, the standard for the Housing Accountability Act is not just denial, but also conditioning in a way that makes the project infeasible.
Okay. And my understanding, and so the question I was going to go with is, in light of the 211 Thompson decision, my understanding is the court can do a 5X adjustment to that, because if they find that we did it in bad faith. Knowing that we have the 211 Thompson decision already, it seems to me that the court could potentially make that 5X finding that we did this in bad faith, which would take the fine from 80 units, so 800,000 to $4 million.
I believe that is correct. That is a possibility, yes.
Okay, so I don't want to pay a $4 million fine on it. So my question, as my colleagues think about, how married are we to the retail? Again, I'm not comfortable asking that, if it's something they would consider, losing the retail to reduce the height. Would that be something that we would be open to? So that's mine.
Thank you, Councilmember McReynolds. Councilmember Campos, followed by Deputy Mayor Halter.
So my understanding is, in order for us to request a change, we need to have a finding regarding the building and where it is sited.
Yes and no. To request a change, you can just simply request a change. To deny one of the concessions or waivers, you need to make a finding consistent with the standards that I laid out. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. And then, of course, you're being asked to make findings on the other side as well, consistent with the staff's recommendation, which is what the director did, which was to make findings that the project meets the required standards in the downtown specific plan and the required standards under the Coastal Act. So there are required findings kind of either way.
So the downtown specific plan has areas that are very specific, height-wise or with different aspects. If this project were in a different location in the downtown specific plan, we wouldn't be able to question it. But because of where it is, the height does exceed what is allowed in the downtown specific plan, the way I read it. And so I think that legally we have the opportunity to request the reduction in height, however it's done, based on that. Perhaps the other things brought up by the community tonight were not as available to us to make adjustments on. I mean, we'd all like to see wider sidewalks, certainly. But I think that we should be able to utilize that part of the downtown specific plan to request the lowering of height to some value less than it is.
To be clear, you could ask the developer if they would agree to lower the heights. They would be under no obligation to do so. They have requested the height that they've requested as a concession under the density bonus law. And so to mandate a reduction in height, you would need to make the finding that that specific concession has a specific adverse impact on health or safety or one of the other two standards I laid out.
Okay. It's very challenging because I heard people say what the neighborhood wants. I don't think it's only about what the neighborhood wants. I think it's about what was prepared for years ago by this council, not this council, but the council, to maintain some standards in our building processes. So, thank you for responding, Mr. De La Vega, and thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Of course.
Of course. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Okay, I think the bigger question that is the elephant in the room, really, and we've seen this now over and over for the last at least handful of years, is that buildings, new construction is most likely going to be bigger projects than what they were, or bigger buildings than they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and 50 years ago. And there's a reason why that's the case. And so it's coming to grips with, do we want to just push that button and fight the state and say, we're not going to do that? We're going to hold on to our 1- and 2-story buildings? Or are we going to somehow embrace the larger building in a way that is more Venturan, that has architectural details, that fits in the right location, that has wider sidewalks? I'm actually concerned about parking more than anything at this point. I think that while I would love for us to stop building everything around the automobile, we hadn't seemed to have the courage or the finances or the leadership to create mass transit across every region, across every city. And that absolutely has to be the future at some point. That will be the future, whether we're all alive to see it or not. So I do look at, when I look at Councilmember McReynolds' comment about possibly putting up the commercial sites on the bottom up for grabs, again, it would have to come down to whether or not our applicant is willing to do that. And one last analysis is that for 70 years, we started separating out what has always been the norm for humans in cities, where you have stores and living above, and you have the parks and everything's built around squares and so forth. And so we put industrial on one side, we put commercial on another, created these malls, we sprawled out with tract homes. We created massive traffic jams by doing so as people went to work and then went shopping or went out to be entertained. And now we're trying to fix that problem, as our traffic, we have a significant portion of our workforce does commute out of Ventura for work. It would sure be a much better future if we could bring those jobs back to Ventura. And you need to have the buildings that can handle those jobs. So I hate to start separating out industrial and commercial again like they did for 70 years that I really think led to a lot of the problems we have today. But that was kind of exactly what we did last night on GPAC. We went back to having industrial with no housing and having commercial not inside mixed use buildings. So I'm a little bit concerned that we somehow have to figure out how do we handle the larger buildings that the state will mandate, and the state is mandated, not because they want to mandate it, as much as the fact that we are severely short housing. And if we want to stop seeing that flow of young people out of our communities, and we like the fact that we come in an older, wealthier community with less and less jobs and more potholes, because we just don't have the sustainability, to pay for all the services we need, then we have to somehow, because everyone here is saying some very, very good points. And so I think it's all about the buildings are being too large for what people are comfortable with, and how do we make it a Ventura project. And this comes closer than most projects, I gotta say that. It's still hard for us to see, I think maybe if somebody took an area that wasn't so beloved as around Plaza Park and maybe did something there first, I think that's why Front Street started happening, to be honest. But anyways, I'm just kind of sharing some of my thoughts why I'm not sure what our choice is here tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
So I want to stay on the retail/commercial concept. So we're going to have leasing space as part of the building. So there's going to be a leasing office. There are going to be people that work here on it. Can that be considered part of the commercial?
Yes, it can. That's what we did with the Caltom building.
Okay. So next question is, if they were to convert the retail units to residential, that doesn't require additional affordable because it doesn't change the base density.
That's correct. It doesn't change the base density.
So then so they still stay at the 9 affordable units, which, as the applicant said, is the expensive part of this. So my question is, with the density bonus, are they at the maximum now? And if they were to convert those to, let's say, live work, I'm not saying the applicant wants to go there, but if they were to convert the retail spaces to live work spaces, would that still be permitted under the existing density based on the base density calculation with the state density bonus law?
I believe the live work would still be considered retail. Is that correct? All the retail is live work?
There's only 2 live work units, is my understanding.
Yeah, there's only 2 live-work units. There's separate commercial spaces that are rentable tenant spaces at the corner. So those would be separate. So what I think you're envisioning is those commercial-only spaces get converted to some sort of residential use. Is that correct?
Live work, potentially.
I think
That
we would
would
need, oh, go ahead.
Well, I think that would all be residential, so we would need to, the burden would be on the city for the justification of the concession, which would take some time to do.
We're already providing the commercial space as the leasing office.
We could explore an exception or a variance with that, but I would want to take some time to review the downtown specific plan further to find what that path would be. As the commercial block building type, as its description, says that the bottom floor shall be retail, office, service with dwelling units above. My kind of cursory review here, kind of going through, typically I find an exception or a waiver to allow a departure from some of the development standards of the DTSP. If I could have maybe 5 minutes to kind of just go through and see if I can find a path within the DTSP separate from the request before you being an exception or a waiver that we can include within, I would appreciate that.
Okay,
While other
well,
questions can be addressed.
Before we go there, can I ask the mayor to reopen the public hearing and ask if the applicant's willing to, I believe the applicant has a right for I don't want to waste anybody's time in terms of that, but if that's something that the applicant would.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing again and have the applicant address that.
Yes, absolutely. Why don't we, do you want to do the 5 minutes? And
Ask a point of clarification from the city attorney, please.
At this point,
If you're reopening the public.
we can't do that, right? Yeah,
Mayor, it's just to ask the applicant a question, yeah.
that's the only reason why we're reopening is to ask the question to them.
are we taking a 5-minute?
We'll take a 5-minute break.
I think that's what,
Do you,
she wanted 5 minutes, they want 5
Yeah.
minutes, so.
so 5-minute break, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
we will go ahead and resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone. I hope that was hopefully enough time to at least get the preliminary questions answered. Councilmember McReynolds.
I don't know if staff wants to go first or the applicant wants to. I mean, it probably would behoove if the applicant is even willing to consider this. If not,
Can we have the applicant come to the microphone, please?
if they're, again, I want to preface this answer by, this is something we're asking you to consider. It's not something that, I think we can necessarily require.
Hello. Can you restate what is it that you'd like to consider here?
The consideration I would like to have the applicant consider is if we were to allow the retail space, we're going to count the leasing office as the commercial component. And then the retail spaces would become live-work units. So you get additional units without increasing the affordable requirement, or you're still within the density bonus. Would that then allow for a reconfiguration of the first floor height?
Bringing the first, so first of all, thanks for the creative investigation here. The driver of that height, unfortunately, has to do with the podium level when it meets the back alley and where the garage entrance is to the project. So if we bring that podium height down, we are going to be in trouble. We're going to have some real conflicts back there. I would also add that personally, I think that the commercial at that corner is a vital part of the idea that you could be at the park and go over there to get a sandwich or a cup of coffee and hang out at that corner. We see it as a social nexus. But we heard where this was going and we conferred, and what we could offer instead of that would be to reduce the floor-to-floor height by 6 inches and a cumulative reduction of about 3 feet. And again, we're looking for meeting in the middle. We think we could do that and retain the quality of the building, still retain some degree of higher ceilings, which I feel is so important in these apartments.
It's a revenue driver, right?
We're looking for some push and pull here and how we could, help get it to a place that you guys feel, like we're doing our job.
That I don't think we need staff to weigh in then.
Okay.
Based on that, and then thank you for allowing me to reopen the hearing.
Of course. And I believe I do have Councilmember Campos. You had a question.
Are we going to close the public hearing?
She has a question, so I'm going to remain with the public comment open.
So my question, I think, is for Mr. Red, our city attorney. We keep hearing that in order to get some change to the building, we need to ask the developer or the applicant. Is that true, or can we, as a quasi-judicial body, make a motion and take an action?
The Councilmember Campos can certainly make a motion and take an action. I guess the point or the practice of asking the developer were, if it were something also to understand whether they were okay with that or not, then that might inform whether the council would be inclined to vote for that. In other words, the council could certainly vote, take an action, and see what happens, but also it may be informational and frequent practices to ask the developer if they would be okay with that, simply because then the council would know if they're voting on it, they have confidence that the developer would support it and would abide by that.
So it's not an absolute or a requirement, it's a courtesy, basically?
I think that's, yeah, and I think it's in general practice, right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. I believe we do have a motion on the floor. I don't think that there was a second or if there's going to be an amendment to the motion. Councilmember Duran, did you want to, because you were the one who made the motion.
You want to help me?
I'll second the motion, but I'd like to add the friendly amendment that the applicant will consider the 3-foot, reduction on it, and then I would like to add the further point that I would like Public Works staff to look at the potential, I'm going to use the term road diet, so that we can get more sidewalk. I'm not going to make it a requirement, but I would, you know, I think that discussion is something on it. We were talking in GPAC last night about road, you know, car tolerant. So, you know, this might be a way to add that, you know, component to it. So I don't necessarily know if the motion more as direction to ask the Public Works and applicant to work together moving forward.
Mayor, if I can inquire Councilmember Reynolds to understand the motion and also maybe also ask
I
staff.
see
but-
if he agrees. It's his motion.
Okay.
I'm just making an amendment.
Sure, and I guess maybe just to get clarification in the first instance, the developer did mention that they could take off 3 feet.
Yes.
That's part of the motion, and I guess the part of the question might be to staff is what would need to change with the findings or the resolution to accomplish the 3 feet to make that a condition?
Well, I guess there's two ways to look at this. If you're asking the developer to simply consider it without making it mandatory, I'm not sure that the findings would need to change at all. If you are requiring a 3-foot reduction in height, I would frame that in terms of harmonizing the density bonus law and the Coastal Act findings. The idea would be that the finding for the Coastal Act concerning height or massing, or one of the two, or both, could be met if the 3 feet reduction took place.
What's the easiest way to do it?
I suppose it depends on what kind of outcome if you want a certainty, well, there really isn't any certainty on this either way. The first approach is less contentious, but it doesn't obligate the developer to do anything necessarily. The second approach requires harmonization, which is, there's no clear guidance on that. So we don't know what that would look like. I'm hesitant to dive too deeply into that on the record, but I think either approach is feasible.
How do I get it approved tonight?
Well, either way, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Councilmember McReynolds, you could do either way. I think what Mr. De La Vega is saying is if it were conditioned on only if you take it down by 3 feet, I think the question is there may need to be a
Let's go
little.
the harmonization route.
The harmonization route.
So that would be, yeah, so that's the second approach where you're not suggesting that they consider it, but rather mandating a 3-foot height reduction.
Yes.
And so what you would need to do then is make a finding that the one or both of the Coastal Act findings can't be met unless there's a 3-foot reduction in height functionally.
And just to clarify, this is 3 feet reduction in addition to what the director had recommended at the director's hearing, because that's what the appeal.
I understand that. I'm not willing to make that harmonization then, based on what you said on it. So I think, give me the first one again?
Was the first thing that you said, which is to direct the applicant to consider exploring a 3-foot reduction in height.
Okay.
So Councilmember Reynolds, it seems like the motion would have 3 items, then it would be moving the staff recommendation, directing the developer to explore the doing less than 3 feet, and then also some direction to Public Works staff as well.
Mm-hmm. That is my motion.
And is the maker of the motion okay with those amendments?
This maker is absolutely okay with it.
Then, Mr. Clerk, can we please call the vote?
And Madam Mayor, we'll need to close
Sir.
the public hearing.
Oh, thank you.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, and the direction to Public Works was,
Look at the road diet potentially, if it's feasible.
okay, and just to, so.
It's not a requirement.
So for, I guess, just to confirm with staff, the staff understands that the motion is approve the staff recommendation, direct the developer to take a look at and implement a 3-foot reduction if feasible, but that's the motion, the direction is purely the resolution that's in the staff report, but then the developer would look at the 3 feet, and then the third factor would be direct Public Works to take a look at the road diet.
Correct.
I guess the question for staff is that feasible and understandable?
Yes, and the live work, or the leasing office, that's
That's off
no-
the table.
off the table, thank you.
Table, yes. Thank you. Councilmember Mangonet, you had a question?
Yeah, it's for clarification, hypothetically, the applicant decides to lower take our recommendation and lower the height 3 feet. Is there then an approving body? Or is it just?
So this, I believe, this would be the entitlement, and they may be coming forward for building permits and some ministerial permits after the fact, but this would be the entitlement in front of this body.
And sorry, follow up, just so I know exactly what I'm voting on. So this recommended reduction in 3 feet would bring the overall height to what? Is that your question? Yeah, because there's been a lot of talk about. Sorry, did you get that one?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. So per Councilmember McReynolds' motion, the recommendation that the applicant reduce the height 3 feet would bring the overall height of this building to what?
I think it would be dependent upon which portion of the building we look at. If the intention is the whole building comes down, then we'd have to take those measurements. But let me look that up.
Why don't you just give us the highest point?
So the height, if we take it from the maximum, which is 73 feet, 8 inches, it would be down to 78 inches.
But does that reflect what the director? That is. Okay.
The architectural features? So could you tell me what the roof height? So that beautiful deck that everybody was talking about.
I'm just pulling the plans up really quickly, thank you.
So could we
It would, oh, sorry.
understand clearly what the motion is before we?
Yeah, they're currently checking on the height, and then we'll make sure to repeat the motion.
Councilmember McReynolds, through the mayor, would it be helpful to see an image of the project?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It's quite all right.
Sorry, a little bit late tonight. Would it be helpful to see an image on the screen
Yes,
to
please.
Yes,
talk about what we are reducing?
please.
So the image on the right is the current revised plan that was presented based on the director hearing. So you'll see the height of the building on the southeast corner being reduced slightly. So is the intention to bring all roof elements down by 3 feet collectively in the same fashion proportionally, or certain elements? I think that would be my clarification.
So I can clarify that. So the picture on the right, the roof element, she requested it be dropped to flat roof. That is the 3 foot height. The view on the right.
Actually, no. The building in the foreground, which is that back corner, which was reduced by the director, as you can see on the left, exceeded that height. The current height shown on the right is 6610. So that portion, that line, if you can see her arrow, oh, you can't see it. I'm sorry, you can't. If you can see her arrow, that would be the 6610, which was at director hearing her direction. The rest of the building is higher at different elements, so it would not be consistent at each point. There are elements, too, that are allowed to go above.
So 63 feet at that. 66 minus 3.
Correct, would be 6310.
63.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. I think. So, do you want to repeat the motion, or?
I was going to ask the clerk to repeat the motion. It's just,
So what I have is to approve staff recommendation. In addition to that, consider reducing 3 feet from the project and working with Public Works staff in regards to expanding the sidewalks.
yes.
Yes? Yes. Yes, okay. So can we go ahead and call a vote for that, please?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Go ahead and enter your vote now on the motion. Waiting for 2 more votes to be entered. All votes have now been entered. 2 noes, 5 ayes, and the motion carries.
Okay, thank you all very much for hanging in there, and again for your comments. Thank you, staff, for the work, and everyone who presented tonight. Really appreciate all the information. That brings us to the end of our meeting. Do we have any additional public comments, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and for those of you in the audience, we are still in a live meeting, so if you wouldn't mind, we have 2 more public speakers for public communications. We have 2 speaker cards submitted, Trevor Gottsman and Spencer Noren. We'll go Spencer Noren first, and then followed by our final speaker, Trevor Gottsman. Apologies, Trevor Gottsman spoke at the beginning. We just have Spencer Noren. Spencer, you're up.
Thank you, Michael. Derek, how you doing? Good to see you, sir. Mayor, welcome. Council, VPD, appreciate you. Translation. Just got back from the Buena High School Ventura girls basketball game. Cougars won by 8. Good game. I wanted to talk about a few things that have been going on in the community a lot. One definitely being the wildfires, our history of wildfires, Southern California wildfires, and our unique connection, I believe, to the Palisade fires and the Altadena fires. I know for sure we already have families here in this community that have from both locations, coming back home, living with parents, already in Ventura. So I'm sure council is and already doing things along with staff. We can just continue to reach out. It would be awesome. I think we all went through the Thomas Fire and our memories of that and knowing how close we are to Malibu. With that, I wanted to talk about the cohesion of kind of what was going on with that, but to also public meetings and getting involved, and that there was a school board meeting this evening as well. And on the agenda were some items that come up with city council, along with housing, and opportunity and partnership that we have of acquiring land, and the opportunity that we have opportunity to enhance the quality of life in Ventura, opposed to the school board selling it off. So just really wanted to kind of coexist those conversations. There's 5 properties, 2 are in agriculture, the old Avenue School, Washington School property, and the old Staples property, Kinko's. So, but we can't be in 2 places at once. That's the hard part. And when council changed their meetings from Mondays to Tuesdays, which I'm hearing a lot of positive benefit from, it's really handcuffed the community to be involved in both. Example being the GPAC yesterday, where Sabrina Rodriguez is a president of the school board at one time, current board member, is also a GPAC member, talked about the qualities of having her involved in both, right? And the quality they would also bring for city council members to, I think, to also be actively involved in school board meetings. But how can you be if we're here? So I just really want to go to both meetings, ultimately. That's why I'm up here, you know? And I want you guys to be involved ultimately a lot, and then go to the sporting events. So, encouraging youth sports, you getting involved. Good meeting tonight. I appreciate some of the voices that were heard. But if that school board meeting, the city council meeting, I don't know if we go to Wednesdays. I don't know what the answer is. But since we changed that, there's always an 80-20, and the negative of us going to Tuesdays was we now land on the same day as school board meetings, and I wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, and we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of all those who have perished in the California wildfires, as well as in memory of Matt Fawcett, who passed away on December 30th, 2024. Mr. Fawcett owned Fawcett Printing in Ventura and was a longtime coach at Foothill Little League. So thank you all for being here. Good night.